Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Amara. The subject line stares back at me from my laptop screen like a death sentence. Urgent housing scholarship revocation notice. My fingers freeze over the trackpad, unwilling to click. The cursor blinks mockingly. Around me, the campus coffee shop hums with conversations about weekend plans and upcoming exams. Normal senior year problems. Problems I'd kill to have right now. I click. Dear Ms. Johnson, due to a clerical error in our financial aid processing system and subsequent review of insufficient institutional funds, your housing scholarship for the remainder of the academic year has been revoked effective immediately. You are required to vacate your dormitory accommodation within 14 calendar days of this notice. We apologize for any inconvenience. Sincerely, Financial Aid Office. The words blur together. 14 days. 2 weeks to find somewhere to live with exactly $43 in my checking account and a maxed out credit card. My phone trembles in my hands as I scroll through my contacts. Dad's number glows on the screen. He'll know what to do. He has to. He always does. The phone rings once, twice. Darius Johnson. Background chatter filters through. Clinking silverware, muffled conversations, the kind of upscale restaurant he favors for business lunches. Dad, it's me. I need... Amara? I'm in the middle of something here. Can this wait? My throat constricts. No, it can't. My housing scholarship got revoked. They're kicking me out of the dorms in 2 weeks and I have nowhere to go. A pause. The sound of a chair scraping against floor. Hold on. His voice grows distant as he presumably steps away from his table. What do you mean revoked? Some clerical error. Insufficient funds. I don't know the details, but they want me out by... Amara, slow down. You're 22 years old. The dismissal in his tone hits like ice water. Dad, I need help. I can't afford. Listen, sweetheart, you're going to have to figure this out. That's what adults do. They solve problems. But I don't have any money and it's the middle of the semester and... There are always options. Talk to your friends. Look into off-campus housing. Get creative. The background noise swells as he moves closer to his lunch meeting. Someone laughs, probably his colleagues, probably at something infinitely more important than his daughter's crisis. Dad, please, I just need... A woman's voice slides through the background like silk over steel, crisp and perfectly enunciated. Victoria. She's grown, Darius. This is her responsibility now. The words pierce straight through the phone's speaker, each syllable calculated to cut. I can picture her perfectly. Ridiculous manicured nails wrapped around a wine glass. Lips pursed in that way that makes Dad think she's being reasonable instead of cruel. Victoria's right, sweetheart. Dad's voice shifts, taking on that appeasing tone he reserves for his wife. You're in your final semester. Time to spread those wings. My stomach plummets to somewhere around my ankles. Dad, I'm not asking you to solve everything. I just need a place to stay until I can figure something out. 2 weeks isn't enough time to... Darius. Victoria's voice again, sharper now. Your lunch is getting cold. The dismissal stings worse than if she'd slapped me through the phone. I'm being managed, filed away like an inconvenient appointment. Look, Amara, I have to get back. You're smart. You'll work it out. But Dad... Love you, sweetheart. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone screen, watching my reflection in the black glass. The coffee shop noise crashes back into focus. Laughter from the corner table, the espresso machine's mechanical screech, chairs scraping against linoleum. Everything is exactly the same as 3 minutes ago, except my world just collapsed. My chest caves inward, like someone's pulled all the breath from my lungs. Not even a goodbye. Not even a, let me think about it. Or, I'll call you back. Just Victoria's poison dripping through the receiver, and Dad choosing her comfort over my crisis. I press my palms against my eyes until stars burst behind my lids. When did I become such an inconvenience? When did needing help become proof of failure instead of a daughter trusting her father? The notification sound of a new email makes me flinch, probably the financial aid office with more cheerful updates about my impending homelessness. 14 days, $43, no backup plan. The walk back to campus blurs into a series of mechanical steps. Students laugh around me, their voices echoing off brick buildings like they're speaking underwater. My sneakers drag against concrete sidewalks still damp from yesterday's rain, each step heavier than the last. Victoria's voice loops in my head like a broken record. She's grown, Darius. This is her responsibility now. The precision of it stings worse than the words themselves, each syllable carefully measured, delivered with the exact tone of reasonable concern that Dad would never question. She'd been waiting for this moment, probably rehearsing that exact phrase while he knotted his tie this morning, while she poured his coffee, while she kissed his cheek. Victoria doesn't stumble into conversations. She orchestrates them like a conductor, leading a symphony toward its inevitable crescendo. 3 years of this slow, methodical erosion. 3 years of watching her transform my father, from the man who used to take me to dusty used bookstores on Sunday afternoons, letting me pile novels as high as my arms could carry while he bought coffee and listened to me ramble about characters like they were real people, into someone who schedules daughter time around his wife's comfort level and emotional temperature. She's an artist at this game. Victoria never says anything outright cruel when he's within earshot, never gives him reason to defend me. Just small comments that burrow under his skin like splinters, working their way deeper with each repetition. Amara seems so dependent lately. Or maybe some space would help her mature. Or, you can't solve all her problems forever, darling. Always delivered with that soft, concerned frown that makes her look like she's genuinely worried about my development, rather than systematically poisoning my relationship with the only parent I have left. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, each one invisible until you're bleeding out. My dorm room key sticks in the lock, forcing me to jiggle it 3 times before the door swings open. The cramped space feels even smaller now. Textbooks scattered across my desk, half-packed boxes stacked against the wall from where I'd started organizing for finals. Everything suddenly became temporary, borrowed time I didn't know I was living on. I collapse onto my narrow bed, springs creaking in protest. The ceiling water stain shaped like Texas stares back at me, familiar and mocking. 14 days to find somewhere else, to memorize every crack and discoloration. My notebook falls open to yesterday's psychology notes. Learned helplessness occurs when repeated exposure to uncontrollable stressful situations causes an individual to accept their powerlessness. The irony tastes bitter. My phone vibrates against the comforter. A text from my roommate Keisha. Everything okay? Saw you leave the coffee shop looking rough. I start typing 3 different responses before deleting them all. What's the point? Keisha has her own place lined up for next year. Her own problems, her own family that actually shows up when she needs them. The tears come without warning, hot, angry streams that blur my vision and drip onto my psychology textbook. I swipe at them furiously, but they keep coming, carrying months of swallowed disappointment and carefully managed expectations. Victoria wins. She gets her perfect marriage, Dad's undivided attention, her fantasy family, where stepchildren exist only in holiday photos and graduation announcements. Meanwhile, I'm 22 and homeless because I had the audacity to need something. But as the tears slow and my breathing steadies, something harder crystallizes in my chest. A stubborn spark that refuses to be snuffed out. Fine. If no one's coming to catch me, I'll learn to fly on my own.
Chapter 2. Grant. The amber whiskey catches the bistro's low light as I swirl it, watching the liquid climb the glass walls before sliding back down. Miguel's voice drifts over the soft jazz and clinking silverware, but I'm only half listening until he drops a name that stops my hand mid-motion. Ran into Keisha Martinez the other day. You remember her? Used to room with Amara Johnson. The glass pauses at my lips. Darius's daughter? Yeah, that's the one. Miguel leans back in his chair, loosening his tie after another brutal day at the firm. Poor kid's in a real bind. Lost her housing scholarship or something. Keisha said she's got 2 weeks to find a place and basically no money. The whiskey burns down my throat, but it's nothing when compared to the heat spreading through my chest. I set the glass down harder than necessary, the sound sharp against the marble table. What do you mean, lost her scholarship? Miguel shrugs, already moving on to scan the room for our server. Some administrative screw-up. You know how these colleges are. Bureaucratic nightmares. Probably fill out the wrong form in triplicate and suddenly you're homeless. And Darius? What about him? The question lingers between us like smoke. Miguel's brow furrows as he catches the edge in my voice, finally giving me his full attention. He's not helping her? Apparently not. Miguel's expression shifts, confusion replacing casual gossip. Keisha seemed pretty upset about it. Said Amara called her dad and got the brush off. Something about needing to figure it out herself. My fingers tighten around the glass. The bistro's warmth suddenly feels stifling, pressing against my collar like a noose. Around us, couples lean across intimate tables, sharing desserts and quiet laughter. Normal people living their lives unburdened by the weight of watching good men turn into strangers. That's rich. The words taste like acid. Remember when she was little? He carried her around those barbecues like she was made of spun gold. Miguel's face softens with recognition. She used to make you push her on that tire swing until your arms gave out. Higher, Uncle Grant! Higher! The echo of her laugh cuts through 20 years like it happened yesterday. Pigtails flying, gap-toothed grins stretched wide with pure joy. Darius cheering from the deck, beer in hand, pride radiating from every pore. Now she's 22 and homeless, and he can't be bothered thanks to his new wife. Maybe there's more to it. Miguel signals the server, but his heart isn't in the gesture. Marriage changes people. Priorities shift. Priorities shift. I repeat the words like they're foreign, testing their weight. His daughter becomes a priority that shifts. The server appears young and eager, but I wave her away with a distracted gesture. My mind's already racing, calculating timelines and logistics. 2 weeks, a college senior with nowhere to go, and a father who's decided she's someone else's problem. Grant, Miguel's voice carries a warning I've heard before. I know that look. Whatever you're thinking. I'm thinking about a little girl who used to fall asleep against my shoulder during movie nights while her dad made popcorn in the kitchen. The memory surfaces unbidden. Amara curled into my side, thumb in her mouth despite being too old for it, while Darius fumbled around making enough noise to wake the dead. She trusted us to catch her. She's not a little girl anymore. No, she's a woman who needs help, and her father's too busy playing house with his new wife to notice. Miguel drains his wine, setting the glass down with finality. This isn't your fight, man. Darius made his choice. Exactly. I pull out my phone, scrolling through contacts until I find her number. Saved from some Christmas card years ago, one of those desperate attempts to maintain connection across the growing distance. He made his choice. Now I'm making mine. The bistro noise fades to background static as I stare at her contact information. Amara Johnson. Last updated 3 years ago. For all I know, she's changed numbers, moved on, forgotten about the man who used to spin her around until she screamed with laughter. But Keisha mentioned her by name, which means she's still Amara Johnson. Still Darius's daughter, even if he's forgotten what that's supposed to mean. Miguel reaches across the table, his hand covering my phone screen. Think about this carefully. Getting involved in family drama never ends well. It ended the moment he decided she wasn't a family worth protecting. Miguel's voice drones on about the Maxwell case, something about discovery disputes and procedural delays, but his words dissolve into white noise. The bourbon sits untouched in my glass, while my mind conjures images I can't shake. Amara alone in some sterile dorm room, cardboard boxes scattered around her feet, that quiet determination she inherited from her mother, keeping her spine straight, even as her world crumbles. The jazz quartet shifts into something melancholy, saxophone bleeding through the restaurant's careful ambience. Around us, couples share intimate conversations over flickering candles, their problems small and manageable. Not one of them is watching a 22-year-old woman get discarded like yesterday's newspaper. So I told Maxwell he could take his settlement offer and... Grant? You listening? Miguel's words snap back into focus. I realize I've been gripping my glass hard enough to leave fingerprints in the condensation. Discovery disputes! Got it! His eyebrows climb toward his hairline. You weren't listening, dude. I drain the bourbon in one burning swallow, feeling it scorch down my throat and settle like molten lead in my stomach. The empty glass hits the table with a little more force than necessary, drawing glances from neighboring tables. Easy there, cowboy. Miguel leans forward, concern replacing his earlier amusement. What's eating you? The question hangs between us, ripe with implications I'm not ready to unpack. What's eating me is the memory of a 12-year-old girl sobbing in my arms after skinning her knee, while Darius fumbled around looking for Band-Aids. What's eating me is how her face lit up every time I walked through their front door, like I was some kind of hero worth waiting for. What's eating me is Darius. He's being a jackass. Nothing I can't handle. Right. Miguel signals for the check, but his eyes never leave my face. Just like you handled your divorce, and your brother's funeral, and every other crisis you've decided to shoulder alone. The chair scrapes against hardwood as I stand, already reaching for my wallet. I need some air. The night slaps against my face the moment I push through the restaurant's heavy doors. Downtown buzzes with its usual Friday energy, couples spilling out of theaters, groups migrating between bars, the distant thrum of traffic on the interstate. Normal people living simple lives, unburdened by the weight of watching good men abandon their daughters. My phone feels heavy in my pocket as I pull it out, scrolling to her contact again, Amara Johnson. 3 years since I last called this number, 3 years since Darius started making excuses about why family gatherings were complicated now that Victoria had concerns about his old friends. The screen glows in the darkness, cursor blinking next to her name like a heartbeat. One call. That's all it would take to cross a line Darius drew in invisible ink the day he chose his new wife over his old life. But my brother Tommy's face flashes in my memory. 25 years old and reckless, calling me from some dive bar at 2 a.m, slurring about how he just needed a ride home. I was tired, had an early meeting, told him to call a cab. The morgue photos are burned into my retinas. What waiting too long to act looks like when metal meets tree at 60 miles per hour. My thumb hovers over the call button. Not again. The phone rings twice before her voice slices through the static, cautious and clipped. Hello? 3 years collapse into nothing. Same cadence, same careful politeness she used to deploy when answering calls for Darius. But underneath the composure, something brittle threatens to crack. Amara. It's Grant. Silence stretches between us, filled with the distant hum of her dorm's fluorescent lighting. When she speaks again, her voice carries a forced brightness that makes my chest feel tight. Grant, wow, it's been... How are you? Cut the small talk. I heard about your housing situation. The brightness crumbles instantly. Oh, that. A bitter laugh escapes her, sharp enough to draw blood. News travels fast in this town, doesn't it? Fast enough. What happened? Administrative error, apparently. The words tumble out rehearsed, like she's practiced this explanation in mirrors. Budget cuts, scholarship reallocation, blah blah blah. Basically, I'm out on myself in 13 days, unless I can come up with $3,000 I don't have. Her voice cracks on the last syllable, betraying the fear she's working so hard to contain. I can picture her sitting on that narrow dorm bed, chin lifted in defiance, while her world dissolves around her. And your father? Dad's busy. New priorities, you know how it is. Priorities, right? His damn new wife. The careful neutrality in her tone makes my molars grind together. 20 years of watching Darius parade her around like a trophy, bragging about his brilliant daughter to anyone who'd listen. Now she's defending his abandonment like it's perfectly reasonable. That's horse trash and you know it. Grant! No! Don't you dare make excuses for him. The words slice through the night air, sharper than I intended. A couple walking past glances over, but I'm already moving toward my car, keys materializing in my free hand. You don't get to pretend this is normal, Amara. What else am I supposed to do? The question explodes out of her, all pretense finally stripped away. Stand on his doorstep crying? Beg Victoria to let me sleep in their guest room? I'm 22 years old, Grant. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should figure this out myself. The shame bleeding through her words hits me like a physical blow. This is what Darius has done to her, convinced his daughter that needing help equals personal failure. Listen to me very carefully. My voice drops to steel, the tone I reserve for closing arguments and hostile depositions. You're not figuring this out alone. You're not sleeping in your car or couch surfing or whatever other disaster scenarios you've been cooking up in that head of yours. Grant, I can't ask you to. You're not asking. I'm telling. The BMW chirps as I unlock it, sliding behind the wheel with mechanical precision. Pack your things, whatever fits in boxes or suitcases. Leave the furniture. I don't understand. You're coming to stay with me. End of discussion. The silence that follows carries weight. Like the moment before a verdict gets read. When she speaks again, her voice barely registers above a whisper. Why? The question hovers between us, loaded with years of complicated history and present danger. Because I remember when you trusted me to catch you. Because your father's being a selfish bastard. Because walking away from people who need help is how you end up standing in morgues, identifying bodies that used to call you for rides. Because someone should. My heart pounds against my ribs as I end the call, the phone sliding forgotten onto the passenger seat. The engine purrs to life, dashboard lights painting the interior in cool blue. For 3 years, I've maintained careful distance, built walls of routine and solitude that kept the world at arm's length. One phone call, and suddenly those walls feel like paper. The quiet order I've constructed around my grief and guilt tilts on its axis as I pull into traffic. My house waits in darkness across town, empty rooms and scheduled silence, everything in its place, everything controlled. Everything is about to change.
Chapter 3. Amara. The brownstone materializes from Beacon Hill's cobblestone maze like something lifted from a magazine spread, all warm amber light, bleeding through tall windows, and the kind of architectural confidence that comes with old money. Cedar and clean linen drift from the open doorway, carrying hints of a life I've only glimpsed in movies. My sneakers pause on the threshold, suddenly loud against the worn stone steps. The scuffs along the toes catch the porch light, and I curl my fingers to hide chipped black polish that seemed edgy this morning but now screams college student playing dress-up. You planning to stand out there all night? Or are you coming in? Grant's voice carries from somewhere inside, amused but gentle. I clutch my duffel bag tighter and step across the threshold, feeling like I'm crossing into foreign territory. The interior unfolds in layers of understated masculinity. Navy walls that absorb sound, a leather armchair worn smooth at the arms, where countless evenings have passed. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves arranged with detailed precision. Alphabetical order, because of course they are. Jazz drifts from somewhere deeper in the house, saxophone notes curling through the air like smoke. Everything radiates this curated stillness that makes my dorm room seem like a tornado hit it. Where I have textbooks stacked on every surface and laundry draped over furniture, Grant has created this temple to adult organization. Clean lines, purposeful spaces, not a single item out of place. I let the sentence trail off, afraid to finish it. Beautiful, intimidating, everything I'll never be able to afford. Home. Grant appears in the doorway leading to what looks like a kitchen, sleeves rolled up, dish towel slung over one shoulder. For however long you need it to be. The casual way he says it, like opening his perfectly ordered life to my chaos costs him nothing, makes my throat tighten. I set my bag down carefully, hyper-aware of how my worn denim clashes with the sophisticated color palette. I feel like I should take my shoes off, or maybe shower first, possibly burn my entire wardrobe and start over. Your clothes are fine. His eyes crinkle at the corners, that crooked smile I remember from childhood barbecues breaking across his face. Though, if you want a shower, the guest bathroom's upstairs. Second door on the right. Guest bathroom. Plural bathrooms. The casual wealth embedded in those words settles like lead in my stomach. Grant, I can't. This is too much. I don't belong here. Says who? The question stops me cold. He moves closer, close so that I catch his scent. Something clean and woodsy that probably exceeds my monthly food budget. Says common sense. Says the fact that I'm pretty sure your coffee table costs more than my car. My coffee table's from IKEA. I glance at the sleek glass surface, perfectly positioned between matching navy sofas. That's not IKEA. Fine, the expensive version of IKEA. Despite everything, the fear, the displacement, the bone-deep exhaustion, laughter bubbles up from somewhere I'd forgotten existed. You're ridiculous. And your home? We'll figure out the rest later. Grant lifts my duffel before I can protest, the movement smooth and decisive. No discussion, no negotiation, just action. I can carry my own bag. I'm sure you can. He's already heading toward the staircase, my belongings slung over his shoulder like they weigh nothing. Doesn't mean you have to. The stairs creak under his weight, each step echoing through the house's bones. I follow, hyper-aware of how my presence disrupts the careful quiet he's cultivated here. The guest room sits at the end of the hallway, bathed in late afternoon light that streams through sheer curtains. Everything screams pristine comfort. White linen stretched tight across a queen bed, towels folded with military precision on the dresser, a small lamp that casts warm circles on pale blue walls. Hotel vibes, I murmur, running my fingers along the comforter's edge. Clean slate vibes. Grant sets my bag on the bench at the foot of the bed, his movements careful, deliberate. Fresh start. The weight behind his words makes me look up. He's studying me, making my skin warm, like he's cataloging every detail. Grant, what you're doing? You don't owe me anything. The statement cuts through the air between us, sharp and final. Not money, not explanations, not gratitude that makes you feel smaller. Nothing. But the way he says it, too firm, too rehearsed, suggests he's trying to convince someone, maybe himself. That's not how the world works. It's how my world works. His jaw tightens, and for a moment I catch something raw beneath the careful control. at least when it comes to you. The qualifier hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to unpack. He clears his throat, retreating toward the door. Bathrooms across the hall. Kitchen's always open. Make yourself comfortable. Hours later, the house settles into its nighttime rhythm, floorboards releasing the day's tension in soft groans. The grandfather clock in the hallway marking time precisely. Each tick echoes through walls that feel both protective and foreign. I lie flat on my back, staring at ceiling shadows that shift with passing headlights. The sheets smell like fabric softener and something indefinable. Wood polish mixed with a scent that's purely masculine. Purely him. It clings to the air, subtle but persistent, like he's marked this space without meaning to. My phone chimes against the nightstand. A text from my roommate asking if I'm okay. Another from a classmate about tomorrow's assignment. Normal life continuing without me while I float in this strange suspension between my old world and whatever this is. The house creaks again, closer this time. Footsteps in the hallway, pausing outside my door before continuing toward what must be his room. The sound of running water drifts through the walls. Shower, teeth brushing, the mundane rituals of bedtime. I close my eyes and try to picture my dorm room, but the memory feels distant already. This place wraps around me like expensive cotton, foreign but undeniably safe. The digital clock blinks 12:47 a.m. when consciousness pulls me from restless dreams. The house breathes around me, old bones settling, heating pipes ticking their metallic lullaby. But underneath those familiar night sounds, something else threads through the darkness. Footsteps. Slow, measured. The deliberate pace of someone wrestling with thoughts that won't stay buried. I hold my breath, listening as Grant's steps trace a path outside my door. Back and forth along the hallway's length, each footfall muffled by what must be thick carpet, but still audible through these old walls. The rhythm carries weight, not the casual shuffle of someone heading to the bathroom, but the heavy tread of a man pacing. 3 steps toward the staircase. Pause. 3 steps back toward his room. Another pause. Longer this time, directly outside my door. My heart slams against my ribs, though I can't name why. The sound isn't threatening. More like a guardian keeping watch, ensuring the perimeter stays secure. But there's something unsettled in the cadence, something that speaks to sleepless wrestling matches with conscience and want. The footsteps resume, away from my door, back toward his room, then out again. A circuit of restlessness that matches the churning in my own chest. I pull the blanket higher, burying my face in the soft cotton sheet. Guilt pricks at my skin even as safety wraps around me like a cocoon. This comfort, these thread count sheets, this room that costs more per night than most people spend on groceries, feels stolen somehow, unearned. But underneath the guilt runs something more dangerous, belonging. The realization hits like cold water. Lying here in Grant's guest room, surrounded by his careful attention to detail and quiet protection, feels more like home than my father's house ever managed. More secure than the dorm room I've been scrambling to save. More real than the cramped apartment I shared with Mom before the divorce, where we tiptoed around each other's wounds and pretended everything was fine. Here, someone wanted me. Not grudgingly, not with conditions attached, but completely. Grant saw my crisis and opened his door without hesitation, without making me beg or justify my worth. The footsteps pause again outside my room. This time the silence stretches longer, heavy with presence. I imagine him standing there in the dark, maybe running a hand through hair that's probably sticking up at odd angles, wrestling with whatever keeps pulling him from sleep. Part of me wants to crack the door open, to ask if he's okay or if there's something I can do. But the rest of me stays frozen under these expensive sheets, afraid that breaking this spell might shatter whatever fragile sanctuary we've built. The pacing resumes, softer now, like he's trying not to wake me, as if he doesn't know I'm already wide awake. listening to every step and feeling each pause like a question mark hanging in the darkness between us.
Chapter 4. Grant. The dishwasher hums its mechanical lullaby as I slide the last plate into place, each piece finding its designated slot with the precision that keeps my world ordered. Lemon soap cuts through the air, mixing with the lingering ghost of tonight's coffee, a single-origin Colombian that cost more than most people spend on groceries, but tastes like redemption at the end of long days. Miles Davis bleeds from the speakers, trumpet notes curling through the kitchen's warm light. This ritual, cleaning, organizing, preparing for tomorrow, used to anchor me. The steady rhythm of domestic responsibility that replaced wilder impulses of my youth, the careful choreography of a man who learned control the hard way. Tonight it feels hollow. My phone moves against the granite countertop. Darius's name glows across the screen like an accusation. Grant. His voice carries that familiar edge of irritation, the tone that signals I've interrupted something important. Background noise filters through. Television, the clink of glassware, Victoria's laugh threading underneath like silk over steel. We need to talk about Amara. Christ, not you too. Dishes rattle in the background as he moves around. Look, I know she called you crying about her housing situation. She always did run to Daddy's friends when things got tough. My grip tightens on the counter's edge, knuckles going white against the stone. Actually, I'm the one who reached out first. She's not running anywhere, Darius. She's drowning. She's 22 years old. Time she learned to swim. The casual dismissal wounds like a physical blow. I press my palm flat against the granite, feeling its cold solidity beneath my skin. When did you become such a bastard? Excuse me? Your daughter calls you desperate for help and you what? Screen her calls? Let Victoria answer instead? Static crackles through the line before Darius responds, his voice tighter now. Victoria doesn't want family complications right now. We're building something here, Grant. Something clean. Clean. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. Your daughter's homelessness is a serious issue. Amara will figure it out. She always does. More background noise. Ice clinking in glass. Victoria's voice murmuring something indistinct. Look, I appreciate you checking in, but she's not your responsibility. The granite edge bites into my palm as I lean forward, phone pressed tight against my ear. Every careful ritual, every ordered surface in this kitchen suddenly feels meaningless compared to the chaos erupting through the speaker. Not my responsibility. I repeat the words slowly, letting them settle. Right. Just like she wasn't your responsibility when her mother moved across the country. Just like she wasn't your responsibility when you remarried and forgot she existed. I didn't forget. You relegated her to Christmas cards and birthday phone calls. The words tear from somewhere deep. Years of watching Darius prioritize his new life over the daughter who used to be his world. Remember when she made the dean's list last semester? Called to tell you herself? Silence stretches between us, filled only by the distant sound of his new life continuing without pause. You know what you said? That's nice, sweetheart, but Daddy's busy right now. Grant, she's 22 and brilliant and scared, and you're too wrapped up in your wife's idea of socially appropriate living to see your daughter's falling apart. The jazz keeps playing, Miles Davis's trumpet weaving through my anger like smoke through fire. On the other end of the line, Darius breathes heavily, the sound of a man backed into a corner he built himself. Victoria thinks... I don't give a damn what Victoria thinks! My voice drops to a register I haven't used since the old days, when conversations got settled with fists instead of words. Tell me something, Darius. Do you even remember who raised that girl while you were chasing mergers and acquisitions? The background noise on his end shifts. Footsteps across hardwood, the soft thud of a door closing. When he speaks again, his voice carries that corporate steel that made him millions and cost him everything else. Don't make this dramatic, Grant. Amara's mother... Moved to Seattle when Amara was 16. The facts fall between us like stones in still water. Left her with you because she thought you'd actually be a father. Funny how wrong people can be. I was building a business. You were building an empire on your daughter's loneliness. My fingers trace the granite's veined surface, each line a fault that mirrors the cracks in our friendship. Remember her junior year when she had pneumonia? Who drove her to urgent care at 2 a.m? Silence stretches thin as wire. That's right, me. Because you were in Tokyo closing some deal that probably bought Victoria another handbag. Grant, I don't appreciate. And when she needed help with calculus, when she got her wisdom teeth out, when she cried herself sick over some boy who broke her heart. The words build momentum like a landslide. 20 years of watching him choose everything over his daughter. Every time she needed her father, where were you? Look, I'm trying to have dinner with my wife, your wife. The phrase tastes like poison. Right. The woman who told your homeless daughter that being an adult means solving problems alone. Can you remind me again? Who pays your wife's credit card bill? Static crackles through the connection, followed by Victoria's voice in the background. Something about the salmon getting cold. Darius covers the phone, but I catch fragments. Just handling some business, and Grant's being difficult again. This isn't business, Darius. This is your daughter. I know what this is. His voice returns, clipped and final. And I know you mean well, but Victoria's right. Amara needs to learn independence. We can't keep bailing her out every time life gets complicated. The jazz stops mid-note, leaving only the dishwasher's mechanical heartbeat and the sudden roar of blood in my ears. Independence. I roll the word around my mouth like broken glass. Is that what you call abandonment now? Don't be so dramatic, she'll figure it out. She already has. That's why she's here, instead of there. The line goes quiet except for more background murmurs. Victoria's laugh, the clink of silverware against china, the comfortable sounds of a life that has no room for inconvenient daughters. I have to go. Victoria needs me. The connection dies mid-sentence, leaving me staring at a phone that suddenly weighs nothing and everything simultaneously. The kitchen feels different now, colder despite the warm light, emptier despite nothing having changed. I set the device down harder than necessary, the sharp crack against granite echoing through the space like a gunshot. Selfish bastard. The words fall into the silence, swallowed by walls that seem to lean inward with disapproval. Even my house judges Darius's cowardice. Something pulls me down the hallway before I've even made the conscious decision to move. The thick Persian runner muffles my footsteps, each thread worn soft by decades of pacing. Late nights when sleep wouldn't come, early mornings when work called before dawn. The house settles around me with familiar creaks and sighs, wood expanding and contracting in its eternal dance with temperature and time. Light spills from beneath the guest room door, a golden line that shouldn't exist at this hour. I pause with my hand hovering above the brass handle, listening for movement inside. Nothing. Just the house's quiet breathing and my own heartbeat drumming against my ribs. The door opens on silent hinges, revealing a scene that stops me cold in the doorway. Amara sits slumped over the small writing desk, her face buried in an open textbook thick enough to stop bullets. Numbers and equations sprawl across the pages in neat, precise handwriting, her father's analytical mind wrapped in graceful penmanship that belongs entirely to her. A ballpoint pen lies loose between her fingers, ink still wet where it's smudged against her palm. The desk lamp casts harsh white light across her sleeping form, throwing deep shadows beneath her eyes and accentuating the exhaustion that even sleep can't erase. Her natural curls have escaped their careful braid, forming a soft halo around her face where they've worked free during hours of studying. One strand falls across her cheek, moving slightly with each steady breath. A worn throw blanket, the one I keep on the living room couch for cold evenings, has slipped from her lap to pool around the chair legs like spilled silk. Her shoulders curve forward in perfect exhaustion, The kind that comes from pushing past every reasonable limit, because stopping means confronting the uncertainty waiting in the dark. My bare feet carry me across the hardwood before conscious thought kicks in. The floorboards don't creak. I know which ones sing and which stay silent, a skill learned during restless nights when movement was the only thing that kept grief at bay. I gather the blanket from the floor, its weight familiar in my hands. The fabric still holds the faint scent of lavender fabric softener, and something indefinably warm that belongs to houses where people actually live instead of just exist. Draping it across her shoulders requires a delicate touch, close enough to feel the heat radiating from her skin, careful enough not to disturb the sleep she clearly needs more than breath itself. The blanket settles around her like armor, soft wool against vulnerable curves. She doesn't stir when my fingers accidentally brush her shoulder, just continues breathing with the steady rhythm of someone who's finally found safety enough to truly rest. This close, I can see the faint freckles scattered across her nose, the way her lashes create perfect crescents against her cheeks, the slight part of her lips that makes something twist dangerously in my chest. She looks impossibly young, sprawled here among her textbooks and determination. Yet there's something fierce in the set of her jaw even in sleep, a stubborn strength that refuses to bend despite everything her father's put her through. The sight ignites something raw and protective in the space between my ribs, a feeling that has no business existing but burns anyway. I force myself to step back, to put necessary distance between us before this moment becomes something it can't be. But the thought follows me all the way down the hallway, echoing with each careful footstep. She deserved better than what she got, and she's not going without again. Not if I have anything to say about it.
Chapter 5. Amara. Morning light slants through Grant's kitchen windows like golden knives, carving geometric patterns across surfaces so pristine they could belong in a magazine spread. The marble island stretches between us like an ocean, its veined surface catching the light and throwing it back in fractured rainbows. I perch on one of his bar stools, feeling like an intruder in this temple of beauty and efficiency. The coffee maker gurgles its morning hymn, while Grant moves around the space with the fluid precision of someone who's perfected this routine through years of solitary practice. Eggs hit the heated pan with a satisfying sizzle, filling the air with the rich scent of butter and promise. Something low and bluesy drifts from hidden speakers. B.B. King, maybe, or Muddy Waters, the kind of music that belongs to late nights and complicated mornings. Cedar and something darker clings to Grant like a second skin, the kind of cologne that whispers rather than shouts. Every movement is economical, purposeful. Cracking eggs with one hand while adjusting the heat with the other. Salt and pepper measured by instinct rather than sight. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken awareness. My skin prickles with hypervigilance, cataloging the way his shoulders move beneath his plain white t-shirt. How the morning light catches the silver threading through his dark hair. This feels dangerous somehow. Too intimate, too domestic, like playing house with someone who could break me without even trying. I clear my throat, desperate to fill the quiet. You don't have to do all this. Hungry people need feeding. His voice carries that same gruff practicality from yesterday, but something softer underlies it now. Besides, it's no trouble. The pan continues its steady sizzle while he reaches for mugs from a cabinet that requires him to stretch just enough that his shirt lifts slightly, revealing a strip of tan, toned skin above his waistband. I force my gaze elsewhere, focusing instead on the perfectly organized spice rack where everything has its designated place. He slides a heavy ceramic mug across the marble toward me, steam rising from its dark surface like incense. The coffee's scent hits me first, rich, complex, with notes of chocolate and something earthy that speaks of expensive beans and careful preparation. I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic and take a careful sip. The liquid hits my tongue like a declaration of war. Bitter doesn't begin to cover it. This coffee could strip paint, dissolve concrete, probably power a small aircraft. My face contorts involuntarily, eyes watering as I struggle not to spit it back into the mug. Christ almighty, Grant! I set the mug down hard, watching the dark liquid slosh against the sides. Did you grind these beans yourself, or just scrape them off the highway? Something shifts in his expression, surprise flickering across his features like lightning before being replaced by something infinitely more dangerous. His mouth curves upward, not the polite smile I've grown accustomed to, but something genuine and unguarded that transforms his entire face. That good, huh? The grin spreads wider, revealing teeth that are slightly crooked in a way that somehow makes them more appealing rather than less. Laugh lines crease the corners of his eyes, and suddenly he looks younger. Not the careful, controlled man who's been treating me like fragile cargo, but someone who might have once driven motorcycles too fast and stayed out until dawn. I'm pretty sure this doubles as turpentine. I push the mug away with 2 fingers, treating it like radioactive material. What did you do? Boil it in battery acid? He throws his head back and laughs, a real laugh that rumbles up from somewhere deep in his chest and fills the kitchen with warmth. The sound does something treacherous to my pulse, making it skip and stumble like I've forgotten how hearts are supposed to work. It's not that bad. Grant. I fix him with my most serious expression. I've had prison coffee that was weaker than this. Prison coffee? One eyebrow arches, amusement dancing in his dark eyes. What exactly were you doing in prison? You're too soft for that, aren't you? Mock trial team in high school. We visited the county jail for research. I wave my hand dismissively. Point stands. This could probably eat through steel. He moves to the cabinet again, this time pulling down a container of cream and sugar and sliding it toward me with exaggerated ceremony. Try it now, princess. The nickname hits differently than when my father used it. Less dismissive, more affectionate, wrapped in humor instead of obligation. I pour cream and spoon sugar until the coffee lightens to acceptable brown, then take another tentative sip, still strong enough to wake the dead, but no longer actively tearing my intestines apart. Better? Marginally. I take another drink, letting the warmth settle in my chest, though I'm pretty sure my teeth are dissolving. That grin appears again, and I'm struck by how fundamentally it changes him. Gone is the careful guardian, the responsible friend of my father's, who speaks in measured tones and maintains appropriate distance. This version of Grant looks like someone who might have been trouble once upon a time. The kind of trouble smart girls avoided and reckless ones sought out. I'd forgotten how handsome he was. The eggs arrive perfectly fluffy, accompanied by toast that's golden without being burnt, a minor miracle considering Grant's apparent relationship with kitchen appliances. We settle into conversation like slipping into warm water, tension dissolving one careful question at a time. So the journalism program's treating you well? He cuts his eggs with surgical precision, each bite exactly the same size. When they're not trying to kill me with deadlines, I steal a glance at his bookshelves, which line the adjacent living room like soldiers at attention. Speaking of obsessive, do you alphabetize those by author or subject? Because that level of organization borders on terrifying. Author, then chronological by publication date. He doesn't even look embarrassed. Makes finding things easier. Grant. I set down my fork to stare at him properly. That's not normal human behavior. That's anal museum curator behavior. Nothing wrong with knowing where things belong. There's something in the way he says it. Matter of fact, but with an undertone that makes me wonder what else in his life gets categorized and contained. I file that thought away for later examination. The environmental journalism internship at the Tribune looks promising. I return to safer ground. Professor Yang thinks my piece on campus water usage might catch their attention. The one about the fountain project? I blink, surprised he remembers. You actually listen when I rambled about water conservation? I listen to everything you say. The words come out more intense than casual breakfast conversation warrants, and something flickers across his face before he takes another bite. Sounds like important work. We drift through topics, my classes, his consulting business, the book he's reading about sustainable architecture. Normal conversation between two adults sharing breakfast, except nothing about this feels normal. Every laugh, every shared smile, every moment when our eyes meet across the marble expanse sends electricity racing along my nerve endings. When I finally retreat to the guest room, claiming homework as my excuse, afternoon sunlight pours through the windows like liquid gold. I collapse onto the perfectly made bed and dial Kendra's number, needing her voice to anchor me back to reality. Please tell me you didn't get murdered by your dad's friend. Her voice crackles through the phone, bright with curiosity. Still breathing, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Girl, where exactly are you staying? I curl into the impossibly soft pillows, phone pressed to my ear. His guest room, in his house, which is basically a mansion, with a kitchen that belongs in Architectural Digest and bookshelves organized by publication date. Silence stretches across the line before Kendra's delighted cackle erupts from the speaker, so loud I have to hold the phone away from my ear. Let me get this straight. Her voice pitches higher with each word. You're living with a hot older man in a mansion? Amara Johnson, you are in so much trouble. It's not like that. Honey, it's exactly like that. Another burst of laughter. What's he look like? Still all rugged and mysterious? Kendra, he's basically my uncle. The words tumble out too fast, pitched too high, like I'm trying to convince myself as much as her. My laugh cracks at the edges, brittle and unconvincing. I mean, he's been friends with my dad since before I was born. It would be weird to think of him any other way. Heat crawls across my neck despite my protests, spreading across my cheeks like spilled wine. I press my free hand to my throat, willing the treacherous warmth to disappear. Kendra's voice drips skepticism. And how exactly does Uncle Grant look these days? Still rocking that whole tortured guy thing? He's not tortured. So he is still fine then. Her cackle pierces through the phone again. Girl, you are in so much trouble. I am not in trouble. The denial comes out sharper than intended. He's helping me out, because my father won't. End of story. Amara Michelle Johnson. Kendra's voice shifts, taking on the tone she reserves for serious best friend interventions. I have known you for 4 years. You get that breathy little catch in your voice when you're lying to yourself. I don't have a breathy catch. There it is again. Her delight is absolutely insufferable. Listen, honey, I'm not saying you should jump the man's bones on day 2. Kendra. But maybe acknowledge that you're attracted to someone who probably makes brooding look like an Olympic sport, because denying it is just going to make you do something stupid. I flop backward onto the pillows, staring up at the ceiling where afternoon light creates shifting patterns through the blinds. Even if I was attracted to him, which I'm not saying I am, it would be completely inappropriate. He's letting me stay here out of guilt or obligation or whatever. The last thing he needs is me developing some ridiculous crush. Guilt doesn't usually involve making breakfast from scratch. Her voice turns serious, concern threading through the teasing. Just be careful, okay? Men like that, the ones who fix everything, who swoop in when you're vulnerable, they can become addictive. And I don't want to see you get hurt because you confused rescue with romance. The warning settles heavy in my chest, mingling with the guilt already taking up residence there. Because maybe she's right. Maybe the safety I feel here has very little to do with Grant himself, and everything to do with finally having someone give a damn about my well-being. After we hang up, the house settles into evening quiet around me. Grant's footsteps echo occasionally from downstairs, the clink of dishes being washed, the soft shuffle of papers, the creak of floorboards as he moves through his perfectly organized domain. I bury myself in coursework until my eyes blur, using environmental policy papers as a shield against thoughts that have no business existing. When exhaustion finally claims me, I slip into sleep, like sinking into warm water. The dream comes unbidden. Grant's hands brushing mine as he passes the coffee mug, fingers lingering a heartbeat longer than necessary. His eyes softening when I laughed at breakfast, transforming his entire face into something devastatingly beautiful. The way he said my name, low and careful, like something precious that might break if handled roughly. In the dream, he doesn't pull away when our fingers touch. Instead, he steps closer, close enough that I can smell cedar and something darker, can feel the heat radiating from his skin. His thumb traces across my knuckles, sending electricity racing up my arm. Amara. My name falls from his lips like a prayer, rough with want, and weighted with things we shouldn't be feeling. I wake with a gasp, heart crashing against my ribs like a trapped animal desperate for freedom. Heat floods my cheeks and spreads downward, pooling low in my belly with an intensity that leaves me breathless. His name sits tangled on my tongue. Grant. Tasting of forbidden things and dangerous possibilities. Just nerves. The explanation rings hollow, even as I repeat it like a mantra. Just exhaustion from everything that's happened. Just my brain processing stress in weird ways. It's nothing. But the lie tastes bitter as his coffee, and sleep remains frustratingly elusive for the rest of the night. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Grant. The house breathes differently when I push through the front door at 4:30, my suit jacket draped over one arm like a surrender flag. Late afternoon light pours through the windows in amber streams, transforming dust motes into floating gold and catching on surfaces that usually sit in shadows. The silence doesn't echo the way it used to. No longer the hollow quiet of a man eating dinner alone, but something warmer. Inhabited. I loosen my tie with one hand, already reaching for the familiar ritual of decompression when vanilla drifts through the air like a whispered secret. Sweet and subtle, nothing like the aggressive perfumes that used to cling to furniture long after Melissa left. The scent belongs to someone who doesn't announce herself, who moves through spaces like water, finding its level. Amara sits at the kitchen island, laptop open before her like a portal to another world. Her curls spill forward in a cascade of dark silk, creating a curtain between her face and everything else. One hand holds a pencil poised over notebook pages covered in neat handwriting, while the other props her chin. The vanilla lip balm catches afternoon light when she presses her lips together, lost in whatever academic puzzle holds her attention. She doesn't hear me approach, too absorbed in her work to notice the soft thud of my briefcase hitting the marble counter. For a moment, I allow myself to simply watch, the way her brow furrows in concentration. How she taps the pencil against her bottom lip when thinking. The unconscious grace with which she shifts her weight, settling deeper into the bar stool like she belongs here. Getting an early start on world domination? She startles, curls bouncing as her head snaps up. Those dark eyes meet mine, wide with surprise, that quickly melts into something softer. A smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, cautious but comfortable, like she's testing whether this new dynamic between us can hold weight. Environmental policy doesn't conquer itself. She gestures at the screen where charts and graphs paint pictures of carbon emissions and renewable energy projections. Though I'm beginning to think the planet might be beyond saving. Optimistic? As always I see. Someone has to be realistic around here. Her smile grows more confident, revealing the sharp wit that cuts through her careful politeness. You're home early. Did the consulting world finally realize you're too intense for normal business hours? The observation lodges under my ribs like a splinter. Too intense. How many times had Melissa said exactly that? Different words, same meaning. Always the implication that I was too much of something. Too focused, too driven, too much like hard work disguised as a husband. I roll up my sleeves instead of answering directly, buying time while I decide how much truth this moment can handle. The kitchen feels smaller with both of us in it, charged with electricity I don't want to examine too closely. Have you always been this disciplined? The question comes out of nowhere, casual as breathing, but weighted with genuine curiosity. She's studying my face now, those intelligent eyes cataloging details like she's building a profile for some internal investigation. Disciplined. I taste the word, finding it bitter. That's one way to put it. What's another way? The vulnerability in her voice catches me off guard. No judgment, no impatience. Just honest interest in understanding how I became this version of myself. When did someone last ask me a real question? When did anyone care enough to wonder about the mechanisms that keep Grant Whitaker functioning? I lean against the counter, putting distance between us while I gather courage for honesty. Controlled. Rigid. Emotionally unavailable. The words emerge clipped, clinical, like I'm reading from someone else's psychological evaluation. Those were Melissa's preferred terms. Melissa. My ex-wife. The admission tastes like ashes. We married young. Too young, probably. I was still trying to figure out who I was supposed to be after everything with my brother, and she was... I pause, searching for words that won't sound like blame. She was patient. For a while. Amara closes her laptop with careful precision, giving me her full attention so intently that it makes my chest tighten. No rush to fill the silence, no uncomfortable shifting. Just presence, steady and warm as sunlight. What happened? Nothing dramatic. No affairs, no screaming matches. I drag a hand through my hair, disrupting whatever professional polish remains from the day. Just silence growing louder every year until one morning, she looked up from her coffee and said she was leaving. Clean, efficient, like scheduling a dentist appointment. That must have been devastating. I expected anger. The confession scrapes my throat raw. Rage, accusations, something that would justify the emptiness that came after. But there was nothing. Just this hollow space where a marriage used to be, and the realization that maybe she was right about everything. It had been dead for a while. The vanilla scent grows stronger as Amara shifts closer, and I realize she's moved from her stool to stand beside the island, not touching, but near enough that her warmth registers against my skin. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe. I meet her eyes, finding something there that makes my pulse stumble. Or maybe some people are just built for solitude. The words linger between us like smoke from an extinguished candle, acrid and impossible to ignore. Solitude. The lie tastes metallic on my tongue because I know better. I wasn't always this careful version of myself, measuring every response like ingredients in a recipe that might explode if I get the proportions wrong. I wasn't always... I stop. Restart. The words fighting their way up from a place I've kept sealed for years. Before Melissa, before the divorce, before I turned into this. I gesture at myself, suit and tie and careful control. I was different. Reckless, probably. Tommy used to say, I collected adrenaline like other people collected stamps. Her dark eyes track every micro-expression crossing my face, cataloging the shift from careful distance to something rawer. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't rush to fill the growing silence with platitudes or questions. Just waits. We rode motorcycles together. Fast bikes, dangerous curves, the kind of stupid that makes you feel immortal at 25. The memory tastes like motor oil and summer wind, sharp with loss. Tommy was my younger brother, kid who followed me into every stupid decision I made, and somehow made it look like wisdom. I lean against the counter harder, needing the marble's cold bite against my palms. The night he died, he called. 3 times. Each word drops like a stone into still water. I was in a meeting, phone on silent, too important to be interrupted by anything as trivial as family. When I finally listen to the voicemails, my throat closes around the rest. Even now, 15 years later, I can hear the progression in Tommy's voice. Casual in the first message, concerned in the second, scared in the third. Drunk, asking me to come get him instead of driving home. He wrapped his car around an oak tree on Route 7. Died on impact, according to the coroner. The clinical language doesn't soften the edges. Sometimes I lie awake wondering if I could have saved him, if I just answered the damn phone. The kitchen falls silent, except for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the sound of my own breathing, too loud in the space between us. Amara's face has gone soft with something deeper than sympathy. Recognition, maybe. The kind that comes from knowing what it feels like to be failed by someone who should have been there. That's why you called me. It's not a question, and the quiet certainty in her voice cracks something open in my chest. She understands without explanation, without needing the full history of guilt that reshaped me into this controlled version of myself. Maybe I meet her eyes, finding strength there I don't deserve. Or maybe some patterns are worth breaking. She shifts closer, close enough to catch a whiff of the vanilla scent again, mixed now with something indefinably her, warm skin and determination. Her fingers ghost over mine where they rest against the marble, butterfly light but steady. I know something about being failed by people who should care. The words emerge carefully, like she's testing their weight before committing to the full truth. Your father. Among others. Her spine straightens, armor sliding into place, even as vulnerability leaks through the cracks. Do you know what it's like to be erased while you're still breathing? To watch someone you love replace you with a newer model and pretend the original never mattered? Her voice shakes on the edges but never breaks, and I recognize the iron discipline it takes to maintain that control. The way she holds herself, proud despite the pain, strong despite being discarded, reminds me of something I used to be before grief taught me how to live behind walls. The urge to call Darius surges through me like electricity, white-hot and demanding. To tear into him again, to make him see what he's throwing away. To force him to understand that the woman standing beside me is worth 100 Victorias. But the fury would spill over onto Amara, and she's absorbed enough poison from that particular well. When I speak, the words emerge level, controlled. A masterclass in restraint I don't feel. You deserve better than that. The statement hangs between us, simple and inadequate. 4 words to encompass a lifetime of being discarded, of watching love get redirected to more convenient recipients. She deserves poetry, righteous anger, someone willing to burn bridges on her behalf. Instead, she gets my careful moderation. Her smile appears slowly like sunrise through storm clouds, small, sad, and devastating in its acceptance. The expression lodges somewhere under my breastbone, a splinter I can't dig out. She's learned to expect so little that basic decency registers as kindness, and the realization makes me want to put my fist through the nearest wall. Better is a luxury I can't afford right now. She straightens, shoulders squaring in that way that transforms vulnerability into armor. Besides, I have a roof over my head, and someone who doesn't make me feel like an inconvenience. That's more than I had last week. The casual way she diminishes her own worth, as if gratitude should be her default setting, as if asking for genuine care would be presumptuous, ignites something dangerous in my chest. She shouldn't have to be grateful for the bare minimum. She shouldn't have to measure love in the absence of cruelty. Amara, I should let you decompress from your day. She slides off the bar stool with fluid grace, already retreating before I can find words that won't cross lines I'm not supposed to cross. Thank you for listening, for understanding. She pauses at the kitchen's threshold, hand resting against the doorframe. For a moment, I think she might turn back, might say something that would give me permission to care more than I should. Instead, she offers another of those heartbreaking smiles and disappears up the stairs, leaving vanilla and the echo of her voice in the air. I remain frozen at the counter long after her footsteps fade, staring at the bourbon I no longer want. The amber liquid reflects kitchen lights like captured flame, beautiful and burning, just like the woman who just walked away. This is loyalty, old habit, the protective instinct any decent man would feel toward someone young and abandoned. Nothing more complicated than that, except that it's getting more complicated by the hour.
Chapter 7. Amara. The wind slices through my jacket like a blade as I cross the quad, autumn leaves swirling around my ankles in amber and crimson spirals. The brick pathway stretches ahead, worn smooth by decades of students trudging toward uncertain futures. My breath forms small clouds in the crisp air, dissipating before they can take shape, much like my confidence these days. Heard she lost her housing scholarship. The words drift from somewhere behind me, carried on the wind like poisonous seeds. I don't turn around, but my shoulders tense automatically, armor sliding into place against the inevitable. Must have crawled back to Daddy's place after all that drama. My steps falter for half a second before muscle memory kicks in, propelling me forward with manufactured confidence. The journalism building looms ahead, red brick and tall windows promising sanctuary. But the distance feels infinite when every footfall echoes with whispered speculation. Always thought she was too proud for her own good. Heat blooms across my cheeks despite the chill. 2 girls from my environmental policy seminar hover near the steps, close enough that their pitying glances land like physical blows. Sarah Jackson and Jessica something. Acquaintances masquerading as concerned classmates. Their voices pitched just loud enough to ensure I hear every syllable. I keep walking, chin lifted in practiced defiance, but shame curls low in my stomach like smoke from a dying fire. They think I went running back to Daddy's money. Tail between my legs, pride swallowed whole. The irony tastes bitter. If only they knew how thoroughly Darius had closed that door, how completely I'd been erased from his comfortable new life. The journalism building's heavy doors swing shut behind me with a satisfying thud, muffling the quad's whispered conspiracies. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting everything in harsh, institutional white that makes everyone look slightly ill. Students cluster around tables and vending machines, their conversations blending into background noise that usually comforts. But today feels suffocating. I need coffee, or a hole to crawl into, maybe both. The student lounge sprawls before me like a battlefield, disguised as casual meeting space. Mismatched furniture arranged with optimistic intent, bulletin boards covered in overlapping flyers, advertising everything from tutoring services to roommate searches. The vending machines hum against the far wall, their cheerful lighting promising caffeinated salvation. Well, look what the wind blew in. Blake Morrison leans against the Coke machine, like he personally installed it. One shoulder propped against the glass with studied casualness. His sandy hair falls across his forehead in carefully arranged waves, and his smile spreads wide enough to show too many teeth. Everything about him screams manufactured charm. The kind of guy who learned early that good looks and Daddy's credit card could smooth most obstacles. My internal warning system activates immediately, a low-level alarm that served me well in the past. Blake has always orbited the periphery of my social circle, close enough to seem familiar, but never quite trusted. He tutors underclassmen in political science, a position that grants him access to younger students and an overly inflated sense of importance. Blake, I keep my voice neutral, professional, the same tone I'd use to acknowledge a parking meter. Fancy seeing you here. Heard about your move. His voice drips manufactured concern, syrupy and false. Rough break, losing your scholarship like that? Bureaucratic nonsense if you ask me. The words land like ice water down my spine. Of course he knows. Everyone knows. In a place like BU, gossip travels faster than Wi-Fi, spreading through social networks and study groups until personal disasters become public entertainment. News travels fast. I move toward the coffee machine, hoping motion will discourage prolonged conversation. Small world, smaller campus. He pushes off the vending machine, following my trajectory with predatory patience. Must be tough, having to move back home after being independent for so long. Family drama and all that. His assumption grates against my nerves like sandpaper. Home. As if I have one of those, as if crawling back to Daddy's house remains an option after Victoria made her position crystal clear. The urge to correct him battles with the impulse to preserve what little privacy I have left. I feed quarters into the coffee machine instead of answering, watching the ancient mechanism wheeze to life with mechanical reluctance. Bitter institutional coffee pours into a paper cup, steam rising like incense for the gods of caffeine dependency. Actually, Blake continues, stepping closer until his cologne invades my personal space, something expensive that tries too hard to be sophisticated. If things get desperate, I've got a pretty comfortable couch, plenty of room, no strings attached. The coffee machine finishes its laborious process with a final mechanical sigh. I turn to face him fully, taking in the way his smile never quite reaches his eyes, the calculated casualness of his posture, the transparent hunger lurking beneath his offer of assistance. How generous of you. My voice drops several degrees below room temperature. But I'm quite comfortable where I am, thank you. His smirk falters for a fraction of a second before reasserting itself, but the crack reveals something uglier underneath. Entitlement, maybe? Or the kind of bruised ego that turns helpful offers into something more sinister. Just saying, the invitation stands. Sometimes pride gets in the way of practical solutions. And sometimes practical solutions come with complications I'm not interested in navigating. I wrap my fingers around the coffee cup, using its warmth to steady myself. But thanks for the concern. I can't get away from this creep fast enough. The T rumbles beneath Arlington Street as I emerge from the underground, air sharp against my cheeks, like a physical reminder that seasons change, whether you're ready or not. Boston spreads around me in all its contradictory glory. Gleaming skyscrapers piercing the sky, while cobblestones beneath my feet whisper stories of revolution and rebellion. A bakery exhales sweetness onto the sidewalk, all cinnamon and rising dough, the kind of smell that should comfort, but instead makes my stomach clench with remembered hunger from leaner times. Golden leaves spiral past the windows, nature's confetti celebrating another year's death, and I pull my jacket tighter against the wind that seems determined to strip everything bare. Commonwealth Avenue stretches ahead like a tunnel of amber light, street lamps flickering to life as dusk settles over the city. Each familiar landmark, the bronze statues standing sentinel, the Victorian brownstones with their ornate facades, the corner market where the elderly proprietor always asks about my studies, marks another step towards something that feels dangerously close to home. But that's the problem, isn't it? This floating sensation, this sense of existing between worlds, still technically a student, backpack heavy with textbooks and unfinished assignments, but no longer anchored to the campus world that once defined my entire existence. Neither here nor there, neither daughter nor stranger, just suspended in some liminal space where nothing feels solid. My pace quickens without conscious decision, feet carrying me faster as Grant Street appears ahead. The brownstones here stand like elegant soldiers in neat formation, their windows glowing with warm yellow light that speaks of dinner conversations and evening news, of lives that fit together in comprehensible patterns. Grant's house emerges from the twilight like a beacon, amber light spilling from the kitchen windows onto the small front garden, where late roses still cling to their stems despite the cold. My key slides into the lock with practiced ease. When did that happen? When did this become automatic? And warmth envelops me like an embrace. Grant? Kitchen. His voice carries the particular roughness that means he's been concentrating, probably wrestling with invoices or contracts that demand more attention than they deserve. I drop my backpack by the door and follow the sound, sneakers silent against hardwood floors that gleam with recent care. He sits at the kitchen island, surrounded by papers arranged in neat stacks that speak to his methodical nature. Sleeves rolled to his elbows reveal forearms dusted with dark hair, his tie discarded somewhere between 5 o'clock and now. The sight of him like this, unguarded, domestic, utterly absorbed in mundane tasks, does something strange to my chest. Good day at school, dear? He doesn't look up from whatever document has captured his attention, but his mouth quirks in that almost smile that means he's teasing. Peachy. Had an interesting encounter with Blake Morrison. I lean against the counter, aiming for casual, but hearing the thread of tension that still winds through my voice like a taut wire. Apparently, my housing situation has become campus entertainment. The pen in his hand goes completely still. Black ink suspended mid-signature like time has paused. The pen clatters against the marble countertop as Grant's entire body goes still. His jaw sets hard enough that I can see the muscle flex beneath stubbled skin, a tell I've learned to recognize when something pushes him past his considerable patience. Blake Morrison. The name emerges flat, stripped of inflection, like he's filing it away for future reference. What exactly did this encounter involve? Nothing too dramatic, just the standard predatory concern wrapped in false sympathy. I aim for lightness, but the memory of Blake's calculating smile makes my skin crawl. Offered me his couch if things got desperate. Very generous of him. Grant's hand curls into a fist against the countertop, knuckles whitening with controlled tension. When he finally looks up, his eyes hold something I've never seen before. Not the familiar protective concern, but something sharper, more dangerous. Men like that don't quit until they're told hard. The words are quiet, almost casual, but edged with something that hums through the air like static electricity before a storm. They smell vulnerability and circle like vultures. The way he says it, with that particular combination of experience and certainty, makes me wonder what Blake would think if he could see Grant right now. All that calculated charm would evaporate pretty quickly faced with 6 feet of barely leashed irritation. It's fine, I handled it. But even as I say the words, part of me wants to see what would happen if Grant decided to handle it instead. The thought should disturb me. I've never been the type to need rescuing, but something about his protective fury sends liquid heat spiraling through my chest. Did you? His gaze sharpens, reading something in my expression that I didn't mean to reveal. Because for a moment there, you looked ready to go find him yourself. Maybe I was. The admission slips out of me before I can try to stop it, and Grant's eyes darken with something that has absolutely nothing to do with anger at Blake Morrison. Not that I would, but the thought has merit. He pushes back from the counter, rising to his full height with predatory grace. The kitchen suddenly feels smaller, the air thicker, charged with tension that really has absolutely nothing to do with unwanted advances from campus predators. It has everything to do with the way Grant looks at me like I'm already his to protect. The realization hits me like ice water and molten fire simultaneously. This isn't just protective instinct or family friend loyalty. This is possession, barely leashed and burning bright behind his careful control. I look away quickly, focusing on the granite patterns beneath my hands, but the knowledge settles in my chest like a live wire. When did his protection start feeling less like safety and more like claiming? When did I start wanting it to? The coffee's terrible at school. The words tumble out, desperate deflection from thoughts I'm not ready to examine. Makes your morning brew seem positively gourmet. That's a low bar. His voice carries the hint of amusement, but the underlying tension remains, humming beneath the surface like a current I can feel, but not touch. What just happened here?
Chapter 8. Grant. The brownstone exhales silence as I step inside, city wind still clinging to my coat like an unwelcome memory. Rain and distant car exhaust fade behind the heavy door, replaced by something warmer. Cedar from the floors I refinished last spring, the ghost of laundry detergent, and underneath it all, her scent. When did that happen? When did my house start smelling like Amara? My polished dress shoes sound too loud against the hardwood, each step echoing through the hallway like an intruder disturbing sacred ground. The meeting ran late, construction delays, permit issues, the usual bureaucratic nonsense that keeps me in conference rooms until midnight. But coming home to darkness has never felt like this before, weighted with the knowledge that someone waits inside these walls. Someone who isn't supposed to matter this much. The glow of a single lamp spills from the living room doorway, warm amber light that beckons like a lighthouse through fog. I loosen my tie, letting it hang around my neck as I move toward that gentle illumination, expecting to find empty spaces and the comfortable solitude I've cultivated for years. Instead, I find her. Amara lies curled on the navy sofa like she grew there, knees tucked beneath her in that boneless way young people manage, surrounded by open notebooks and highlighters scattered like wildflowers after a storm. Yellow, pink, blue. Evidence of serious study sessions that apparently conquered her somewhere between constitutional law and unconsciousness. Her curls fan across the throw pillow, dark spirals catching the lamplight and throwing tiny shadows across skin that glows warm brown in the gentle illumination. Lashes rest against cheeks flushed with sleep, and her lips part slightly with each quiet breath. A pink highlighter dangles from slack fingers, moments away from tumbling to the carpet. She looks impossibly soft, utterly at home, absolutely beautiful. The sight hits me like a blow, stealing air from lungs that suddenly can't remember how to function properly. This is my living room, my carefully controlled space where everything stays exactly where I put it. But somehow she's transformed it into something else entirely. Somewhere lived in. Somewhere that matters beyond mere function. Her notebook lies open beside her hip, covered in neat handwriting that speaks to the same methodical nature I recognize in myself. Margin notes in different colored pens, arrows connecting related concepts. The kind of thorough preparation that reminds me she's brilliant in ways that have nothing to do with how she makes my chest tighten. I should wake her, send her to bed properly, make sure she doesn't wake with a crick in her neck from sleeping on the sofa. But my feet refuse to move, rooted to the threshold like I'm witnessing something sacred that might shatter if I step too close. When did this happen? When did the sight of her sleeping in my house start feeling like the most wonderful thing in the world? The highlighter finally succumbs to gravity, dropping onto the hardwood with a soft plastic click that sounds thunderous in the silence. She doesn't stir, too deep in sleep to register such minor disturbances, and I realize I'm holding my breath like a teenager sneaking past curfew. This is dangerous territory, the kind that leads to places I swore I wouldn't go. My feet move without conscious direction, silent steps across hardwood that I know by heart, which boards creak, which joints groan under weight. The wool throw hangs over the armchair where I left it this morning, Soft charcoal cashmere that costs more than it should have, but feels like armor against crisp fall nights. I lift it carefully, the fabric whispering between my fingers as I shake it out. Such a simple task. Cover a sleeping woman. Nothing complicated about basic human decency. Except my hands shake like I'm defusing a bomb. The throw settles over her shoulders with practiced precision, years of military discipline guiding movements that should be automatic. But when the edge needs adjustment, when one corner threatens to slip and wake her, my fingers brush against a curl that's escaped her protective arrangement. Christ! The sensation rockets through me, silk and warmth, and something indefinably her that makes my teeth clench against the sudden rush of heat. It's just hair. Keratin and natural oils and whatever products she uses that smell like vanilla and something floral I can't name. Nothing magical, nothing special, nothing that should make my pulse spike like I've sprinted up 10 flights of stairs. The curl wraps around my index finger for one impossible second, clinging like it knows exactly what it's doing to my carefully constructed self-control. Warm from her skin, so much softer than my calloused hands have any right to touch. Electric current races up my arm, settles low in my gut, with an intensity that would be embarrassing if I weren't alone in the dark. I force my hand away, step back from the sofa like she might burn me if I linger. Which isn't far from the truth. She stirs beneath the blanket, lashes fluttering against cheeks flushed with sleep and warmth. Her lips curve in the barest suggestion of a smile. Thanks. The word emerges drowsy and soft, barely more than breath shaped into sound. She doesn't open her eyes fully, just enough to reveal dark irises catching lamplight like captured stars. Sleepy gratitude and something else I don't dare examine too closely. Then those eyes widen slightly, focus sharpening as consciousness returns. She sees me standing here, frozen like a statue in my own living room, tie loose around my neck, and one hand still raised from adjusting her blanket. The quiet stretches between us, filled with things neither of us should be thinking. Her gaze holds mine, direct and unwavering despite the sleep clinging to her features. Something molten moves in the space where words should go. Recognition, awareness, the kind of electricity that precedes lightning strikes. I don't move. Neither does she. I force myself upright like I'm breaking surface tension, movement so sharp it feels like tearing something vital. The space between us snaps taut, then releases as I retreat one step, then another, each footfall deliberate as a military march away from ground I have no business claiming. The floorboards protest under my weight, groans I know by heart from years of late-night pacing. But tonight they sound like accusations, like witnesses to whatever just passed between us in the lamplight's conspiracy. Behind me, cushions whisper as she settles deeper into the sofa. The blanket rustles, soft cashmere against softer skin, and I don't turn around to see how it drapes across her curves. Don't watch her eyes flutter closed again. Don't memorize the way her breathing evens out into the rhythm of someone drifting back toward dreams I have no right to wonder about. My feet carry me toward the kitchen like I'm outrunning a fire I started myself, which isn't far from the truth. Distance. I need distance between myself and whatever madness just seized me in my own living room. The kitchen tiles are cold beneath my feet, each step a sharp percussion that cuts through the house's settled quiet. Moonlight streams through windows I forgot to cover, painting everything in silver and shadow, clean lines, empty surfaces, the kind of sterile perfection I've cultivated since the divorce. Until 3 weeks ago, this room felt like a sanctuary. Now it feels like exile. My hands move without conscious thought, reaching for the cabinet above the sink where I keep the good whiskey. Macallan 18, a gift from a client who thought expensive liquor could smooth over construction delays. The bottle's weight grounds me, solid glass and amber liquid that promises temporary amnesia. I pour 2 fingers into a cut crystal tumbler, the kind my ex-wife insisted we register for but never used. Fitting that I'm drinking from it now, drowning in another woman's memory, while trying to forget how another woman's hair felt wrapped around my finger. The first swallow burns down my throat like penance, Fire and smoke, and the kind of expensive regret that tastes better than it should. Heat spreads through my chest, warming places that have been cold too long, and I pour another measure because one isn't nearly enough for what I'm feeling. My hands tremble as I set the bottle down, tremor so slight anyone else would miss it. But I always notice when my control starts fraying at the edges. I brace my palms against the granite counter, head bowed like I'm praying to gods who stopped listening years ago. The stone is cool beneath my skin, grounding in its indifference, and I focus on that sensation instead of the memory of silk curls and warm breath. She's not yours. The words fall into the kitchen silence like stones dropped in still water, ripples of truth that spread outward until they fill every corner. My voice sounds rough, scraped raw by whiskey and whatever's clawing at my chest. She can never be yours. But even as I speak the oath aloud, letting it settle into the bones of this house like a foundation I can build walls on, I know I'm lying to myself. I know these words are just another kind of fire I'm starting, one that will burn through whatever's left of my better judgment until nothing remains but ash and want and the kind of choices that destroy good men.
Chapter 9. Amara. The memory follows me through the day like a shadow with teeth. The way Grant looked at me in that lamplight, how the air between us crackled with something I can't name but feel in the marrow of my bones. Every time I try to focus on contract law or constitutional precedents, my mind drifts back to that moment when his fingers brushed my hair. So gentle it felt like a secret. I've been useless all day. Completely, utterly useless. Now dusk paints the brownstone's windows amber, and I pad barefoot toward the kitchen because sitting still and studying feels impossible. My feet know these hardwood floors by heart now. 3 weeks of learning which boards sing under pressure, where the house settles into its evening quiet. But tonight feels different. Charged, like the walls themselves witnessed something shift between us and can't quite contain the aftermath. Grant stands at the sink, sleeves rolled to his elbows, forearms corded with muscle as he rinses vegetables under the tap. Steam rises from whatever's simmering on the stove, filling the air with rosemary and garlic that should feel comforting, but somehow makes my heart race. He glances up when I enter, and there it is again, that lingering look that lasts half a second longer than it should. Smoldering eyes tracking my movement across the threshold, taking in my oversized sweater and bare legs beneath plaid shorts like he's memorizing details he has no business noticing. Heat crawls across my body, settles in my cheeks like a fever I can't shake. Need help? My voice sounds steadier than I feel, casual enough to pretend nothing's changed since last night. But the kitchen feels smaller somehow, intimate in ways that have nothing to do with square footage. It's because of the man standing 3 feet away, water droplets clinging to his hands like he's some domestic god descended to earth. He nods toward the cutting board where bell peppers wait in neat rows. Those need dicing, unless you prefer your dinner in chunks large enough to choke on. The dry humor in his voice makes me smile, despite the tension crackling between us like static electricity before a storm. This is safe territory. Banter, teasing, the kind of easy conversation we've fallen into over shared meals and morning coffee. I claim the space beside him at the counter, close enough so that I catch hints of his scent. Soap and something woodsy that makes my pulse skip. The knife feels solid in my palm as I line up the first pepper, blade meeting board, with the kind of precision that would make my mother proud. Grant, however, attacks his onions like they've personally offended him. You cut like you're diffusing a bomb. The words slide out before I'm able to stop them, laughter threading through my voice as I watch him dissect each onion. Every slice perfectly uniform, measured to the millimeter, the kind of technique that screams former military discipline applied to vegetables. His shoulders tense beneath the soft cotton of his shirt. There's a correct way to do things. It's an onion, not ordnance. Same principles apply? Precision prevents accidents. I bite back another laugh, focusing on my own cutting board, where bell pepper strips fall in cheerful chaos. Roughly the same size, close enough for government work, the kind of imperfect perfection that drives type A personalities to distraction. Not everything requires a tactical approach. Says the woman who color codes her study notes. Fair point. My cheeks warm at the accuracy of his observation, at the fact that he's noticed details about my habits I didn't think anyone paid attention to. When was the last time someone watched me closely enough to catalog my quirks? The last time I wanted them to? That's different. That's organization, not obsession. Thin line between the two. The knife slips in his grip, just barely. Just enough to make the slice uneven compared to its perfectly uniform neighbors. I catch the micro-expression that flickers across his features, the brief flash of annoyance at his own fallibility. And I laugh. Can't help it. The sound bubbles up from somewhere down deep in my chest, bright and genuine and completely inappropriate for a man who clearly takes his knife skills as seriously as brain surgery. But Grant's mouth curves in response. That crooked grin that transforms his entire face, softens the harsh angles into something devastatingly attractive. The same smile that's been haunting my dreams since I moved in. The one that makes my heart stutter in my ribs like a caged bird. The kitchen fills with the sounds of domestic harmony. Sizzling garlic, the rhythmic chop of knives, the gentle hum of the range hood working overtime. Steam curls from the pan, where whatever he's creating releases scents that make my mouth water and my chest tighten with something dangerously close to belonging. This feels too natural, too right, too much like something I could get used to and never want to give up. I need the olive oil for the peppers, reach across the narrow space between us without thinking. My shoulder brushes his arm, warm cotton against bare skin, and electricity shoots through my nerve endings like I've touched a live wire. The contact lasts maybe half a second, but heat blooms where we connected, spreading up my neck in waves I pray he can't see. Grant notices. Of course he notices. His eyes drop to where my shoulder touched his arm, pupils dilating before he blinks and looks away. Then water droplets hit my cheek. Did you just... He flicks his fingers again, sending more water from the vegetables my direction, mouth quirking in mock innocence. Oops. Oh, you're going to regret that. I cut my palm under the running faucet, gathering ammunition while he backs away from the sink with his hands raised in surrender. But his grin gives him away. Pure mischief. The kind that transforms his stern features into something boyish and devastating. Amara, don't you dare. Water flies from my cupped palm, catching him square in the chest. Dark spots bloom across his shirt as he looks down in theatrical shock. You're fast, but I'm faster. We'll see about that. He lunges for the spray nozzle attached to the sink, but I'm already moving, darting around the kitchen island with a shriek of laughter that echoes off the high ceilings. My bare feet find purchase on the hardwood as I circle the granite countertop, keeping the massive slab between us like a barrier. This is mature behavior from a college graduate, says the man wielding kitchen weaponry. Grant stalks around the island in the opposite direction, spray nozzle held like he knows exactly how to use it. Water drips from his shirt, and his hair's gotten mussed in our chase, making him look less like the controlled man who cuts onions with military precision and more like the reckless 20-something he used to be. I'm not above fighting dirty. Neither am I. I grab a handful of ice from the open freezer, brandishing it like precious ammunition. His eyes widen with genuine alarm. That's crossing a line. All's fair in kitchen warfare. We circle each other like prize fighters, both breathing hard from laughter and the chase. The air crackles between us, charged with something that has little to do with our water fight. But it has everything to do with how his wet shirt clings to his chest, how my pulse hammers when his gaze drops to my mouth. The timer on the stove beeps, breaking the spell. Grant straightens first, running a hand through his disheveled hair as reality creeps back into the warm kitchen. He turns off the burner, checks whatever's been simmering while we played, movements suddenly careful and measured again. I set the ice cubes in the sink, watching them melt into nothing. The laughter fades as we plate the food in companionable silence, nothing but the soft clink of serving spoons against ceramic. Grant moves around his kitchen with practiced efficiency, but I catch him glancing at the textbooks I left scattered on the breakfast bar, at the hair ties looped around the salt shaker, at all the small ways I've invaded his perfectly ordered space. Something aches in my chest, watching him navigate around my chaos like it belongs here, like I belong here. The words slip out, quiet and raw in the sudden stillness. Thank you for giving me a home. His shoulders go rigid. The serving spoon freezes halfway to my plate, and I watch the careful mask slide back over his features, the one that keeps everything locked away where it can't hurt anyone. It's nothing. The words linger between us like a lie we both recognize, but neither calls out. My chest tightens at how carefully he's rebuilding those walls, brick by brick, shutting me out of whatever moment we almost shared. But his voice cracks on the second word, just barely, just enough to betray him. The silence that follows isn't comfortable anymore. Not the easy quiet of shared meals or morning coffee, but something dense and suffocating that makes every breath feel deliberate. My pulse thunders in my ears, drowning out the gentle hum of the refrigerator, the distant murmur of traffic beyond the windows. The air thickens around us, charged like the moments before lightning strikes. Electric, dangerous, fragile enough that one wrong word, one careless movement might shatter whatever's holding us back from the precipice we're both pretending doesn't exist. Grant's gaze flickers to mine, once, twice, and in those stolen glances I catch something raw and unguarded, something that makes my skin blush hot despite the evening chill creeping through the windows. His pupils dilate, dark centers swallowing the warm brown of his irises, and for a heartbeat that stretches into eternity, neither of us breathes. Then he blinks hard and looks away, jaw clenching with the kind of restraint that looks painful. My own eyes drop to the granite countertop, like it holds secrets worth studying. Safer to trace the veins of mineral threading through stone than to hold his stare another second and risk tumbling over the edge into whatever waits on the other side. The serving spoon clatters against ceramic as he finishes plating our food, the sound too sharp in the weighted quiet. A painfully quiet dinner behind me. The guest room's perfect stillness mocks me. 4 walls painted cream, furniture arranged with the kind of impersonal precision that screams, temporary occupant. Nothing here bears my mark except the textbooks stacked on the nightstand and the hair tie looped around the lamp's base. I stare at the ceiling where shadows shift and dance, cast by headlights sweeping past the window. Each pattern morphs into something new, abstract art painted in darkness that my restless mind tries to decode. The scent of garlic still clings to my skin despite the shower I took after dinner, mingles with the lingering traces of his cologne that seem woven into the very air of this house. His laugh still reverberates through my ribs like an echo I can't silence, warm and genuine and completely at odds with the careful distance he maintains everywhere else. That look from last night pairs with tonight's stolen glances, fusing into something I replay on endless loop behind my closed eyelids. The way his fingers brushed my curls, how his gaze lingered on my mouth during our water fight, the crack in his voice when he called this nothing. Heat coils low in my belly, insistent and inappropriate and absolutely unwelcome. I press my palms over my eyes until stars burst behind my lids, as if pressure alone can erase the images playing in my head. Stop it! The whisper escapes into the darkness, barely audible above my own ragged breathing.
Chapter 10. Grant. The dream fragments cling to my consciousness like smoke, Amara's laugh echoing through the kitchen, water droplets catching lamplight on her skin, the way her eyes darkened when our shoulders touched. But dream logic twisted the memory into something else entirely. Her hands in my hair, my name on her lips, the taste of her mouth beneath mine. I wake rock hard and aching, sheets twisted around my legs like accusations. The red numbers on my bedside clock burn 2:47 a.m. into my retinas. My body thrums with want so fierce it borders on pain, and shame follows close behind, hot and suffocating in the darkness of my bedroom. She's 22, Darius's daughter. The girl I watched grow up from a distance, all pigtails and gap-toothed grins at backyard barbecues. Except she's not that girl anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. I scrub my hands over my face, trying to erase the lingering traces of the dream. The phantom sensation of her curls between my fingers. The ghost of her breath against my neck. My mouth tastes like copper and guilt. Sleep won't return. Not with my pulse hammering against my throat and every nerve ending still electrified by subconscious betrayal. I need water. Distance. Something to wash away the taste of wanting what I can never have. The hardwood feels cold beneath my bare feet as I pad through the hallway, past the guest room where she sleeps 3 doors down from mine. Too close. Not close enough. The contradiction makes my jaw clench as I descend the stairs toward the kitchen. Moonlight streams through the tall windows, painting everything silver and shadow. I reach for the cabinet where I keep the glasses, muscle memory guiding me through the familiar motions of domesticity. Then I freeze. Amara sits at the breakfast bar, silhouetted against the pale light filtering through the bay window. Her natural curls frame her face in wild abundance, and she's wearing an oversized sweatshirt that pools around her hips, leaving her long legs bare beneath. Beautiful. Devastating. Completely off limits. She turns at the sound of my footsteps, eyes widening when she takes in my appearance, shirtless, wearing only sleep pants that hang low on my hips. Heat flares in her gaze before she looks away, color rising in her cheeks despite the dim lighting. Couldn't sleep either? Her voice carries a husky quality that makes it hard to breathe. The same voice that whispered my name in the dream, breathless and wanting. I force myself to move toward the sink, maintaining careful distance between us like she's radioactive. Something like that? The lie tastes bitter. I fill a glass with water, hyper-aware of how she watches my movements, the flex of muscles across my shoulders, the way my spine curves as I lean over the counter. Her attention burns like a physical touch, and I have to grip the glass harder to keep from trembling. Bad dream? The question hits too close to home. I nearly choke on my first sip of water, fighting the urge to tell her exactly what kind of dream kept me awake. How it featured her mouth, her hands, her body pressed against mine in ways that would shatter whatever fragile trust exists between us. You could say that. Amara shifts on the bar stool, sweatshirt riding higher on her thighs. The movement draws my eyes despite every screaming instinct that tells me to look away. Her skin gleams like polished mahogany in the moonlight, and I wonder if it would taste as sweet as it looks. The thought hits like a painful physical blow, and I turn my back to her before she can read the want written across my features. I keep thinking about dinner. My shoulders tense at her words. Of course she's thinking about dinner, about our water fight, about the way the air crackled between us when I flicked those droplets at her cheek, about how close we came to crossing a line that can't be uncrossed. What about it? How normal it felt, cooking together, laughing over stupid things. She pauses and I hear the soft whisper of fabric against skin as she adjusts position on the stool. I haven't felt that kind of belonging in a long time. The raw honesty in her voice makes my chest ache. I want to turn around to see her face to offer whatever comfort I can. But I also know that looking at her right now, sleep-soft and vulnerable in my kitchen, might be the final push that sends me over the edge I've been clinging to with white knuckles. Amara! I know this is temporary. I know I'll graduate and move on and you'll go back to your quiet life. Her voice wavers slightly. But for now, this feels like home. The word home hits me right in the gut. I grip the edge of the counter until my knuckles turn white, fighting the urge to turn around and pull her into my arms. To tell her this doesn't have to be temporary. That she belongs here, with me for as long as she wants. Instead, I force myself to take another sip of water, the cool liquid doing nothing to ease the fire burning in my chest. Your father should have made you feel that way. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. 20 years of friendship with Darius, and I've never spoken against him so openly. But seeing Amara's pain, hearing the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide, it makes something primal and protective rear up inside me. He used to. Her voice grows smaller. Before Victoria. Before everything changed. I hear her slide off the bar stool, bare feet whispering against the hardwood as she moves closer. Every instinct screams at me to maintain distance, but I'm frozen in place as she approaches. Grant? The question in her voice makes me turn despite my better judgment. She stands just an arm's length away now, moonlight catching the gold specks in her dark eyes. The oversized sweatshirt has slipped off one shoulder, revealing the elegant line of her collarbone. I've never felt as safe anywhere as I do here. With you. Her words steal the air right out of my body. She takes another step closer, close enough that I detect the faint smell of her shampoo, something floral and warm that makes my head spin. Amara, you don't know what you're saying. Don't I? She reaches out, fingertips grazing my wrist where I still grip the water glass. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm, and I nearly drop the glass entirely. I'm not a child anymore, Grant. Her touch burns like a brand against my skin. I should pull away. Should put the kitchen island between us and remind her of all the reasons this can't happen. But her fingers slide higher, tracing the corded muscle of my forearm, and rational thought abandons me entirely. You think I don't see how you look at me? My breath catches. The glass slips from nerveless fingers, clattering against the counter as I finally allow myself to look at her the way I've been fighting not to. Like she's everything I want and can never have. The way you looked at me tonight during dinner. Like you wanted to. Stop. But even as the word leaves my lips, my hand rises to cup her cheek. Her skin feels like silk beneath my palm, warm and impossibly soft. She leans into the touch, eyes fluttering closed for a heartbeat before opening again. Why? She steps closer still, until mere inches separate us, until I can feel warmth radiating from her body, see every individual curl framing her face. Her hand settles against my chest, directly over my racing heart. Because you're Darius's daughter. Because I'm supposed to protect you, not what? Want me? Her lips part slightly as she tilts her face up toward mine. The invitation is unmistakable, and every cell in my body screams at me to take what she's offering. I pull back like she's burned me, the space between us suddenly too vast and too small all at once. My chest heaves like I've run a mile, and her eyes, those dark, impossible eyes, widen in surprise, then flicker with something sharper, hotter. Hurt? Desire? I can't tell. I don't want to know. I start, but the words stick in my throat. I can't finish the sentence because I don't know what this is. Wrong? Inevitable? Both? Her hand drops from my chest, and she steps back, her face shuddering. Right. Of course. Her voice is low, steady, but there's a crack in it, just enough to make my stomach twist. She turns on her heel, her curls swinging, and I catch the glint of silver at the corner of her eye before she disappears down the hall. I don't follow. I can't. My feet are rooted to the kitchen floor, my pulse thundering in my ears. The house is silent except for the faint creak of her bedroom door closing. And then, nothing. Just me in the moonlight and the ghost of her touch still burning on my skin. I'm in my room before I realize I've moved, the door shut behind me with a soft click. My hands tremble as I lean against it, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor, knees drawn up to my chest. The room feels too big, Too empty, and I can't stop thinking about the way she looked at me. Like I was everything she wanted, and the one thing she couldn't have. My hand moves before I can help it, fingers curling around the growing hardness in my pants. A sick thrill shoots through me at the contact, even as my brain screams how wrong this is. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. Not when she's just down the hall. Not when I'm supposed to be her guardian. Not when every groan I stifle is a betrayal of the trust Darius placed in me. I slump back against the door, the wood biting into my overheated skin. My eyes slip shut, but the darkness only sharpens the shame twisting through me. Damn, I grind out, pressing the heel of my hand to my forehead like I could push the memory of her away. But it's no good. Nothing ever will be.
Chapter 11. Amara. The soft percussion of metal against wood pulls me from restless sleep. I lie still for a moment, listening to the rhythmic tapping that drifts up through the floorboards. Purposeful, methodical, the sound of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. Grant. My stomach clenches at the thought of facing him after last night's disaster in the kitchen. The memory burns fresh. My fingers on his skin, the way his breath caught when I stepped closer, the heat in his eyes before he pulled away like I'd scalded him. The tapping continues, punctuated by the faint hiss of what sounds like a level being adjusted. Curiosity wins over embarrassment, and I slip from beneath the covers, padding barefoot across the hardwood to peer through my slightly open door. The hallway stretches empty toward the staircase, morning light streaming through the tall windows at either end. I tiptoe to the banister and lean forward, catching sight of Grant crouched beside the front door. He's all concentration and quiet competence. Sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing those strong forearms that flexed beneath my touch last night. A toolbox sits open beside him, contents organized with the same precision he brings to everything else. His dark hair catches the morning light as he works, and I find myself studying the silver threading through it at his temples. Dad hired people for jobs like this. Wouldn't dream of getting his hands dirty with actual labor, not when there were contractors to call and assistants to coordinate. Even something as simple as a loose hinge became an ordeal of scheduling and supervision, but Grant just handles it. Moves with the easy confidence of someone who's never met a problem he couldn't solve with his own two hands. I watch him test the door's swing, adjusting the hinge with small, precise movements. His shoulders shift beneath the cotton of his shirt, and heat pools low in my belly despite every rational thought screaming at me to look away. This is exactly how I got into trouble last night. My cheeks burn with the memory of standing so close, I could feel his heartbeat beneath my palm. The way his hand came up to cup my face, like I was something precious, before reality crashed back and he retreated behind those walls he keeps so carefully constructed. I force myself to step back from the banister before he notices me hovering like some lovesick teenager. The kitchen offers blessed distance and the promise of coffee strong enough to wash away the taste of humiliation still coating my tongue. By the time the coffee maker gurgles to life, I've constructed a mental script for normal conversation. Weather, classes, maybe something about his repair work that won't sound like I was watching him with entirely inappropriate fascination. The front door clicks shut just as I'm reaching for a mug, and Grant's footsteps echo through the hallway. I arrange my features into what I hope resembles casual morning brightness, rather than the chaotic mess of want and embarrassment actually churning through me. He appears in the doorway, wiping his hands on a faded rag, dark eyes scanning my face like he's searching for signs of damage from last night's encounter. I lift my mug in a gesture that feels too cheerful, even to my own eyes. Door giving you trouble? Loose hinge, nothing major. His voice carries that careful neutrality he's been using since I moved in. Polite, distant, safely impersonal. Like we're strangers sharing space rather than two people who almost kissed in this very kitchen 12 hours ago. Coffee's fresh if you want some. I turn toward the counter, grateful for something to do with my hands that doesn't involve reaching for him again. The silence stretches between us, thick with everything we're both pretending didn't happen. He accepts the offered coffee with a grunt that might pass for gratitude, wrapping his hands around the mug like it's the only thing anchoring him to the moment. Steam rises between us, carrying that familiar dark roast scent mixed with the cedar and leather that seems permanently woven into his skin. The toast pops with mechanical precision, and I busy myself retrieving it, spreading butter with more attention than the task requires. Anything to avoid looking directly at him when the air still crackles with last night's unfinished business. You know, normal people buy coffee that doesn't require industrial-strength filters. The teasing slips out, a desperate grab for the easy banter that used to flow between us like water. Back when I could look at him without my pulse stuttering, when his presence didn't make every nerve-ending hum with awareness. His mouth quirks in what might charitably be called a smile. But those dark eyes track my movements with unsettling intensity, like he's cataloging the way morning light catches in my curls, how close I stand to the counter, whether my hand trembles when I reach for the jam. Builds character, builds ulcers. Same thing. I laugh despite myself, and for a heartbeat, normalcy feels possible again. Just two people sharing breakfast, trading familiar insults over coffee that could strip paint. Nothing complicated or dangerous about it. The illusion shatters the moment I mention my afternoon plans. I've got a meeting with the Career Center after my last class. Want to look into some part-time options for next semester. His cup freezes halfway to his lips. When he sets it down, the ceramic hits the counter forcefully. What for? Money. You know, that stuff people need to survive. I keep my tone light, but something in his posture puts me on edge. Graduation's expensive. Cap and gown, application fees for grad programs. I can't keep relying on, you don't need to work. The words carry an edge sharp enough to cut, transforming suggestion into command. Not the gentle concern I might have expected, but something harder, more possessive. Actually, I do. Unless you figured out how to pay rent with good intentions and gratitude. His jaw tightens. Focus on your studies. This is your last semester. Which is exactly why I need to start planning for what comes after. Not your concern right now. The dismissive certainty in his voice hits like a slap. Suddenly I'm 12 again, listening to Dad explain why my opinions about summer plans don't matter because adults are talking. Why my feelings about Victoria moving in aren't relevant to the conversation. Heat flares in my chest, not the pleasant warmth that comes from his proximity, but something sharper, more dangerous. Excuse me? He doesn't back down, doesn't soften the command lurking beneath his concern. If anything, his expression hardens further. You heard me. The dismissive certainty in his voice hits like ice water. Every muscle in my body coils tight, and when I speak, my voice shakes. Not with fear, but with the kind of hatred that comes from being talked down to one too many times. Right. Because that's exactly what I need. Another man deciding what's best for me without bothering to ask what I want. His head snaps up, those dark eyes flashing with something I can't read. But I'm past caring about his reaction, past tiptoeing around the elephant that's been trampling through every conversation since I moved in. First, my father decides I'm not worth helping because Victoria doesn't want complications. Now you think you get to make my decisions because what? You can fix door hinges and buy expensive coffee? Because you're older and therefore automatically know better? My hands are shaking as I set down my mug, the ceramic rattling against the granite. The sound echoes in the sudden quiet, but I don't stop. Can't stop. I didn't escape one controlling situation just to walk into another one wearing a prettier face. The words waft between us like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Grant goes perfectly still. Not the casual stillness of relaxation, but the frozen immobility of a man holding himself back from something dangerous. His jaw flexes once, twice. I watch his throat work as he swallows whatever response is trying to claw its way out. When he finally speaks, his voice comes out rough, like gravel. That's not... What? That's not what you're doing? I step closer, heat radiating off my skin despite the morning chill. Then what would you call telling me I don't need to work? That money isn't my concern. Because from where I'm standing, it sounds an awful lot like a man who thinks he knows what's best for the little girl, who can't possibly understand her own life. Silence slams down between us with the heavy weight of a falling tree. The kitchen, which moments ago felt warm and familiar, now stretches like a battlefield. Every surface suddenly seems too bright, too sharp, reflecting the electric tension crackling through the air. Grant stands motionless beside the counter. His knuckles white where they grip the edge. His chest rises and falls in careful, measured breaths, like he's counting them to keep from saying something he can't take back. I want him to fight back, want him to yell, to defend himself, to give me something concrete to push against instead of this maddening wall of restraint. But he just stares at me with those unreadable dark eyes, jaw working silently around words that never come. The wall clock ticks with metronomic precision, each second stretching into eternity. My pulse pounds in my ears, drowning out everything except the ragged sound of my own breathing and the terrible weight of unspoken truths hanging between us. When I finally force myself to move, to break the spell holding us both frozen, my legs feel unsteady. I grab my coffee and toast with movements that feel too sharp, too brittle, like I might shatter if I'm not careful. The rest of breakfast unravels in fragments, the scrape of my spoon against ceramic echoing like gunshots, the tick of that damn clock growing louder with each passing minute. Grant's presence fills the space beside me with suffocating intensity. But he might as well be a ghost for all the acknowledgement passing between us. I choke down toast that tastes like cardboard, wash it down with coffee that burns my throat. Every bite feels like swallowing glass, but I refuse to be the first to break, refuse to apologize for speaking truths that needed saying. When I finally escape upstairs, my heart slams against my ribs with a violence that is unrelated to climbing steps. I close my bedroom door and lean against it, chest heaving like I've run miles instead of fled one awkward breakfast. The anger still burns hot in my veins, but underneath it lurks something more dangerous, something that makes my stomach twist with unwelcome recognition. His opinion matters because he does. Because somewhere in the space between offering me shelter and fixing broken hinges, Grant Whitaker stopped being just my father's friend and became something else entirely. Something that terrifies me more than losing my housing ever did.
Chapter 12. Grant. The quarterly reports sprawl across my desk in perfect rows. Months of data reduced to neat columns that should capture my attention. Instead, the numbers blur into meaningless patterns while her voice echoes through my skull with relentless precision. Another man deciding what's best for me. The accusation hits fresh each time it cycles through, carrying the same punch it delivered across my kitchen table just a few short hours ago. I drag my hands through my hair and force my eyes back to the spreadsheet, but the figures might as well be hieroglyphics for all the sense they make. Outside my corner office, Boston's skyline glitters in the late afternoon sun. 23 floors below, traffic crawls through downtown like blood through arteries. But the familiar rhythm fails to center me the way it usually does. My reflection stares back from the window, jaw tight, shoulders rigid with tension that has very little to do with merger deadlines or client presentations. Because you're older and therefore automatically know better? My pen snaps between my fingers with a sharp crack that echoes off the glass walls. The broken pieces clatter onto the paperwork, leaving small ink stains that spread like accusation marks across the pristine pages. Christ! I sound exactly like every controlling bastard she's ever known, don't I? Just another man who thinks age equals wisdom, who assumes protection requires possession. The thought sits like acid in my gut, because it carries too much truth to dismiss. When I told her not to work, when I brushed aside her concerns about money, what was I really doing? Looking out for her future, or trying to keep her dependent? Making sure she could focus on graduation, or ensuring she had no reason to leave. A knock interrupts the spiral of self-examination. Miguel's familiar silhouette fills the doorway, tie loosened and sleeves rolled up in the universal signal of a man ready to call it quits. "You coming, hermano? That vodka soda won't drink itself." He leans against the doorframe with easy confidence, dark eyes scanning the chaos of papers I've been pretending to review. Miguel's been suggesting our old ritual for weeks. Drinks at Murphy's, the kind of dive bar where corporate types go to pretend they're still human. Not tonight. The words come out rougher than intended, and Miguel's eyebrows climb toward his receding hairline. We've shared enough Friday evenings, drowning client frustrations in overpriced drinks for him to recognize when something's eating at me. "Everything all right? You look like someone stole your lunch money." "Just tired." "Right." He doesn't buy it for a second, but Miguel's smart enough not to push when I'm clearly not in the mood for analysis. "Well, if you change your mind, we'll be there until they kick us out, or Ramirez starts singing again." His footsteps fade down the hallway, leaving me alone with the city lights beginning to flicker on as evening settles over Boston. The office building empties around me, colleagues heading home to families, dinner plans, normal Friday night routines that don't involve obsessing over the way a 22-year-old's eyes flashed with fury. I lean back in my leather chair and watch the exodus through my glass walls. Patricia from accounting hurries past with her purse clutched tight, probably racing to catch the 547 to Brookline. The associates file out in groups, their laughter carrying down the corridor as they make plans I have no interest in joining. The clock above my desk ticks past 6, then 6:30. My computer screen dims to standby, but I don't reach for the mouse to wake it. Instead, I find myself calculating drive time from downtown to Beacon Hill, factoring in Friday evening traffic patterns like I'm planning a military operation. 23 minutes if I leave now. 35 if I wait until rush hour peaks. The realization hits with uncomfortable clarity. I'm not staying late to avoid going home. I'm staying late because I want to go home too much. Because the thought of walking into that brownstone, of seeing her face across the dinner table, sends something dangerous spiraling through my chest. The key turns with a soft click, but I pause before pushing the door open completely. Nearly 10 hours of spreadsheets and client calls should have drained the tension from my shoulders, but walking into this space, our space, sends it flooding back in waves. Rain and rosemary hit me first, threading through the air like an invitation I don't deserve. Something classical drifts down from upstairs, violin strings weaving through the silence with a melancholy that matches my mood perfectly. She must have found my old radio in the guest room. I drop my briefcase by the door and loosen my tie, the silk sliding through my fingers as I follow the scent toward the kitchen. The overhead lights are dimmed, leaving warm pools of lamplight scattered across the hardwood. It feels like coming home to something I never knew I was missing. Then I see her. The sight stops me dead in the archway, hand still gripping my tie like an anchor. She's claimed the kitchen island as her fortress, textbooks spread in careful formations, highlighters standing at attention like tiny soldiers. Her hair spills over one shoulder in loose waves, catching the light as she bends over whatever she's reading. But it's the sweatshirt that destroys me. My old gray Harvard crew neck, the one I haven't worn in months, drowns her small frame completely. The sleeves are pushed up to her elbows, revealing delicate wrists as she reaches for a yellow marker. The fabric pools around her waist where she's tucked her legs up on the stool, and something primal and possessive claws through my chest at the sight. She looks like she belongs here. Like she's always belonged here. Like this kitchen island is hers by right. Like my clothes were meant to hang loose on her shoulders while she studies late into the night. The thought hits with devastating clarity. This is what I want. Not just her presence in my house, but her claiming it. Making it ours instead of mine. Wearing my clothes and filling my space with violin music and the scent of whatever she cooked for dinner. I want her to belong here because she wants to, not because she has nowhere else to go. Her eyes lift from the page, meeting mine across the granite expanse. Those dark eyes carry exhaustion around the edges, but also something careful, like she's testing the temperature of the water before deciding whether to dive in. "Dr. Hinge? Staying fixed?" The question comes with a small smile, tentative but not hostile, like she's offering me an olive branch wrapped in gentle teasing, giving us both a way back from the sharp words we exchanged this morning. I move toward the counter slowly, setting my tie on the marble surface before leaning against the edge. The distance between us feels measured, deliberate, close enough to talk, far enough to think clearly. For now, I keep my voice quieter than usual, matching her careful tone. Listen, about this morning. Her pen still's in her hand, but she doesn't look away. I was out of line. Should have listened before jumping straight to telling you what to do. The admission tastes foreign on my tongue, but necessary. She watches me like she's trying to decide if the apology carries weight, or if it's just words designed to smooth things over. Those intelligent eyes search my face for tells, reading me the way she reads her textbooks, looking for the truth hidden between the lines. Her shoulders ease fractionally, tension bleeding out like air from a punctured tire. Thank you. She sets down her pen carefully, the small sound echoing in the quiet space between us. Her fingers drum once against the notepad's spiral binding, a nervous habit I've started recognizing, before she slides it closer to her textbook stack. Thanks for caring. The words come soft, almost whispered, carrying a weight that makes my chest flutter. She reaches across the granite surface, making room, and her fingertips brush against my knuckles as she repositions the notepad. The contact lasts maybe half a second. Skin on skin, warm and electric and completely innocent. But it hits me like a live wire, sending voltage straight through my nervous system. Every nerve ending ignites. Every rational thought scatters like leaves in a hurricane. Her eyes widen, pupils dilating slightly as she stares at our hands. Mine, broad and scarred from years of reckless youth. Hers, delicate and ink-stained from hours of studying. The contrast should remind me of all the reasons that is wrong, but instead it just makes the wanting sharper. She doesn't pull away immediately. Neither do I. The moment stretches, heavy with implications, while vanilla and ink swirl around us like a cloud I want to drown in. There's something else, too. Something warm and distinctly her that has absolutely nothing to do with the kitchen's ambient heat. It's the scent that clings to my pillowcases some mornings, the one that makes me linger longer than I should before getting dressed for work. Her lips part slightly, like she's about to say something. I find myself leaning forward without conscious thought. The granite edge presses into my ribs, but I barely notice, too focused on the way the lamplight catches gold flecks in her ebony eyes. This is insane. She's 22. She's Darius's daughter. She's living in my house because she has nowhere else to go, not because she wants to be here with me. But Christ, she's gazing at me differently. Like what? Like she feels it too? Like the electricity crackling between us isn't just my imagination running wild? I straighten to abruptly, the stool scraping against hardwood as I put distance between us. My hands shake slightly as I shove them into my pockets, and I pray she doesn't notice. Need to check some emails. The excuse sounds thin even to my own ears, but it's all I've got. Her brows pinch together in faint confusion, and something that might be disappointment flickers across her features before she schools her expression back to neutral. Sure, I'll just... She gestures vaguely at her textbooks, voice carefully casual. Study. I nod once, not trusting myself to speak again, and back toward the hallway like a man retreating from a crime scene. Because that's what this feels like, criminal. The way I want her. The way my body responds to the simplest touch. The way I'm starting to think about her when she's not even in the room. My office door closes with a soft click, and I lean against it for a moment before forcing myself to move to the desk. My palms brace against the polished wood surface as I try to regulate my breathing, try to convince my heart to return to normal rhythm. She's wearing my clothes, smiling at me like I'm safe, like I'm someone she can trust, looking at me like she wants something very, very dangerous. And all I can think about is how close I came to leaning across that counter and tasting her.
Chapter 13. Amara. Kendra's laughter bounces off the navy walls like champagne bubbles, too effervescent for the careful quiet Grant maintains in this space. She commandeers the leather couch with the confidence of someone who's never questioned her right to take up room, legs folded beneath her coral dress while she gestures wildly with her iced latte. So then Professor Williams actually said, "Miss Matthews, perhaps you'd like to share your insights on Faulkner with the entire class," thinking he was going to embarrass me. She grins, auburn curls catching the afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. Little did he know I'd been waiting all semester for someone to ask. The familiar rhythm of her storytelling wraps around me like a security blanket I didn't realize I needed. 3 weeks of tiptoeing around Grant's measured footsteps, of swallowing words before they escape, of existing in the spaces between careful politeness. Kendra's presence makes the brownstone feel less like a museum and more like a home where people actually live. You didn't. I clutch my own drink, condensation dampening my palms as I picture the scene. Oh, I absolutely did. Spent 20 minutes breaking down the homoerotic subtext in A Rose for Emily, while he turned progressively redder. Her laugh carries the kind of infectious joy that makes strangers smile on subway platforms, but it cuts off mid-note when Grant appears in the kitchen doorway. He moves through the space with deliberate efficiency, opening the refrigerator and retrieving a water bottle without acknowledging our conversation. The shift in energy feels seismic. Kendra's eyes track his movement like a hawk following prey, taking in the way his shoulders fill out the plain gray t-shirt, how his dark hair catches silver in the late afternoon sun slanting through the windows. When he glances at our direction with a polite nod, she doesn't bother hiding her assessment. Grant's gaze finds mine for exactly 2 heartbeats, long enough for something warm and complicated to flicker between us, before he retreats toward his office with footsteps that almost sound accusing as he walks away. Well, Kendra's voice drops to a stage whisper, but her smirk carries enough voltage to power the entire back bay. That was illuminating. Heat creeps up my neck like ivy seeking sunlight. I focus intently on the geometric pattern of the throw pillow beside me, tracing hexagons with my fingertip, while praying she'll let this particular observation slide past without comment. She doesn't. Girl, you two fight like an old married couple. The words hit with surgical precision, casual enough to sound like teasing, but sharp enough to cause doubt. My latte sloshes dangerously as I nearly fumble the glass, cold coffee, threatening to spill across Grant's pristine couch cushions. We don't fight. The protest comes out strangled, pitched too high to convince anyone, least of all my best friend, who spent 4 years cataloging every tell in my emotional repertoire. We had one disagreement this morning about me getting a job. That's normal roommate stuff. Roommate. Kendra tests the word like she's sampling wine that's gone slightly off. Is that what we're calling it? That's what it is? I set the glass down with excessive care, as if proper placement might somehow restore order to a conversation that's careening toward dangerous territory. He's letting me stay here until graduation. It's temporary. Uh-huh, I'm sure it is. She leans back against the leather armrest, studying me with the kind of focused attention she usually reserves for analyzing Shakespeare's tragedies. And the way he stares at you is also temporary. He looks at me like a normal person. Honey, no. Her laugh carries zero humor, all sharp edges and knowing concern. Normal people don't watch someone leave a room like they're memorizing the view. Normal people don't get that little muscle in their jaw when someone mentions their roommate might need to work late. The geometric pattern blurs as my cheeks flame hotter. Every instinct screams to change the subject, to redirect her laser focus towards safer ground, like her dating disasters, or our upcoming final schedule. But Kendra possesses the supernatural ability to smell deflection from 3 blocks away. Plus, she continues, settling deeper into the couch cushions like she's planning to stay until she extracts a confession. There's all that delicious repressed sexual tension crackling around here like, stop. I launch a throw pillow at her head with more force than strictly necessary. Just stop talking before Grant hears you and decides I need to find somewhere else to live. She catches the pillow with reflexes honed by years of dodging projectiles I've hurled during uncomfortable conversations, her grin turning absolutely wicked. So you're not denying the sexual tension part. Kendra departs with a theatrical wink that could power Broadway marquees, her coral dress swishing as she navigates down the front steps. The conspiratorial grin she throws over her shoulder promises this conversation will resurface at the most inconvenient moment possible. The silence that settles over the brownstone feels weighted, pregnant with unfinished accusations. I wander the living room like a restless ghost, straightening throw pillows that don't need straightening, until the soft clank of metal against porcelain draws me toward the kitchen. I freeze in the doorway. Grant crouches beneath the farmhouse sink like some domestic warrior, tools arrayed around him. His sleeves are rolled past his elbows, exposing forearms that speak of weekend renovations and actual physical labor, not the manicured gym muscles that populate my college campus. Water droplets catch the light on dark hair, and his gray t-shirt pulls taut across shoulders that could anchor ships. "Come on, you stubborn piece of..." His voice carries that particular rasp reserved for inanimate objects that dare defy him, low and rough around the edges in a way that sends heat spreading through my belly like smoke from a banked fire. The wrench slips. His muttered curse would make sailors blush. He shifts position, reaching deeper into the cabinet, and the movement transforms ordinary cotton into topography worth studying. The fabric stretches across muscle groups. I definitely shouldn't be cataloging, mapping the geography of a man who builds things with his hands, instead of just complaining about broken fixtures. My throat goes desert dry. He emerges from beneath the sink, dark hair mussed from his battle with plumbing, and catches me staring with the subtlety of a deer in headlights. Those gray eyes sweep over my face, reading every thought I'm failing to hide, and something crackles between us, electric and dangerous as summer lightning before the storm breaks. Heat floods my cheeks. I fumble for words that sound remotely innocent. Just seeing if you need a towel. Even to my own ears, the excuse sounds breathless, threadbare as tissue paper, the kind of transparent deflection that fools absolutely no one, least of all a man who spent the better part of 3 weeks watching me navigate the minefield of living in his space. Grant's gaze holds mine for exactly 3 heartbeats too long. Something shifts in his expression. Amusement, recognition, maybe hunger, before he turns back to the pipes with deliberate casualness. I'm fine. But the corner of his mouth twitches like he knows precisely what he's doing to me, like he can read the chaos he's unleashed in my bloodstream with every casual display of competence. I flee before my mouth can betray me further, heart hammering against my ribcage like a caged bird desperate for escape. Evening drapes the brownstone like velvet curtains, transforming familiar spaces into something foreign and charged. Golden lamplight pools across my scattered notes, but the equations blur into meaningless symbols while my mind replays the afternoon on endless loop. Kendra's words echo in my head. The way he looks at you. Delicious, repressed sexual tension. Each syllable burns through my concentration like acid through fabric, leaving holes I can't patch with rational thought. The memory of Grant beneath the sink ambushes me again, water droplets catching light on his forearms, the casual competence in how he handled tools that looked delicate in his capable hands. My pen hovers over a calculus problem, while heat pools low in my belly, unwelcome and undeniable. This is stress. Proximity. The natural consequence of sharing space with someone who moves through the world like he owns it, who fixes broken things without complaint, who offered shelter when my own father couldn't be bothered to return my calls. Gratitude. That's all this is. The lie tastes metallic, coating my tongue like I've been chewing pennies. From somewhere deeper in the house comes the soft murmur of Grant's voice. Probably a work call, measured tones discussing contracts or deadlines. Even his professional voice carries that particular roughness around the edges, the same quality that made him sound almost dangerous when he cursed at stubborn plumbing. I press my palms against closed eyelids until stars explode across my vision, trying to scrub away images that have no business living in my head. When I open them, the calculus problems haven't magically solved themselves, and the ache in my chest hasn't dissipated. The house settles around us with quiet creaks and sighs, wrapping us in domestic intimacy that feels both precious and terrifying. Somewhere between the kitchen and this borrowed room, I've stopped being a temporary guest and started inhabiting spaces like I belong here. Like this could be home instead of just shelter. That realization cuts deeper than Kendra's teasing ever could. My journal waits on the nightstand like a confession booth, leather cover soft from years of carrying secrets. The desk lamp creates a circle of warmth in the darkness, making the rest of the room fade into shadows that could hide anything or anyone. I crack the journal open to a fresh page, pen hovering over blank paper like I'm about to commit a felony. The blue lines wait, patient as prayer, while my heart thrums against my ribs. The first words come halting, scratched across paper in handwriting that looks foreign. I want him. My breath catches. The pen trembles in my grip as those 3 words stare back at me, bold as a billboard advertising my shame. But something deep in my chest releases, like I've finally exhaled after holding my breath for weeks. I want Grant. I want his hands on me the way they handle broken things, careful but certain, like he knows exactly how to fix what's wrong. I want to know what that rough voice sounds like when he whispers my name in the dark. The words flow faster now, ink bleeding across paper, as confessions spill out in messy cursive. I want to stop pretending this is gratitude. I want to stop lying about why I watch him move through this house like some domestic god who builds sanctuaries for lost girls. I want to stop feeling ashamed that at 22, I'm falling for a man who knew me when I still wore pigtails. My hand cramps. But I keep writing until the page fills with truths I can't speak aloud. Each sentence feels like betrayal and relief in equal measure. Admitting the thing that makes me a walking cliché, the damaged girl who confuses rescue with romance. This isn't some misplaced daddy issue or Stockholm syndrome with better furniture. This is want, pure and simple, and absolutely impossible. I set the pen down with shaking fingers, staring at the evidence of my destruction written in blue ink. Outside, wind rattles the windows, like the house itself disapproves of what I've committed to paper. Tomorrow I'll have to pretend none of this exists, that I can sit across from Grant at breakfast and discuss mundane things while these words burn in my chest like swallowed fire. Though the truth sits naked on the page, terrible and perfect as winter lightning. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here. This ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at betrayal.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Grant. Rain drums against the tall windows like impatient fingers, turning Beacon Hill into an impressionist painting where brick brownstones bleed into autumn gold and the cobblestones shimmer like oil on water. The fire crackles in the hearth, sending shadows dancing across the room's navy walls, but the warmth can't touch the chill that's settled in my chest. I stare at the same page of The Sun. Also rises I've been pretending to read for the past 20 minutes. Hemingway's spare prose might as well be Sanskrit for all the sense it makes right now. My attention keeps drifting to the couch where Amara sprawls with her laptop balanced on her knees, one leg tucked beneath her, while the other dangles over the armrest. She's wearing my old Harvard sweatshirt again, the one that swallows her whole, sleeves pushed up to reveal beautiful hands. Her hair falls in loose curls around her face as she types, occasionally pushing a strand behind her ear with the unconscious grace that makes my chest constrict. The firelight catches the brown of her skin, warm as honey, and suddenly I'm 8 years back in time. Different apartment, same girl, though she was barely 14 then, all knobby knees and fierce determination as she demanded yet another rematch at Candyland. "You let me win," she'd accused, gap-toothed grin infectious as summer laughter. "I never let anyone win," I'd shot back, already reaching for the deck to shuffle again. "You're just that good." Her victory dance around my coffee table had knocked over a beer bottle, but I hadn't cared. The sound of her joy had filled spaces in that apartment I hadn't realized were empty. The same way her presence fills this house now, though everything about it feels different. Dangerous. Back then, she thought I hung the moon. Used to tell anyone who'd listen that Uncle Grant was the strongest, smartest, funniest man in the whole world. The memory lands heavy in my chest, weighted with the bitter irony of how things change. Now I can't look at her without my blood running hot, without imagining how those same hands that used to trust mine completely might feel against my skin. "You're brooding again." Her voice pierces the guilt spiraling in my head. I look up to find her watching me over the laptop screen, dark eyes bright with amusement. "I don't brood." "You absolutely brood. That's your brooding face." She gestures vaguely at my expression. "All storm clouds and wounded masculinity." Heat spreads up my neck. "Wounded masculinity? Very wounded. Very masculine. Very attractive to women who like fixing broken things." She turns back to her laptop with a smirk that could level buildings. Or so I've heard. The fire pops, sending sparks up the chimney while my mind goes blank. Did she just... My thoughts spiral backward again. This time to sticky summer nights when Darius would drop her off with promises to return by bedtime. Which in Darius speak meant whenever his latest date ended, usually well past midnight. I'd learned to keep ice cream in the freezer and Disney movies queued up, watching her small face try not to show disappointment when 9 o'clock came and went without her father's return. "Want to walk to the corner store?" I'd ask during those interminable waits, knowing the fluorescent-lit haven of penny candy and popsicles would distract her from checking the clock every 5 minutes. Her tiny hand would slip into mine, sticky from whatever sugar she'd consumed at dinner, and we'd wander the aisles while she debated the merits of blue versus red popsicles with the gravity of a Supreme Court justice. Such simple joy in something that cost 50 cents. "The blue ones taste like winter," she'd announced once, 6 years old and solemn as a prophet. "Winter has a taste?" "Cold and sharp and like the sky right before snow." I wonder if she remembers those nights, or if they faded into the background noise of a childhood where her father's absence became normal as breathing. Part of me hopes she's forgotten. It would make this easier, this constant war between the man who used to buy her popsicles and the one who wants to pin her against the kitchen counter until she makes those soft sounds I dream about. The sweetness of those memories curdles now, tangled with shame over how my body reacts when her laugh bubbles through the room. It's deeper now, richer than the gap-toothed giggles that used to echo off my old apartment walls. but it carries the same infectious joy that once made knocking over beer bottles feel like a celebration. Rain continues its assault on the windows, and I grip Hemingway's words like they might anchor me to something solid. But the book remains forgotten in my lap while I watch her work, caught between yesterday's innocence and today's impossible want. "Can you look at this for me?" Her voice gets through the tangle of memory and guilt, pulling me back to the present. I blink, focusing on her face illuminated by the laptop's blue glow. "What is it?" "My renewable energy policy draft. Professor Martin wants us to incorporate more data visualization, but I think I'm overcomplicating the carbon offset projections." I set Hemingway aside and cross to the couch, my feet silent on the hardwood. She swivels the laptop toward me, and I lean down to read over her shoulder. The movement brings me close enough that our shoulders brush, cotton against cotton, but I feel the warmth of her skin underneath like a brand. The scent of her hair hits me like a sucker punch to the solar plexus. Spice from whatever shampoo she uses, mixed with something that's purely her. Warm and sweet and devastating. My grip tightens on the couch's back as I force my eyes to focus on the screen. "See here?" She points to a cluster of graphs, her finger tracing the data points. I'm trying to show how wind farm efficiency correlates with grid stability, but the numbers look cluttered. Her voice filters through a haze of electric awareness. The words make sense. Wind farms, efficiency, correlation. But my brain keeps short-circuiting to the way her curls catch the screen's light, how the oversized sweatshirt has slipped off one shoulder to reveal the elegant line of her collarbone. "The methodology's solid," I manage, grateful my voice comes out steady. "Maybe consolidate these 3 charts into one comprehensive visual. Let the data tell the story instead of forcing it." "That's brilliant." She scrolls down, highlighting sections with quick clicks. I was so focused on including everything that I forgot about clarity. I nod, pretending to study her conclusions while my peripheral vision catalogs the way she moves. Economical gestures that speak to her focused intelligence, the unconscious grace of someone completely absorbed in their work. This is the girl who used to spread homework across my kitchen table, tongue poking out in concentration as she wrestled with algebra problems. Except she's not a girl anymore. "Oh, and this part about offshore wind potential." She laughs suddenly, a sharp sound of delight that cuts through my careful control. "I can't believe I missed this data from the Massachusetts Maritime Academy study. It completely supports my argument about coastal development." She looks up at me at the exact moment I look down at her. The world contracts to this. The narrow space between our mouths, the soft exhale of her breath ghosting across my jaw. Her lips part slightly as if to speak, but no words come. Just this suspended moment where everything I've been fighting crystallizes into pure want. Her curls frame her face like a dark halo, and I notice the tiny scar above her left eyebrow from when she fell off her bike at 8. The same face that used to beam at me over ice cream cones and victory dances, now looking at me with something that mirrors the hunger clawing at my chest. I jerk upright like the couch cushion suddenly caught fire, stepping back so fast I nearly trip over the coffee table. The space between us that felt charged with electricity, a heartbeat ago, now yawns like a canyon, cold and unwelcome. "I should..." My voice comes out rough, scraped raw. I clear my throat, grasping for something normal, something safe. "I need to answer some emails. Work stuff." The excuse sounds hollow even to my own ears. It's past 9 on a Thursday night, and the only emails waiting for me are newsletters and spam about home security systems. But I cling to the lie like a lifeline, anything to explain why I'm backing away from her like she's radioactive. Her eyebrows lift, confusion flickering across her features before she smooths it away with the practiced ease of someone used to being dismissed. The expression hits me like a punch to the gut. It's the same look she wore when Darius would cancel plans at the last minute, polite disappointment wrapped in careful acceptance. "Thanks for the help with the charts." Her voice carries that particular brand of neutrality women master when they're pretending not to be hurt. She closes the laptop with a soft click, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden tension. "I think I can take it from here." The dismissal stings more than it should. I nod once, sharp and businesslike, then turn toward my office with movements that feel wooden, mechanical. Each step measured and controlled when what I want to do is run, either toward her or away from her. I'm not sure which would be worse. My shoulder blades burn with the weight of her gaze following my retreat. I can picture her face without turning around, the slight furrow between her brows as she tries to puzzle out what just happened, the way her lips might press together in that stubborn line that appears when she's working through a problem she can't solve. The rain chooses that moment to intensify, hammering against the windows with renewed fury, as if the weather itself is mocking my cowardice. I reach my office door and pause, hand on the brass handle that suddenly feels cold enough to burn. "Grant?" Her voice stops me cold. I don't turn around. Can't risk seeing whatever expression she's wearing now. "Yeah? Did I do something wrong?" The question lands like a blade between my ribs. She thinks this is her fault. Of course she does. A lifetime of being pushed aside by the people who should protect her has trained her to assume blame automatically. "No." The word comes out harsher than I intend. "You didn't do anything wrong, Amara. Nothing at all." The office door opens under my palm, and I step through without looking back. My hands are unsteady as I close it behind me with a soft click that might as well be the sound of a vault sealing shut. The brass handle turns with finality, locking away not just my body, but every reckless impulse clawing at my chest. I brace my palms on the desk's smooth surface, head bowed as the rain drums harder against the windows, drowning out the sound of my ragged breathing. The wood feels solid beneath my hands, real and present when everything else seems to be spiraling beyond my control. The guilt cuts through me like acid, sharp and corrosive. She once trusted me to guard her childhood, those sticky-fingered summers when her biggest worry was choosing between blue and red popsicles. I was supposed to be the safe harbor when her father failed her, the steady presence that never wavered. Now I'm fighting not to ruin the woman she's become.
Chapter 15. Amara. The grandfather clock in the hallway marks 11:30 with its measured chime, each note settling into the brownstone's bones like a whispered secret. I pad barefoot down the hall, Grant's oversized sweatshirt hanging loose around my thighs, seeking the kitchen and the promise of chamomile tea to quiet my restless mind. The conversation from the couch replays on an endless loop, that moment when our eyes met, when the air between us crackled with something electric and dangerous. The way he jerked back like I'd burned him, the careful politeness that followed like a curtain dropping between us. Did I do something wrong? The question echoes in my chest, hollow and familiar. It's the same uncertainty that's followed me through years of canceled dinners and forgotten birthdays, the constant wondering if I'm somehow fundamentally too much or not enough. Grant's office door sits half open as I pass, warm light spilling into the darkened hallway like honey. His voice drifts out, low and controlled, and I pause despite myself. Something in his tone catches my attention, a careful restraint that speaks to barely leashed tension. Not asking for much, Darius, just basic decency. My father's name stops me cold. I press closer to the door frame, pulse quickening as Dad's voice crackles through the speakerphone with that particular brand of irritation he reserves for conversations he doesn't want to have. Look, Grant, I appreciate what you're doing for her. I really do. But Amara's 22 years old. These housing mix-ups, the drama with scholarships, it's all typical growing pains. Part of learning to be an adult. Growing pains. He's talking about my life falling apart like it's a scraped knee, something I'll get over if I just tough it out long enough. Heat flares in my chest, sharp and bitter as burnt coffee. Victoria's laugh cuts through the static, crystalline and cold as winter wind. Honestly, darling, you worry too much. Young people need to learn independence. We can't keep rescuing her from every little crisis. Every little crisis. My scholarship getting revoked, losing my housing, having nowhere to go. All little crises in Victoria's perfectly ordered world. She called you first. Grant's voice drops lower, each word precise as a blade finding its mark. When her world was falling apart, she called her father. You brushed her off like she was asking for spending money. Now hold on. No. The single syllable cuts through Dad's protest with surgical precision. You hold on. She's your daughter, Darius. Not a PR inconvenience to be managed around your new life. The quiet fury in Grant's tone sends chills racing down my spine. It's the kind of controlled rage that makes boardrooms go silent, the sort of lethal calm that precedes devastating action. I've never heard him speak to anyone this way. Grant, you're overreacting. Victoria and I have been very patient with Amara's adjustments to our marriage, but we can't enable this dependency forever. Dependency? Grant's chair creaks as he shifts, and I can picture him leaning forward, every line of his body coiled with restrained violence. She works 2 part-time jobs while maintaining a 3.8 GPA in one of the most demanding programs at university. She's applied for 17 different scholarships this semester alone, not counting the emergency grants. My throat tightens. He knows about the scholarships. I never told him about those late-night applications, the hours spent crafting essays about financial hardship and academic goals, but somehow he knows. She's done everything you taught her to do, Grant continues, his voice gaining momentum like gathering storm clouds. Work hard, be responsible, never ask for handouts. The only mistake she made was believing her father would be there when she needed him. That's enough. Dad's voice hardens, taking on the authoritative edge he used to wield during my childhood arguments. I won't be lectured about my own daughter by who? Your oldest friend? The man you asked to watch out for her because you couldn't be bothered to do it yourself? The silence that follows feels explosive, charged with decades of friendship balanced on a knife's edge. When Dad speaks again, his tone carries the wounded pride that's always been his Achilles heel. Victoria doesn't deserve to have our home turned into a halfway house for what? Your own child? Grant's words slice through the excuse with brutal efficiency. Say it, Darius. Tell me what Victoria really thinks of Amara. Victoria's voice floats through the speaker, sugar-sweet and poisonous. I think this conversation has gone quite far enough. Amara is a lovely girl, but she needs to learn that marriage requires certain boundaries. Boundaries. Grant repeats the word like it tastes bitter. Is that what you call treating her like clutter to be stored away somewhere convenient? My heart drums against my ribs, each beat echoing the revelation that someone finally sees what I've been living with. Grant understands that Victoria's polite smiles and careful words are just prettier ways of saying, I don't belong. Dad's scoff crackles through the speaker, sharp as breaking glass. You know what, Grant? Maybe you're too close to this situation to see it clearly. Amara's always been dramatic. Dramatic. Victoria's voice slides through the static like silk over steel. Some girls just need to learn that the world doesn't revolve around their feelings. The line goes dead, with a decisive click that echoes through the office like a gunshot. The silence afterward stretches taut, heavy with the weight of 20-plus years of friendship, severed in a handful of brutal exchanges. Grant remains frozen at his desk, one hand braced against the mahogany surface like it's the only thing keeping him upright. His head bows forward, dark hair catching the lamplight that bathes him in molten golden shadow. Every line of his shoulders screams barely leashed emotion, the kind of fury that burns cold and deadly, the sort that reshapes landscapes when it finally breaks free. My chest aches with something deeper than hurt, sharper than the familiar sting of Dad's dismissal. It's the way Grant fought for me that steals my breath. Not like I was a burden to be managed or a problem to be solved, but like I was worth the battle. Like my pain mattered enough to destroy a decades-old friendship over. Nobody has ever done that for me. Not my mother, who chose geographic distance over custody battles. Not my father, who chose victorious comfort over my existence. Not any of the friends who awkwardly changed the subject when family came up in conversation. But Grant just burned bridges for me without hesitation, spoke my worth into existence with a conviction that makes my throat tight with unshed tears. The office door creaks as I push it open, the sound splitting the silence like kindling. His head snaps up instantly, those gray eyes still burning from the fight, pupils dilated with adrenaline and something raw. For a heartbeat, we just stare at each other across the space, him caught in the aftermath of defending me caught in the doorway wearing his sweatshirt like armor. Thank you. The words come out as barely more than a whisper, my voice trembling despite every effort to keep it steady. For seeing me, for not giving up on me. His features soften incrementally, tension draining from his jaw, just enough to reveal the exhaustion underneath. But there's something else flickering beneath the surface. Something warmer and more dangerous than simple protectiveness. Something that makes my pulse skip erratically. How much did you hear? Enough. I step further into the room, feet silent on the Persian rug. Enough to know that you could have just lost your oldest friend because of me. The confession hangs between us like smoke, heavy and impossible to take back. Grant's knuckles whiten against the desk edge, and something fractures behind his eyes, not quite breaking, but definitely cracking under pressure. He made his choice. His voice holds the weight of finality, but underneath lurks something raw. Friendship doesn't mean watching him throw you away like yesterday's newspaper. The words hit me square in the chest, stealing what little breath I have left. Nobody has ever described Dad's abandonment so bluntly, so accurately. It's exactly what he's been doing, discarding me piece by piece until nothing remains but the inconvenient memory of who I used to be in his life. My feet move before my brain catches up, carrying me across the rug that likely costs more than my entire semester's textbooks. Each step feels deliberate, inevitable, like gravity finally claiming what it's been pulling toward for weeks. You didn't lose him because of me. I stop close enough that I catch the subtle scent of his cologne, mixed with something uniquely him. Cedar and leather, and the faint trace of coffee that seems permanently woven into his skin. You lost him because you have a conscience, a heart, a soul. Grant's breath hitches as my fingertips find his hand where it grips the desk. His skin radiates warmth that spreads up my arm like whiskey, settling deep in my chest where it has no business being. The contact electrifies every nerve ending, makes the oversized sweatshirt feel suffocating against suddenly hypersensitive skin. Amara. My name on his lips sounds like a warning and a prayer wrapped in sandpaper. You shouldn't what? The challenge comes out before I can attempt to stop it, bold as brass and twice as dangerous. Shouldn't thank you for seeing my worth when my own father can't? Shouldn't appreciate that someone finally fought for me? His gaze drops to my mouth with the weight of falling stars. And time crystallizes around us like spun glass. The grandfather clock's ticking fades to white noise. The brownstone's settling groans disappear entirely. Even my heartbeat seems to suspend itself, waiting for whatever comes next with the breathless anticipation of standing at a cliff's edge. Heat builds in the space between us, thick and electric as summer lightning. I can feel the precise moment his control starts fraying. See it in the way his pupils dilate. Hear it in the shallow catch of his breathing. The air itself seems to vibrate with possibility, charged particles dancing just beneath the surface of something that could reshape everything. This isn't, he starts to protest, but the words crumble against the intensity crackling between us. I lean forward, drawn by forces stronger than common sense or propriety, just enough to feel the ghost of his exhale warming my lips, to catch the subtle hitch in his breathing that matches my own, just enough to taste the dangerous edge of something that's been building since that first night in his kitchen. Don't. The word cracks through the charged air like a whip, rough and frayed and absolutely final. He jerks backwards so violently that his chair skitters across the hardwood, wheels catching on the rug's edge with a sound like breaking branches. The rejection lands like ice water, shocking and immediate and devastating. The warmth between us evaporates instantly, leaving nothing but the hollow echo of my pulse in the sudden distance he's created. Grant retreats behind his desk like it's a fortress wall, every line of his body screaming defense mechanisms and self-preservation. The careful mask he wears during business meetings slides back into place, erasing any trace of the vulnerability I glimpsed moments before. This can't happen. His voice carries the brittleness of something barely held together. Whatever you think you're feeling, don't. Now it's my turn to cut him off, the word harsh enough to draw blood. Don't you freaking tell me what I'm feeling. Grant flinches like the word struck home, then straightens with lethal calm, the kind of icy composure that hurts worse than shouting ever could. Go to bed, Amara, he says quietly, not looking at her as he gathers scattered papers with steady surgical hands. The dismissal slices cleaner than any argument. My throat burns as I spin on my heel, vision blurring as I storm out, the office door clicking shut behind me with a soft finality that feels louder than a slammed one. Upstairs, the brownstone's walls seem to hum with all the things he wouldn't say, while my heart pounds out the question I can't stop asking. If he doesn't want me, why does his every look say he already does?
Chapter 16. Grant. The brownstone suffocates me with its silence, every shadow shaped like her accusation. The grandfather clock's ticking sounds like a countdown to something I can't name, and the walls press inward with the weight of what almost happened in my office. Don't you dare tell me what I'm feeling. Her words ricochet through my skull with the persistence of shrapnel. I yank my running shoes from the closet with enough force to rattle the door frame, laces snapping taut between my fingers like piano wire. Each eyelet receives surgical attention, pulled with the kind of violent precision that comes from channeling fury into mundane tasks. The front door slams behind me with a finality that echoes off the neighboring brownstones. Air hits my lungs like a blade, sharp and clean and mercifully cold. I launch myself down the cobblestones without warm-up or preparation, desperate to outrun the ghost of her voice still threading through my bloodstream. My feet pound against the uneven stones, each impact jarring up through my knees and spine. The rhythm becomes a mantra. Left, right, left, drowning out everything except the burn building in my chest. Past the corner bodega with its flickering neon, past the late-night laundromat, where a lone figure feeds quarters into washing machines, past the intersection where homeless shadows huddle against building facades. But she follows anyway. Every flash of streetlight becomes her silhouette in my oversized sweatshirt, the fabric swallowing her frame like she belongs wrapped in pieces of me. Every gust of wind carries that subtle vanilla scent that clings to her hair, mixing with the exhaust fumes and urban decay until the entire city smells like temptation. I push harder, legs burning as I sprint uphill toward the park. My breath comes in ragged bursts that cloud the air like smoke signals, but the exertion can't touch the deeper ache carving through my chest. The one that started the moment she walked into my life and grows stronger every time she looks at me like I hung the moon. Thank you for seeing me. The memory of her trembling voice nearly sends me stumbling into a parked car. I course correct with a savage curse, pushing my pace until my heart thunders in my chest like a caged animal. Sweat soaks through my shirt despite the autumn chill, salt stinging my eyes as I round another corner. But exhaustion refuses to come. No matter how many miles I burn, how much pavement I devour, she remains threaded into my heartbeat, like she's become part of my cellular structure. written into my DNA in ways that no amount of physical punishment can erase. The brownstone exhales silence when I slip through the front door, key turning with barely a whisper. Sweat cools against my skin in the sudden stillness, air clinging to my clothes. My chest still burns from the run, but the ache there has little to do with exertion. The hallway stretches before me, lit only by the amber glow from the living room lamp. I toe off my running shoes, muscles protesting as I straighten, and freeze. She's there, curled into the navy sofa like she's attempting to fold herself small enough to disappear entirely, knees drawn up to her chest in a defensive ball. The oversized sweatshirt, my sweatshirt, pools around her frame, making her look impossibly young. Lamplight catches the wet tracks on her cheeks, tears that fall without sound or drama, just steady and heartbreaking in their quiet persistence. My breath stops somewhere between my lungs and throat. She doesn't hear me approaching, lost in whatever storm rages behind those dark eyes. I move like she might bolt if I make the wrong sound, each step calculated and careful. The floorboard near the coffee table creaks anyway. Her head snaps up, those expressive eyes wide and startled like a deer caught in headlights. She swipes at her cheeks with the sleeve of my sweatshirt, attempting damage control that's already too late. "I thought you were asleep," she whispers, voice thick and raw. I crouch beside the sofa, close enough to get a whiff of the vanilla scent that clings to her curls, but careful not to crowd her space. "Couldn't sleep. Went for a run." "Oh." She draws her knees tighter against her chest, building walls with her own body. "I can go to my room if you want the living room." "Amara." Her name comes out rougher than I intend. "What's wrong? Talk to me." The question cracks something open behind her carefully constructed composure. Fresh tears spill over, and she presses her face against her knees with a shuddering breath that cuts straight through my chest. "I called him tonight." The words emerge muffled against the fabric. "After you left, I thought maybe—" She lifts her head, meeting my gaze with eyes that hold too much pain for someone barely past 20. "He didn't even ask why I was crying." The confession hits like a painful physical blow. I settle fully onto the floor beside the couch, close enough to touch but holding myself in check. "He just kept talking about Victoria's fundraiser this weekend, how important it is for his business connections." Her laugh holds no humor, just bitter recognition. I could have been bleeding out on the phone and he would have asked me to keep it down because she was trying to plan the seating chart. My hands curl into fists against my thighs. "Amara, I'm invisible to him." The words tumble out in a choked whisper, like she's been holding them prisoner for years. "I have been for years. Ever since he married her, it's like I just ceased to exist. Every conversation gets shorter, every visit gets postponed, every holiday becomes about her family instead of—" Her voice breaks completely. Something fractures inside my chest, watching her crumble under the weight of her father's neglect. The tears streaming down her face catch the lamplight like liquid amber, and every tremor in her voice feels like a blade twisting between my ribs. I can't stand it. Can't sit here watching her believe she's worthless when she's the most vital thing that's walked into my life in years. Without thinking, my hands move to frame her face, palms cupping the delicate curve of her cheeks. Her skin burns against my fingers, fever-warm and impossibly soft. My thumbs sweep across the tear tracks, marking her brown skin, brushing away the evidence of pain that should never touch her. "You are not invisible." The words come out rough and low, scraped raw from somewhere in my chest. "You matter, Amara. You always have." Her breath catches, a sharp little inhale that parts her lips just slightly. Those dark eyes widen, pupils dilating as she stares up at me with something that looks dangerously close to wonder. Like she's seeing me for the first time, or maybe seeing herself reflected in my gaze and finding something worthy there. The air between us charges, crackling with electricity that makes my skin prickle. Her face tilts into my touch, just the smallest movement, but it sends fire racing through my bloodstream. My thumb drifts lower without conscious thought, tracing the delicate arch of her cheekbone before grazing across the fullness of her lower lip. The contact jolts through me like lightning, so soft, so devastatingly perfect it feels like the world stops spinning on its axis. Her lips part further under my touch, releasing a whispered breath that ghosts across my thumb. Everything narrows to this moment, this heartbeat suspended between what we are and what we could become. The lamplight halos her curls, turning her into something luminous and untouchable, even as she melts under my hands. Realization slams into me like a sledgehammer to the chest. What the hell am I doing? I jerk backward so violently I nearly topple off balance, hands flying away from her face like she's become molten metal. The sudden absence of contact leaves my palms tingling, phantom impressions of her warmth burning against my skin. She stares up at me with wide, startled eyes, lips still parted from where my thumb traced their softness. The lamplight throws her tear-streaked face into sharp relief, luminous, devastating, completely wrecked by whatever just passed between us. My voice cracks like I'm 15 again. Shower! I need a shower! I scramble to my feet with all the grace of a man fleeing a burning building, taking the stairs 2 at a time, while my heart hammers furiously against my ribs. Each step echoes through the brownstone like gunshots, marking my retreat from whatever line I just obliterated. Why the hell do I keep running from this?
Chapter 17. Amara. The brownstone settles around me like a held breath, rain drumming against the windows in an uneven rhythm that matches my pulse. I curl deeper into the couch cushions, drawing Grant's sweatshirt tighter around my frame. The fabric still carries traces of his scent, clean soap, and something indefinably masculine that makes my chest ache. His footsteps echo overhead, the old pipes groaning as water rushes through them. I picture him under the spray, steam clouding the mirror, washing away whatever just happened between us downstairs. The image sends heat spiraling up through my belly despite the chill seeping through the glass. Minutes tick by on the grandfather clock, each chime another reminder that sleep won't come tonight. Not after the way his thumb traced my lower lip like he was memorizing its shape. Not after the raw hunger that flashed across his face before he fled like I'd caught fire. My fingers drift to my mouth, pressing against the spot where his touch lingered. The contact sends electricity crackling down my spine, muscle memory refusing to let the moment fade. He's avoiding this, avoiding whatever this thing between us has become. But I'm done being invisible. The kitchen gleams silver and shadow when I pad downstairs, moonlight streaming through the window above the sink. I move quietly, bare feet silent against the hardwood, listening for any sound from upstairs. The house breathes around me, alive with possibility and danger in equal measure. I don't wait long. The refrigerator door opens with a soft whoosh, casting yellow light across the tiles. Grant materializes from the hallway like he's been summoned, hair still damp from the shower, cotton sleep pants riding low on his hips. The sight of him, all broad shoulders and defined chest, water droplets catching the light, steals the breath from my body. He moves with careful precision to the cabinet, muscles shifting under his skin as he reaches for a glass. The simple domesticity of it shouldn't affect me this much, but everything about him has become magnetic, gravitational. His reflection wavers in the refrigerator's glass door as he fills the glass with water, and our eyes meet in the distorted surface. The contact jolts through me like lightning, electric and dangerous. I step into the kitchen's threshold, letting the moment stretch between us like a wire pulled taut. We need to talk. My voice cuts through the silence, quiet but edged with something I can't quite name. Determination, maybe. Or desperation disguised as courage. Grant's shoulders go rigid, the glass freezing halfway to his lips. He doesn't turn around, but I watch his jaw clench in the refrigerator's reflection, those gray-touched temples catching the moonlight. Amara. My name sounds like a warning on his lips. Go to bed. No. The single word hangs between us, sharp and uncompromising. I step further into the kitchen, bare feet whispering against the cool tiles. The space shrinks around us, intimate and charged with everything we've been dancing around for weeks. He finally turns, setting the glass down with deliberate care. The movement brings him closer, close enough that I can see the conflict warring behind his dark eyes. "You need to go upstairs." His voice carries that authoritative edge that usually makes me want to argue, but underneath it, I hear something else. Desperation. Fear. I don't move. Don't retreat like he's clearly expecting me to. Why? I tilt my chin up, meeting his gaze directly. Because you touched me downstairs? Because you looked at me like, "Stop." The word cracks like a whip, but I catch the tremor underneath it. "Stop?" I stalk closer, the cold tile shocking against my bare feet, each step deliberate and defiant. The kitchen seems to shrink around us, the moonlight casting everything in silver and shadow. "You keep pulling away. You comfort me, then run like I've done something wrong." My voice rises with each word, weeks of confusion and hurt spilling over like a dam bursting. The careful distance we've maintained crumbles with every step I take toward him. What am I supposed to think, Grant? He sets the glass down too hard, water sloshing over his fingers and splashing against the counter. The sound echoes in the silence between us, sharp and final. "That you deserve better than this." The words are low and gravel rough, like they've been grinding down his throat all night. Maybe longer. Since the moment I walked through his door with nothing but a suitcase and shattered pride. I watch water drip from his knuckles, each drop catching the light before disappearing into the darkness below the counter. The simple act of spillage feels symbolic, like the careful control he wraps around himself is finally fracturing. Better than what? The question burns in my throat. Better than someone who sees me, who makes me feel like I matter. His jaw works, muscles shifting under skin that looks carved from marble in the moonlight. The conflict in his eyes is naked now, raw and desperate, and beautiful in its honesty. I plant myself between him and the doorway, blocking his escape route with my body. The movement forces him to really look at me, not the girl who used to eat popsicles in this very kitchen while he and my father watched football, but the woman standing here now, fierce and trembling and unflinching. I'm not a child. My voice drops to something softer but steel-threaded, each word deliberate and weighted with truth. I don't need perfect. I don't need safe. The distance between us could be measured in heartbeats, in the space between one breath and the next, in the chasm between what should be and what is. I want you. The words hit like a match struck to dry tinder, sparking through every crack in the armor he's built around me, around us. His pupils dilate, hands clenching into clenched fists at his sides, like he's physically restraining himself from reaching for me. The floor disappears beneath me as Grant's hands crash into my jaw, his palms rough against my skin, fingers trembling like he's holding back a storm. His breath catches, ragged and uneven, before his mouth crashes into mine. It's not careful, not soft. It's hunger, raw and untethered. The kind of need that shatters every last bit of restraint. I gasp into him, my fingers latching into his damp hair, pulling him closer like I've been starving for this. His body presses mine into the cold counter, the edge digging into my back, but I don't care. The world narrows to his hands, his mouth, the sensual slide of his tongue against mine, and the low, desperate sounds torn from his throat. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at BWWM.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. This was a mistake. The words scrape out of him, raw and harsh, like they've been dragged through gravel. I blink at him, my lips still tingling, my hand still clutching at empty air where he was moments ago. My voice comes out soft but steady, defiant in the face of his retreat. It didn't feel like one. He flinches like I've struck him, his hands clenching at his sides. His gaze darts to my mouth, then away, as if he can't bear to look at me, at what he's done. "You don't understand," he rasps, taking another step back toward the doorway. "Then explain it to me." I straighten, my chin lifting, even as my heartbeat thunders in my ears. "Because you're not the only one feeling this, Grant." His expression fractures, something raw and terrifying flickering across his face before he steels himself. Without another word, he turns and stalks out of the kitchen, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence he's left behind.
Chapter 18. Grant. The alarm screams at 4:47 a.m., but I'm already awake, staring at the ceiling like it holds answers to questions I refuse to ask. My mouth still tastes like her. Vanilla and something darker, more dangerous. The memory of her body pressed against mine burns through my chest like acid. I slip from bed before the house can betray me with noisy floorboards, before the scent of her shampoo drifting from down the hall can make me do something even more reckless than kissing her senseless against my kitchen counter. The shower runs scalding, steam fogging the mirror until my reflection disappears entirely. Better this way. I don't want to see the man who touched Darius's daughter like she belonged to him, who kissed her like she was salvation instead of damnation, wrapped in soft curves and defiant eyes. Coffee stays untouched in the maker. The kitchen feels contaminated, tainted with the memory of her fingers twisted in my hair. The soft gasp she made when I pressed her into the granite. I grab my keys instead, escaping into the gray pre-dawn silence. The office building swallows me whole. Fluorescent lights buzzing like angry wasps overhead. I bury myself in quarterly reports that don't need reviewing, emails that could wait until next week, anything to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied with something other than the taste of her mouth. But concentration fractures every few minutes. The cursor blinks mockingly on my screen while I replay the way she cornered me, fearless and fierce, demanding answers I couldn't give without destroying us both. "Working early again?" Jenkins pokes his head through my doorway, coffee steaming in his grip. "You've been here since sunrise 3 days running." "Catching up." The lie slides out smooth as glass. He lingers, studying my face with the practiced eye of someone who's known me 15 years. "Everything all right at home?" Home. The word hits like a painful blow, conjuring images of Amara's textbook scattered across my breakfast bar, her bare feet padding across cold tile, the way she steals my sweatshirts and makes them look better than they ever did on me. "Fine." I turn back to the screen, willing him to disappear. By noon, I've reorganized my filing cabinet twice and updated contact lists that were already current. Pathetic. I'm hiding from a 22-year-old girl in my own house like some kind of coward. The drive home stretches endless, every red light another chance to turn around and find somewhere else to be. But she'll worry if I don't come back, and the thought of her anxious and waiting because of my cowardice makes my chest tighten. The brownstone squats silent when I pull into the driveway. No warm light spilling from the kitchen windows, no soft humming drifting through the walls. Just dead silence pressing against the windows. Inside, the house feels wrong. Sterile. Empty in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with square footage. I miss her laugh echoing from the living room, her voice calling questions about dinner from the kitchen. Her hair tie loops around the lamp base beside the couch, a thin black elastic that shouldn't carry such weight. I stare at it like it might detonate. The small proof that she exists, that she's real, and not some fever dream conjured by a guilty conscience. The hallway carries ghosts of vanilla shampoo, faint traces clinging to the air like smoke. I breathe deeper despite myself, chasing the scent that shouldn't comfort me this much. shouldn't make my chest ache with something dangerously close to longing. 3 hours pass in perfect, suffocating quiet. No textbook pages turning, no pencil tapping against paper, no soft footsteps across the floor above. The silence cuts at me, sharp around the edges, like something vital has been carved out and taken with it all the warmth this place ever held. By late afternoon, the silence becomes a living thing, coiled around my throat like a noose. I find myself moving through the house like a ghost, checking rooms I know are empty, listening for sounds that won't come. The back door calls to me with promises of fresh air and escape from the suffocating quiet. I step onto the small patio, breathing deep of autumn's crisp bite, and freeze. She's there, curled in the old wicker chair I'd forgotten existed, bare feet tucked beneath her like a cat finding the perfect sunbeam. The afternoon light catches in her curls, turning each strand into liquid amber, and the sight punches the air out of my body. Her yellow sundress pools around her legs, hem dancing with each breath of wind that whispers through the garden. She holds a paperback novel against her drawn-up knees, completely absorbed, completely at peace. The sight splits something open in my chest. How perfectly she fits here among the overgrown roses and weathered stone, like she's always belonged in this forgotten corner of my world. Like she belongs to me. The thought hits with devastating clarity, and I grip the door frame to keep from walking over there and claiming what I have no right to claim. She glances up then, catching me in the act of staring like some lovesick fool. Color rises in her cheeks, but she doesn't look away this time. Instead, she offers a smile so small and tentative, it makes my ribs ache. Hey. Her voice carries soft as dandelion seeds on the breeze. I lower myself onto the edge of the stone planter, keeping careful distance between us even though every instinct screams to close the gap. The ancient stones bite cold through my jeans, grounding me in discomfort that feels safer than the warmth radiating from where she sits. Didn't know you were out here. Found this spot earlier. Hope that's okay? She gestures toward the chair with fingers that tremble just slightly. It's peaceful. It's yours. The words slide out before I can catch them, loaded with meaning I can't take back. Her eyes widen, searching my face for something I'm not sure I want her to find. Grant. The chair, I clarify quickly, though we both know that's not what I meant. My ex-wife bought it. Never sat in it once. She had good taste. Amara runs her palm along the wicker arm, careful and reverent. It's perfect for reading. What are you reading? She holds up the book, some romance novel with a couple embracing on the cover. Heat blooms through my whole body as I wonder if she's thinking about last night, about the way her body melted against mine in the kitchen. Kendra recommended it. Said I needed more escapism in my life. And do you? Need escapism? The question wafts between us like morning mist, delicate and dangerous. She considers it, head tilted in that way that makes her look younger and older all at once. Sometimes reality feels too complicated, she admits. The autumn light slants across her face, catching the gold flecks in her dark eyes as she studies me with that careful intensity that makes my heart dance in my chest. The romance novel rests forgotten against her knees, and I can feel the weight of unasked questions settling between us like dust motes in the afternoon sun. You know, she says, voice light but edged with something sharper. For someone who insisted I shouldn't be alone, you've gotten remarkably good at disappearing. The accusation hits its mark. I've been a ghost in my own house for 3 days, leaving before she wakes, coming home after she's asleep, timing my movements around hers like some elaborate dance of avoidance. I haven't been. The coffee maker's been cold every morning. She shifts in the wicker chair, yellow dress rustling against the cushions. And you've eaten exactly 0 of the dinners I've left covered on the stove. Guilt crawls up my throat. She's been cooking for me while I've been running from her like a coward. You don't need to. I know I don't need to. Her fingers drum against the book's spine, a nervous rhythm that matches the pulse jumping in her throat. But I wanted to, until you started acting like I had some contagious disease. The words hang in the golden air between us, loaded with hurt I put there. I should lie, should give her some safe excuse about work, stress, or insomnia, anything but the truth that's been eating me alive for 72 hours. Instead, what comes out is, I haven't wanted anyone in years. The confession drops like a stone into still water, sending ripples I can't take back. Amara's book slips slightly in her lap, pages fanning in the breeze as her lips part in surprise. Not like that, I continue, the words tumbling out now that the dam's broken. Not the way I stop, swallow hard, force myself to meet her eyes. Not until you. She doesn't move, doesn't breathe, just watches me with those dark eyes that see too much. The silence stretches taut as piano wire, ready to snap under the weight of what I've just admitted. Grant. My name on her lips sounds like prayer and damnation wrapped in velvet. That's why I've been avoiding you. The truth tastes bitter and necessary, because wanting you feels like betraying everything I'm supposed to be to you. Sunlight spills across her skin like honey, illuminating the rapid rise and fall of her chest, the way her fingers tighten on the book's cover. She's beautiful and young and innocent, and everything I have no right to touch, and the certainty hits me like a physical blow. I'm already falling. I've been falling since the moment she walked through my door with her pride wounded and her chin lifted in defiance. The realization terrifies me, loosens something that's been locked behind my ribs for years. I push to my feet before I can do something irreversible, before I can reach for her and damn us both. I gesture vaguely toward the house, toward safety, toward the pretense that I can still walk away from this. But my feet won't move, rooted to the stone patio like I'm already claimed. I won't be able to withstand this much longer.
Chapter 19. Amara. The lecture hall buzzes with the electric chaos of late semester. Students clutching energy drinks like lifelines, the distant whir of overworked printers spitting out last-minute term papers, and the professor's voice droning about renewable energy policy through speakers that crackle with age. I stare at my blank notebook, pen hovering uselessly above the page. The words solar panel efficiency blur into meaningless shapes as my mind replays the same 5 seconds on an endless loop. Grant's hands cupping my face like I was something precious, the way his mouth moved against mine with desperate hunger, how the entire kitchen disappeared until there was nothing but the taste of desire on his lips. My chest flutters at the memory, heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The girl beside me takes frantic notes about carbon footprints while I'm drowning in the phantom sensation of Grant's thumb tracing my lower lip. The growl in his voice when he whispered my name like a reverent prayer. Miss Johnson. Professor Olson's sharp tone cuts through the haze. Perhaps you could share your thoughts on the implementation challenges we just discussed? Heat floods my cheeks as 40 pairs of eyes swivel toward me. I scramble for an answer. Any answer? But my brain feels wrapped in cotton. The infrastructure costs would be significant. He nods with barely concealed irritation before moving on, but the damage lingers. I force myself to scribble something that looks like notes, though all I manage are loops and spirals that mirror the chaos in my head. The autumn rain from last night has plastered wet leaves to the stone steps outside, creating a slippery obstacle course that matches my mental state perfectly. I pick my way carefully toward the coffee shop, dodging puddles and trying to shake the memory of how Grant's eyes went dark when he pulled away, like he was fighting himself as much as he was fighting me. The familiar warmth of Grind Coffee Shop wraps around me like a blanket, pumpkin scones perfuming the air with cinnamon and nutmeg, indie music humming from speakers that predate smartphones. Kendra sits at our usual corner table, auburn curls catching the lamplight as she scrolls through her phone. She glances up as I approach, and her expression shifts from casual interest to laser focus in the span of a heartbeat. Those dark eyes narrow like she's a detective who's cracked the case before hearing the evidence. Oh no. She sets down her coffee with deliberate precision. You have the look. What look? I slide into the opposite chair, wrapping my hands around my latte for warmth and stability. That dreamy, dazed, I've been thoroughly kissed grin that you think you're hiding but absolutely are not. She leans forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Spill. Now. I don't know what you're talking about. But even as the denial leaves my lips, I can feel the smile tugging at the corners of my mouth, betraying me completely. Amara Johnson. She uses my full name like my mother used to when I was caught red-handed with cookie crumbs on my shirt. You've been floating 3 inches off the ground since you walked in here. Someone kissed you, and kissed you good. The words slide out before I can stop them. Whispered confessions that taste like secrets and sin. It was Grant. Kendra's coffee cup freezes halfway to her lips. For a moment, the only sound is the espresso machine hissing behind the counter and some indie singer crooning about lost love through the vintage speakers. Jesus, Grant. She sets the cup down slowly. As in your father's best friend, Grant? The one whose house you're living in, Grant? Yes. The word barely makes it past my throat. And it was fire, absolutely insane. I close my eyes, reliving the moment his control snapped. Like nothing I've ever felt before. Like he'd been holding back an ocean and finally let the dam break. When I open my eyes, Kendra's playful expression has shifted into something more serious, concern creeping into the lines around her mouth. Amara. Her voice carries a warning I don't want to hear. This could blow up your entire life. I know. Do you? Because men like Grant, older men with walls built that high, they don't fall easily. And when they do fall, it's not gentle. She reaches across the table, fingers closing over mine. This isn't some college romance where the worst thing that happens is awkward dining hall encounters. I know, I repeat, but the certainty in my voice makes her frown deepen. This isn't just infatuation talking. I shake my head, meeting her eyes with a steadiness that surprises us both. This is the real deal, Kendra. More real than anything I've ever felt. My voice drops to barely above a whisper. I've never been so certain and so terrified at the same time. Kendra's fingers tighten around mine, her expression shifting into protective mode. The same look she wore freshman year when she caught my ex-boyfriend texting other girls during our study dates. Amara, listen to me. Her voice shows the weight of hard-earned wisdom. I've watched you get swept up before, but this is different. Dangerous different. How so? Because you're not just risking your heart here. You're risking everything. Your housing, your relationship with your father, your entire support system. She releases my hands to gesture emphatically. Grant isn't some college boy you can ghost after things go sideways. He's woven into your life in ways that make a clean break impossible. The truth of her words settles in my stomach like lead. So what are you saying? That I should pretend it never happened? I'm saying you need to think about how far you're willing to let this go before it spirals completely out of control. Her auburn curls catch the light as she leans back. Because once you cross certain lines with a man like Grant, there's no going back to plain house. And what if I don't want to go back? The question lingers like smoke from the espresso machine. Kendra studies my face, searching for cracks in my resolve that simply aren't there. Then you better be absolutely sure you're ready for the fallout. She drains the last of her coffee. Because when this comes to light, and it will come to light, everyone's going to have opinions. Your father, his wife, Grant's friends, your professors who see you two together at graduation. My throat tightens at the image she's painting. Maybe it won't come to that. Maybe. But her tone suggests she doesn't believe it any more than I do. Just promise me you'll be careful. And I don't mean birth control, though definitely those too. I mean emotionally careful. We gather our things in the comfortable silence that comes from years of friendship, the kind where brutal honesty gets wrapped in unconditional love. Outside, the afternoon sun breaks through the cloud cover, casting everything in golden light that makes the wet pavement shimmer. Text me tonight? Kendra adjusts her oversized earrings, tiny golden suns that match her mood-lifting personality. Of course. She heads toward her car while I turn in the opposite direction, feet carrying me toward Grant's house with a certainty that bypasses rational thought entirely. Each step brings me closer to whatever comes next. And despite Kendra's warnings echoing in my ears, I can't bring myself to slow down. The weight of possibility and consequence presses against my shoulders, but underneath it all burns something stronger. The memory of Grant's hands framing my face like I was worth fighting for. The brownstone welcomes me home with golden light spilling from every window, transforming the red brick facade into something from a fairy tale. The scent of roasted garlic and rosemary drifts through the front door before I even turn the key, wrapping around me like an embrace. And Grant is standing at the stove when I enter the kitchen, broad shoulders moving beneath his navy sweater as he stirs something that makes my mouth water. Steam rises from a pot of pasta, and he's laid out plates with the careful precision of one who needs routine to survive the chaos in his head. Smells incredible. I drop my bag by the counter, watching him dish Penny onto my plate with movements that speak of barely contained tension. Just something I threw together. His voice carries that careful neutrality he's perfected, but the muscle jumping in his jaw betrays him. We settle at the small table tucked into the kitchen's corner, the pendant light casting warm shadows across his face. The rain patters against the windows, creating a cocoon of intimacy that makes every word feel weighted with possibility. How were classes? He twirls pasta around his fork with mechanical precision. Fine. Professor Martinez is still convinced solar panels will save the world. I take a bite, savoring the perfect blend of herbs and cream. This is amazing, by the way. Thanks. The compliment seems to ease something in his shoulders. I read about solar implementation in Germany when I was in college. Fascinating stuff, actually. We drift through safe topics. The weather turning cold earlier than usual. A book he remembers from his environmental science days. My upcoming final projects. But beneath each innocent exchange, electricity hums like a live wire threatening to spark. When I reach for the Parmesan at the same moment he does, our fingers collide over the ceramic bowl. The contact sends heat racing up my arm, a jolt of awareness that makes my breath catch in my throat. Neither of us pulls away. His thumb brushes across my knuckles, feather-light but deliberate, and I swear the kitchen tilts on its axis. Time stretches like honey, thick and golden, while we stare at our joined hands as if they belong to someone else entirely. Sorry. The word escapes him on a ragged exhale, but he doesn't move. Don't be. My whispered response makes his eyes snap to mine, dark with the same hunger that's been eating me alive. For one heartbeat. 2. The world narrows to the space between us and the 1,000 unspoken promises hanging in the air. Then he pulls his hand back like I've burned him, retreating into the fortress of silence he's built around himself. The rest of dinner passes in careful politeness, but I can feel his gaze lingering on my mouth when he thinks I'm not watching. Later, I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, my body still humming from that brief touch. The house settles around me with creaks and sighs, old bones shifting in the autumn wind. But underneath the familiar sounds, I catch the faint scratch of pen on paper drifting up from his office below. The tension becomes unbearable. Every nerve ending aches with want, with the need to end this quiet war we've been waging since the moment our lips first met. My skin feels too tight, like I might burst from the pressure of everything unsaid. I slide from bed, bare feet quiet on the hardwood as I pad through the darkened hallway. The door to his office glows faintly, lamplight seeping beneath like a beacon calling me home. I hesitate only a moment before pressing my palm to the cool wood and slipping inside. It's now or never.
Chapter 20. Grant. The fountain pen scratches against paper like fingernails on a chalkboard, each stroke of ink another futile attempt to exorcise the demons clawing at my chest. Financial projections blur into meaningless numbers while my mind replays the ghost of Amara's fingers beneath mine, the way she gasped softly when our skin touched over something as innocent as grated cheese. I've been hiding in this office for 2 hours, drowning in spreadsheets and quarterly reports that can't silence the memory of her whispered, "Don't be," when I apologized for wanting her. The words loop through my skull like a broken record, each repetition chipping away at the walls I've built around what's left of my conscience. The door creaks, my head snaps up, pen freezing mid-calculation, and there she stands in the doorway like temptation wearing cotton pajamas. The lamplight catches the mahogany undertones in her skin, transforms her natural curls into a halo that makes my mouth go desert dry. She's wearing one of my old college t-shirts that hangs loose on her frame, the oversized cotton somehow more devastating than any dress. But it's her eyes that undo me, dark and fierce and burning with a determination that makes my chest constrict. "We need to talk." Her voice carries a tremor that speaks of nerve stretched to the breaking point, but her gaze doesn't waver. "Amara." My throat closes around her name. "It's late. You should, No." She steps into the office, bare feet silent on the hardwood. I'm done with this dance we're doing. Done pretending that what happened in the kitchen was some momentary lapse in judgment. The pen slips from my fingers, clattering against the desk like a gunshot in the silence. I should tell her to leave. Should remind her that she has classes in the morning, and I have early meetings. Should lie and say the kiss meant nothing. Instead, I watch her advance like a predator stalking prey, except I can't tell which one of us is hunting and which is about to be devoured. "You can't keep treating me like I'm made of spun glass." Her voice gains strength with each word, like I'm some fragile thing that might shatter if you touch me wrong. "You don't understand." "I understand perfectly." She stops 2 feet from my desk, close enough that I get the scent of her shampoo, something clean and warm that makes my head spin. "You think because you knew me when I was little, because you're my father's friend, that this is wrong." The word friend pierces like a physical blow. Darius stopped being my friend the moment he chose Victoria over his daughter, the moment he left Amara to drown while he played house with a woman who sees her as competition. "It is wrong." The words scrape my throat raw. "You deserve someone who—" "Don't." Her eyes flash with something dangerous. "Don't even think you can tell me what I deserve. My whole life, men have been deciding what's best for me, what I can handle, what I should want." Her voice drops to barely above a whisper. "I'm done being invisible." The declaration hits me square in the chest, stealing what's left of my breath. She's right. God help me, she's absolutely right. I've been making decisions for her just like Darius did, wrapped them in pretty packages of protection and nobility when the truth is uglier. I want her. Her ferocity that terrifies me, that makes mockery of every relationship I've had before. Her laugh and her fierce spirit, and the way she makes coffee with scientific precision. To wake up every morning to those dark eyes and fall asleep every night with her curls spread across my pillow. I see you. Her voice cracks slightly, vulnerability bleeding through the armor of determination. The way you make my coffee exactly how I like it, even though you drink yours black. How you leave extra blankets on the couch when I fall asleep studying. The way you defended me to my father like I was worth fighting for. Each observation lands like a blow, exposing truths I thought I'd hidden behind casual gestures and careful distance. "I see you," she repeats, stepping closer. "And I choose you." The chair scrapes against the floor as I surge to my feet, hands braced against the desk to keep from reaching for her. My breathing comes ragged, lungs struggling to process oxygen in an atmosphere suddenly thick with possibility and ruin. "Amara." Her name emerges like a prayer or a curse. "You don't know what you're asking?" "I'm not asking." Her chin lifts in challenge. "I'm telling you what I want." For a heartbeat that lasts an eternity, we stare at each other across the narrow space that might as well be an ocean. I can see my reflection in her eyes, see the hunger there that matches the beast clawing at my chest. Then she moves. Or maybe I do. Everything becomes a blur. Her body trembles under my hands, the fight draining from her as I cup her face, thumbs brushing over her cheekbones. "Amara," I whisper, her name a vow I'll never break. My lips graze her brow, her temple, the curve of her cheek, each kiss a promise. She softens into me, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt, her breath hitching as my lips brush the corner of her mouth. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. The room is quiet now, save for the soft rhythm of her breathing and the faint hum of the lamp on my desk. Her body is warm against mine, her curls damp with sweat as she traces slow, idle circles over my chest. Her touch is light, almost hesitant, like she's memorizing the shape of me. The scent of her skin is everywhere, citrus and something deeper, something that's just Amara. It clings to my sheets, to the air, to my skin. I breathe it in like I'm trying to anchor myself, but I'm already untethered. She shifts slightly, her head resting over my heartbeat, and her voice cuts through the silence like a blade. "I'm not going anywhere." The words hit me square in the chest, sharper than any touch, any kiss. My hand stills in her hair, fingers tangled in the soft curls I've been wanting to touch for weeks. I press my lips to her temple, the gesture instinctive, like I'm trying to seal her promise into my skin. "Don't say that," I murmur, the words raw. "Not yet." She lifts her head, her dark eyes searching mine. "Why not?" "Because it's too soon. Because I'm not ready to admit how much I've already lost myself in her. Because I've spent years building walls, and she's tearing them down with nothing but a look, a touch." Instead, I slide my fingers down her back, pulling her closer until our bodies align perfectly. She melts into me, her breath warm against my neck. "You shouldn't make promises you can't keep," I say quietly. She laughs, the sound soft but edged with something fierce. "You think I don't know what I'm saying? That I don't know what I want?" "Amara." "No." She sits up, straddling my hips, her hands framing my face. "You don't get to decide what's best for me anymore. I made my choice. I choose you." Her words carve something open inside me, something I've kept locked away for far too long. I stare up at her, my hands resting on her waist, and for the first time, I don't pull away. The realization hits me like a freight train. This is it. There's no going back. Everything I've built, everything I've been clinging to, it's her now. She's the center of it all. I thread my fingers through her curls, pulling her down until our foreheads touch. Her breath mingles with mine, warm and steady. "You're gonna ruin me," I whisper. She smiles, slow and sure. Too late. Her lips brush mine, feather-light, and something shifts inside me. The guilt I expected doesn't come. Instead, there's only peace, and the terrifying certainty that I'd burn the world down before I let her go. My hands tighten on her hips, dragging her closer until there's no space left between us. She kisses me again, deeper this time, and everything else fades away. The lamplight is dim, the room is quiet, and all I can think is this. She's it. She's everything. And nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 21. Amara. I wake wrapped in warmth and the scent of cedar, coffee, and something indefinably Grant, like safety distilled into molecules that cling to Egyptian cotton sheets. The fabric whispers against my bare skin as I stretch, muscles protesting in ways that send heat spiraling through my belly at the memory of why they ache. Pale gold morning light streams through windows I've never seen from this angle, painting everything in honeyed tones. His room reveals secrets in the daylight. The worn leather armchair in the corner, butter soft from years of late-night reading sessions. A framed photograph on the nightstand catches my eye. Grant may be 15 years younger, arms slung around a boy who shares his crooked smile, but not his careful restraint. His brother, the one he lost. My chest tightens at the intimacy of being here, of seeing these private corners of his life he's never shared. The neat stack of books beside the photo, biographies mostly, and a dog-eared copy of something called The Things They Carried. Even his reading habits speak to the weight he carries, the careful way he approaches everything. I close my eyes and let myself replay fragments of last night in vivid detail. The way his voice cracked when he groaned my name like a prayer. How his hands shook, actually shook, when he touched me like I was something sacred he couldn't quite believe he was allowed to hold. The desperate reverence in his eyes when he looked at me, like I was the answer to questions he'd been afraid to ask. The sheets smell like us now, like salt and heat, and the reckless collision of want finally unleashed. I bury my face in his pillow, breathing him in until my lungs burn. From downstairs comes the unmistakable symphony of Grant attempting domesticity. The aggressive clatter of pans suggests he's wrestling with breakfast. The coffee maker hisses to life. He's making the good stuff, not the paint thinner he usually drinks. Then comes the sound that makes my heart do something complicated and painful in my chest. Him muttering darkly at what can only be the ancient toaster. "Come on, you piece of... just toast the damn bread." The words drift up through the floorboards, followed by what sounds like him smacking the appliance. I press my hand to my mouth to muffle a laugh, but the sound transforms into something dangerously close to a sob. He's making me breakfast. Such a simple thing, but it carves something open inside me. Not just the gesture itself, but the intention behind it. The careful consideration of my comfort, my needs, my place in his morning routine. Like I belong here. Like this matters. Like I matter. The realization sits heavy and bright in my chest, terrifying in its simplicity. For 22 years, I've been an afterthought, a complication, something to be managed or worked around. But Grant sees me and chooses to stay. Chooses to make me coffee and fight with stubborn appliances and let me sleep in his sheets while he tends to mundane, beautiful things like breakfast. The toaster dings triumphantly, followed by Grant's satisfied grunt. I can picture him standing in the kitchen, probably shirtless, hair sticking up in 6 directions, glaring at the toast like it personally offended him, before deigning to cooperate. The image makes something warm and precious unfurl in my chest. Not just desire, though that's there too, but something deeper. Something that feels dangerously like home. I pad down the stairs barefoot, wearing nothing but his faded blue work shirt that falls to mid-thigh. The cotton still holds traces of his warmth, soft from 1,000 washes. My curls are an absolute disaster, a bird's nest of tangles that no amount of finger combing can tame, but I don't care. The morning feels too fragile, too precious to waste time making myself presentable. The kitchen comes into view, and I freeze on the threshold. Grant stands at the counter, back to me, shoulders tense beneath a clean white t-shirt. His hair is damp from what looks like a rushed shower, darker at the roots where water still clings. Steam rises from 2 mugs beside him. He's made coffee. The good kind that actually tastes like coffee instead of bitter regret. But it's the way he moves that stops me cold. Every gesture is deliberate, careful, like he's handling explosives instead of breakfast. He lifts the toast from the ancient toaster with surgical precision, studies it with the intensity of a bomb disposal expert, then sets it on a plate with movements so controlled they border on robotic. The smell hits me, something distinctly charred beneath the coffee and bacon. He turns at my footsteps, and the spatula in his hand goes still. His eyes sweep over me from bare legs to sleep-mussed hair, pupils dilating before he catches himself and looks away. A muscle jumps in his jaw. "Morning." His voice comes out rougher than intended, like he's not sure how to calibrate it for this new reality we've stumbled into. "Morning yourself." I move closer, hyper-aware of how the shirt shifts against my skin with each step. Something smells burnt. He scrubs a hand through his damp hair, making it stick up at odd angles. The toaster's been planning my downfall for months. Today it finally succeeded. I peer over his shoulder at the plate. The toast resembles charcoal more than bread. Black around the edges, somehow both cremated and raw in the center. It's possibly the saddest breakfast attempt I've ever witnessed. "That's not toast." I tap the plate with one finger, mock serious. "That's a cry for help. We should probably call the fire department." His shoulders drop, tension bleeding out as he huffs a laugh. The sound transforms his whole face, erasing the careful distance he's been trying to maintain. Smart. But there's warmth in it. Fondness that makes something bright and giddy bubble up in my chest. I prefer observant. I bump his hip with mine, testing this new dynamic between us. Though I have to ask, were you trying to make toast, or were you attempting some kind of primitive smoke signal? He shakes his head, disbelief and amusement warring in his expression. "You're never going to let me live this down." "Not a chance." We settle at the small kitchen table with our salvaged breakfast. Bacon that actually turned out perfect. Eggs that only slightly resemble rubber, and coffee strong enough to wake the dead. The table forces our knees to brush beneath the worn wood, and neither of us moves to create distance. The silence stretches between us. But it's not the careful, loaded quiet from before. This feels different, comfortable in a way that surprises me, like we've found our footing in this new territory. Grant tears his toast into manageable pieces, studying each bite like it might contain hidden wisdom. "You know, I used to be decent at this. Cooking, I mean." "What happened? Dinner the other night was great." "Practice makes perfect. I stopped practicing." He glances up, catches me watching him. Hard to justify elaborate meals for one. The admission hangs between us, casual but weighted. I think about all those nights he must have eaten alone in this kitchen, all those quiet dinners with no one to complain about burnt toast or laugh at his muttered threats to kitchen appliances. "Well, you've got an audience now?" I steal a piece of his bacon, grinning when he mock glares. "Fair warning, though. I'm a harsh critic." "Noted." His knee presses more firmly against mine under the table. Guess I'll have to up my game. The words settle somewhere in my chest, warm and sure. You've got an audience now, not a temporary house guest or a charity case. An audience. Someone worth performing for, worth getting better for. I sip my coffee and study his profile as he eats. The morning light catches the silver threading through his dark hair, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, the careful way he holds himself even in relaxation. Everything about him speaks to steadiness, to the kind of reliability I've craved my whole life without knowing how to name it. This doesn't feel like a mistake. The realization unfolds slowly, like morning glory blooms opening to sunlight. Last night wasn't some moment of weakness or rebellion against my father's rejection. It wasn't me acting out or making bad choices born from emotional chaos. This feels like coming home. I've spent most of my life feeling invisible, like I was taking up space in other people's lives without earning the right to belong. But sitting here in Grant's kitchen, wearing his shirt, sharing burnt toast and really strong coffee, I feel seen. Not just desired, though heat still simmers between us, but genuinely known. You're thinking too hard. Grant's voice pulls me back to the present. I can practically hear the gears turning. Just wondering if this is how normal people do breakfast. Normal people don't usually incinerate their bread. He reaches across the table, fingers brushing mine. But yeah, this is how it works. The touch is light, casual, but it sends electricity straight up my arm. Not just attraction, though that's definitely there, but recognition. Like puzzle pieces clicking into place. I'm done running from this. Done pretending it's temporary or complicated or wrong. After we finish eating, I linger in the doorway while Grant moves to the sink. He rolls his sleeves up methodically, the gesture so familiar it makes my heart ache. Sunlight streams through the window above the sink, turning the silver in his hair to molten metal. He rinses our plates with the same careful attention he gives everything else. Movements economical and sure. Water catches the light as it flows over his hands, and I watch the play of muscles beneath his shirt as he works. This is real. What I feel for him, what happened between us, it's not going away, and I'm not running from it anymore. Oh honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Becaue Romance. Chapter 22. Grant. The fluorescent lights above my desk buzz with that particular corporate frequency designed to slowly erode the human soul. The sound cuts through my concentration like a dental drill, made worse by the mechanical symphony of printers churning out reports nobody will read, and phones ringing with problems that suddenly feel monumentally unimportant. I stare at the quarterly projection spreadsheet on my screen, numbers blurring together into meaningless data points. The client wants a 15% increase in market penetration by Q3, but all I can think about is the way Amara's coffee cup looked cradled between her hands this morning, small and delicate, steam curling around fingers that traced patterns on my chest just hours before. The sterile hum of the HVAC system does nothing to chase away the phantom sensation of her curls tickling my jaw as she slept against my shoulder. Even here, surrounded by glass walls and the sharp angles of corporate efficiency, she's still in my skin. The scent of her shampoo, something warm and coconut sweet, clings to my shirt collar despite the shower I took after she stumbled sleepily upstairs to get dressed for class. I force my attention back to the screen, typing responses to emails that require my expertise on risk assessment and market analysis. But between every line, every calculated recommendation, she bleeds through the cracks. The memory of her laugh when I nearly dropped the bacon, bright and unguarded in the morning light. The way she bumped my hip with hers, casual and natural like we'd been sharing breakfast for years instead of stumbling through our first morning after. My fingers pause over the keyboard. When did work become this hollow echo of itself? For years, these projects anchored me, gave structure to days that might otherwise drift into dangerous territory. Now the quarterly reports feel like shadows, insubstantial compared to the weight of Amara curled against me, her breathing deep and even in sleep. The realization unsettles me, but not enough to make me want to change it. I lean back in my chair and let my gaze drift to the window. The city spreads out below in neat grids of glass and concrete, people moving through their routines with the same mechanical precision I've cultivated for years. But today, the view feels different. Not empty, exactly, but distant. Like I'm watching life happen from behind bulletproof glass instead of living it. Something tugs at the corner of my mouth. Not quite a smile, but close. The muscle memory of contentment I'd forgotten I possessed. "Whitaker!" I jerk my attention back to the doorway where Miguel stands, one shoulder propped against the frame. His eyebrows climb upward as he takes in whatever expression I'm wearing. "You're smiling at spreadsheets." He pushes off the doorframe, stepping into my office with the confidence of someone who's weathered 15 years of corporate trenches beside me. "Did you finally crack? Should I be calling security?" Heat crawls up my neck. "Just reviewing the Morrison account projections." "Uh-huh." Miguel settles into the chair across from my desk, clearly not buying it. Because nothing says unbridled joy like quarterly revenue estimates. I turn back to my screen, but the numbers might as well be hieroglyphics. Miguel's comment lodges somewhere deep in my core, uncomfortable and accurate in equal measure. "The projections look good," I offer weakly. "Grant," Miguel's voice drops to something approaching concern. "In all the years I've known you, I've never seen you look at work the way most people look at their morning coffee. What the hell is going on?" The question lingers between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to examine, because he's right. I was smiling. Not the careful, professional expression I've perfected for client meetings, but something unguarded, something real. And the terrifying part isn't that Miguel caught me. It's that I didn't even realize it was happening. After hours of struggling to focus, caught between the piles of papers on my desk and the daydreams I entertained starring Amara, I step out of the office building into the early evening air, and something shifts. The city hasn't changed. Same rush of traffic, same grid of concrete and glass stretching toward the harbor. But it feels different somehow. Softer around the edges, like someone adjusted the contrast on the world while I wasn't paying attention. Neon signs flicker to life in storefront windows, casting pools of amber and electric blue across the sidewalks. A couple shares a laugh outside the coffee shop on the corner, their voices carrying on the autumn breeze that rustles through the maple trees lining the street. Even the usual urban symphony, car horns, footsteps, the distant rumble of the T, sounds less abrasive tonight. More like background music than noise. I find myself walking slower than usual, actually noticing things instead of just moving through them with efficient purpose. The way late sunlight catches in the windows of the brownstones, the scent of garlic and herbs drifting from an Italian place I've passed 100 times without really seeing. A woman walking her dog, both of them moving with that particular contentment that comes from being exactly where they want to be. When did I stop noticing these things? The question follows me down Newberry Street, past boutiques and galleries I couldn't identify if someone paid me. But I know exactly where I'm going, even before I consciously make the decision. The familiar red awning comes into view 3 blocks ahead. Bangkok Garden, the tiny Thai place wedged between a bookstore and a vintage clothing shop. The bell above the door chimes as I step inside. The space is cramped but warm, red lacquered walls covered with photographs of Thailand and hand-painted scenes of temples and rice paddies. The scent of lemongrass and chili oil makes my mouth water in a way the corporate cafeteria sandwich never did. A woman behind the counter looks up from counting receipts, her smile practiced but genuine. For here or to go? To go. I scan the menu mounted on the wall, recognizing exactly none of the dishes. What's good? First time? She sets down her receipts, clearly prepared to walk me through the options. You like spicy? 20 minutes later, I'm back on the street with enough food to feed a small army. Pad thai, green curry, spring rolls, some kind of beef dish the woman promised would change my life, and sticky rice with mango because she insisted no meal was complete without it. The white plastic bags rustle against my legs as I walk, the weight of them somehow satisfying in a way that has little to do with hunger. A treat, I'd said to the cashier when she raised an eyebrow at the order size. The word felt strange in my mouth, like speaking a foreign language I'd forgotten I knew. But that's what this is, isn't it? Not just dinner, not just sustenance. A treat, something given freely without calculation or expectation of return. The kind of gesture that says I thought of you instead of I needed to eat. The realization makes my chest tight in that new way that's becoming disturbingly familiar. Hope, maybe. Or something close enough to it that the distinction doesn't matter. My house comes into view at the end of the block, warm light glowing through the front windows like a beacon. My steps quicken without conscious direction, the plastic bag swinging with renewed purpose. I catch myself hoping she's curled on the couch with a book, maybe wearing one of my old sweatshirts that hangs loose on her frame. The image makes something in my chest ache, not painful exactly, but intense enough to steal my breath. When did wanting someone become this visceral? This necessary? The front door opens before I can fish my keys from my pocket, and there she is. Barefoot, wearing jeans and a soft green sweater that makes her skin glow. Her hair twisted up in one of those effortlessly messy buns that probably took her 30 seconds to perfect. Her smile when she sees me could power the entire block. "You're home." The words spill out of her like she's been saving them all day. "I was just thinking about dinner and..." Her eyes lock onto the takeout bags, widening like I've just performed actual magic. "Is that Bangkok Garden?" Guilty. I lift the bags, suddenly self-conscious about the absurd amount of food I've brought home. Thought we could try something different. "Grant Whitaker, you beautiful man." She grabs one of the bags, practically bouncing on her toes as she peers inside. "You got spring rolls, and is this... Oh my God, you got mango sticky rice." The pure joy in her voice makes something warm unfurl in my chest. When did such a simple gesture make someone this happy? When did I last want to make someone this happy? "Hungry?" I ask, following her into the living room where she's already clearing space on the coffee table. "Starving." She drops cross-legged onto the floor, patting the space beside her. "I've been studying since noon and completely forgot to eat lunch. Again. You have got to stop doing that, by the way." I settle beside her, our knees almost touching, and start unpacking cartons. The coffee table disappears under a feast of white containers, the air filling with the competing scents of basil and coconut and chili. Amara rummages through the bag for chopsticks, her movements quick and efficient. "This is way too much food," she says, not sounding remotely concerned about it. "I may have gotten a little carried away." Good. She snags a spring roll before I've even opened the container properly. "I love when you get carried away." The comment hangs out there between us, loaded with implications neither of us quite knows how to address yet. But instead of the awkwardness I expect, her words just settle into the space around us, comfortable and right. She bites into the spring roll with a satisfied hum, and I watch her face change as the flavors hit. Eyes closing, shoulders relaxing, that little sound of contentment she makes when something exceeds her expectations. The lamplight catches the curve of her smile, and I feel it in my soul. This overwhelming surge of... what? Pride? Satisfaction? Something deeper and more dangerous than either. "You're not eating," she points out, nudging my knee with her chopsticks, just staring at me like I'm the entertainment. "Maybe you are." The words escape before I know it, honest and unguarded in a way that should terrify me. But Amara just grins, stealing a piece of beef from my container with absolutely zero shame. "Then you're easily amused," she says, but her cheeks flush pink in the warm light. We fall into an easy rhythm, sharing cartons, arguing over the last spring roll. her chopstick skills proving significantly superior to mine. She tells me about her day, animated descriptions of a professor who apparently assigns theoretical papers on the emotional intelligence of fictional characters. I find myself laughing at her impression of a classmate who takes Socratic seminars far too seriously. "You should see him," she says, affecting a pompous tone while gesturing with a piece of broccoli. Every question becomes this epic, philosophical journey. But what does Gatsby's green light really represent in the broader context of American existential dread? Sounds profound. Sounds like someone who's never had to worry about whether they can afford textbooks. She pops the broccoli into her mouth, the moment of levity fading into something more serious. Easy to philosophize about existential dread when your biggest worry is which country club to join after graduation. There's an edge to her voice I recognize. The particular frustration of someone who's had to fight for every opportunity while watching others treat them as given. I want to say something, offer some kind of comfort or validation, but she's already moving on, scooping rice with efficient chopstick movements. "Anyway," she continues, lighter now, "how was your day? Did you solve the mysteries of corporate finance? Something like that?" I lean back against the couch, watching her navigate the curry with impressive precision. Spent most of it thinking about other things, actually. Such as? The question is casual, but something in her tone suggests she already knows the answer. Or hopes she does. The realization makes my chest tight again. That same ache that's been following me around all day. Such as whether you'd still be here when I got home. The honesty surprises us both. Amara's chopsticks pause halfway to her mouth, her eyes finding mine across the spread of cartons. The moment stretches between us, weighted with everything we haven't said yet. "Where else would I be?" she asks softly. "I don't know." I set down my own chopsticks, suddenly unable to focus on anything but the way the lamplight makes her skin glow. It just occurred to me today that I've started looking forward to coming home. Really looking forward to it. That hasn't happened in a long time. Something shifts in her expression, surprise giving way to something warmer, more confident. She reaches across the table, her fingers finding mine between the cartons of food. "I was sitting right here," she says, her thumb tracing across my knuckles. "Reading and thinking about how nice it would be when you got home. Like I've been doing it for years instead of just what? Just one night." Her smile is soft but sure. One perfect night that somehow changed everything. I turn my hand over, palm up, and her fingers slot between mine like they belong there. The gesture feels monumental, not just the touch, but the easy way she accepts it, the certainty in her voice when she talks about us like we're already in us. "Does that scare you?" I ask. "Terrifies me," she admits, but her grip on my hand tightens. "You?" "Absolutely." She laughs, the sound bright and unguarded in the warm space between us. "Good. I'd be worried if you weren't at least a little freaked out." We sit like that for a moment, hands linked across the ruins of our dinner, neither of us quite ready to let go of whatever this moment represents. The coffee table looks like a small battlefield, empty cartons, scattered chopsticks, the last spring roll abandoned in its container. But none of that matters compared to the way Amara's looking at me, like I'm something worth waiting for. Like I'm home. The thought should send me running. Should trigger every defense mechanism I've spent years perfecting. Instead, it just settles into my bones with the weight of something inevitable. Something right.
Chapter 23. Amara. The highlighter tastes like artificial lime and regret, but I keep it clamped between my teeth anyway. Something about the familiar plastic weight helps me focus, or maybe it just gives my nervous energy somewhere to go that isn't drumming my fingers on the couch arm every 30 seconds. My textbook sprawls across my lap like an accusation, highlighted passages bleeding neon across theories of organizational behavior that feel about as relevant to real life as ancient hieroglyphics. The words blur together after 3 hours of this, but I force myself to keep reading, to keep underlining the important bits even when my brain feels like cotton stuffed with sawdust. Grant sits in the armchair across from me, a fortress of legal documents spread across the coffee table in front of him. Contract pages rustle with mechanical precision as he turns them, his reading rhythm steady as a metronome. Every few minutes, his coffee mug meets the side table with a soft ceramic clink that somehow become the soundtrack to our evenings. This is dangerous territory. Not the studying part, but the way it feels so effortless. Like we've been doing this for years instead of days. Like this quiet domesticity is something we've earned instead of something we've stumbled into by accident. I shouldn't love it this much. Shouldn't feel this settled, watching him frown at whatever clause has offended him this time, his brow furrowing in that particular way that makes me want to smooth the lines with my thumb. Shouldn't feel this content with my feet tucked under me on his couch, wearing his old college sweatshirt, because mine are all in the wash and he offered without thinking twice about it. But I do love it. All of it. The scratch of my pen against paper, the way he unconsciously rolls his shoulders when he's been hunched over documents too long, the golden circle of lamplight that makes this corner of the living room feel like its own little world. We're playing house without admitting it, building something fragile and precious out of takeout dinners and shared silence and the kind of comfortable routine that sneaks up on you when you're not paying attention. My phone rests on the couch arm, screen dark and innocent. I should be taking notes, should be focused on the riveting complexities of employee motivation theory. Instead, I find myself watching Grant over the top of my textbook, memorizing the way concentration transforms his features. He's beautiful like this, unguarded, absorbed in work that clearly matters to him. The harsh fluorescent lighting of his office does him no favors. But here in the warm glow of the table lamp, shadows soften the edges of his jaw and make his gray-streaked hair look distinguished instead of tired. His frown deepens as he reaches the bottom of a page, and something about his expression, part confusion, part indignation, makes my chest flutter with affection so sharp it borders on painful. Before I can talk myself out of it, my hand moves. Phone lifted, camera app opened, the soft click of the shutter cutting through our peaceful quiet. Grant's head snaps up immediately, eyes narrowing as they find mine across the coffee table. "Did you just—" "For the scrapbook," I say, grinning wickedly as I clutch my phone to my chest like evidence in a trial. His scowl would be more intimidating if I couldn't see the way his mouth twitches at the corner, fighting against a smile he's clearly determined not to let win. "What scrapbook?" "The one I'm going to make when we're old and gray, and you need photographic proof that you once cared about contract law enough to personally offend yourself with it." The mock threat in his voice sends electricity straight down my spine, but I'm already scrambling backward on the couch, textbook tumbling to the floor in a flutter of highlighted pages. "You wouldn't dare!" But Grant's already moving, unfolding from the armchair with deliberate slowness that makes my pulse stutter and trip. There's something predatory in the way he approaches, all controlled power and focused intent, like a man who's decided the time for civilized behavior has officially expired. "You think you can get away with that?" His voice carries just enough menace to make me squeak, an actual squeak like I'm 12 instead of 22. But I can see the amusement dancing in his eyes, the way his mouth fights against the stern expression he's trying to maintain. I scramble toward the far end of the couch, but the cushions betray me, too soft and deep to provide proper leverage for a quick escape. My socked feet slip against the leather as I try to gain momentum. And that split second of vulnerability is all he needs. His hands close around my waist before I can wriggle away, strong and sure as they pull me backwards into his lap. The movement is swift enough to steal my breath, gentle enough to make it clear this is all theater, dangerous, delicious theater that makes my skin flush hot, despite the mock-serious expression he's wearing. "Your trouble?" he growls against my back, the sound rumbling through his chest and into my bones. The vibration of his voice, combined with the solid warmth of him, pressed against me sends heat spiraling through my core. His arms circle my waist, not trapping but holding, and I can feel the steady rhythm of his breathing against my shoulder blade, through the thin cotton of his sweatshirt. Trouble? I twist in his arms, indignation warring with laughter as I try to look offended. I was documenting an important moment for posterity. Future generations need to know that Grant Whitaker used to scowl. I'm not seeing that as much these days. Future generations can find their own entertainment. But his mock growl dissolves into something softer as I turn further, shifting until I'm facing him instead of away. The movement brings us close, closer than I intended, closer than the playful moment called for. Our mouths hover inches apart, my hands somehow finding their way to his chest without conscious permission. The laughter dies in my throat as his gaze drops to my lips, pupils dilating in the lamplight. The silence lingers between us, thick and humming with possibility. My breath catches as his hand moves to cup my face, thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone with reverent gentleness. When he kisses me, it starts soft, testing, questioning, giving me room to pull away if this isn't what I want. But softness transforms into something deeper as my fingers tangle in his shirt, pulling him closer instead of creating distance. His hands trace fire up my thighs, palms burning through denim as the world narrows to this. The taste of coffee on his tongue, the catch in his breathing, the way he holds me like I'm something precious and dangerous all at once. The heat between us builds like a fever, his hands mapping territories that make me gasp, and my thoughts scatter like startled birds. I'm drowning in the taste of him, the solid weight of his body beneath mine, the way his fingers trace reverent paths along my spine. Then my phone erupts. The violent buzzing cuts through the haze like a fire alarm, insistent and jarring against the coffee table surface. The screen lights up with notifications. 1, 2, 3 messages in rapid succession, each buzz more demanding than the last. I freeze against Grant's mouth, reality crashing back with the subtlety of a freight train. My eyes snap open to catch the glow of my phone screen, and my stomach drops as I read the preview text. Group project check-in, due midnight. The timestamp below might as well be a death sentence. 11:42 p.m. Damn. The word escapes as a breathless whisper against his lips, Grant's hand still on my waist, confusion flickering across his features as he follows my gaze to the phone. What? Midnight deadline. My forehead drops to rest against his, both of us breathing hard in the sudden stillness. My group project. If I don't submit my section in 18 minutes, 3 other people fail because of me. The groan that rumbles through his chest vibrates against my ribs, low and tortured. His grip on my waist tightens for one desperate moment before loosening, hands sliding to my hips with reluctant acceptance. 18 minutes. 18 minutes. I press my lips to his once more, tasting frustration and promise in equal measure. We have to stop. If we don't, I'm not making that deadline. Grant's response is another groan, this one edged with something that sounds suspiciously like pain. His mouth finds mine again, not soft this time, but fierce and claiming, like he's trying to brand the memory into both our bones before reality tears us apart. When he finally lets me slide off his lap, my legs shake with more than just desire. The cool air hits my flushed skin like a slap, making me acutely aware of how rumpled we both look, how his hair stands at angles where my fingers have been running through it. This is torture, he mutters, voice rough as gravel. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face as I scramble to gather my laptop from where it sits forgotten on the side table. My fingers fumble with the power cord, still unsteady from his touch, but the smile refuses to fade. Consider it delayed gratification. The look he gives me could melt steel. Part exasperation, part hunger. Wholly focused on me like I'm the only thing in the room worth seeing. It sends another wave of heat through my already overheated system, making my knees wobble as I stand. You're killing me, you know that? Good. I clutch my laptop to my chest like armor, backing toward the stairs with what I hope looks like casual confidence, instead of the barely controlled stumble it actually is. Means you'll appreciate it more when I get back. When you get back? The promise in those 4 words makes my pulse stutter. I pause at the bottom of the staircase, one hand on the banister, and glance back to find Grant exactly where I left him, sprawled in the aftermath of our interrupted moment, watching me with such intensity that it makes my skin flush hot all over again. When I get back, I confirm, voice steadier than I feel. Then I force myself up the stairs before my resolve crumbles completely.
Chapter 24. Grant. The barbell feels like it weighs nothing and everything all at once. 300 pounds should demand respect, should require focus and careful breathing, but right now it might as well be made of foam for all the resistance it offers against the rage burning through my muscles. I slam the weight back onto the rack with more force than necessary, metal clanging against metal in a percussion that echoes through the nearly empty gym. The sound should be satisfying, violence channeled into something productive, but it does nothing to quiet the loop playing in my head. Amara's laughter from last night, the way she melted against me on the couch, trust and desire written across her features like she'd never learned to hide either one. The taste of her mouth, coffee sweet, and infinitely more addictive than any drug I'd experimented with in my reckless youth. The disinfectant smell burns my nostrils as I move to the next set of weights, sharp and chemical against the underlying metallic tang of sweat and iron. This place usually grounds me. Something about the honesty of lifting heavy things and putting them down again. The simple transaction between effort and result. But tonight, even the familiar ritual feels hollow. I load the barbell for deadlifts, movements mechanical as my mind refuses to cooperate. The plates slide onto the bar with dull thuds that match the rhythm of my pulse, still elevated for more than just physical exertion. Daddy issues, I'm telling you. The voice drifts over from the cardio section, casual and crude in the way that makes my jaw clench involuntarily. 2 guys on the treadmills, probably fresh out of college themselves, their conversation carrying across the mostly empty space with the confidence of men who think no one worth caring about can hear them. Older guys know exactly what they're doing. The second one continues, pace steady on the machine. Find some girl with a trashy relationship with her father, swoop in playing hero. They're so grateful they don't even realize they're being played. My hands freeze on the barbell, knuckles white against the knurled steel. The weight feels heavier now, like gravity has decided to remind me it still exists. It's honestly genius, the first guy responds, breathing slightly labored but voice still carrying. By the time they wake up and see what's really happening, they're already too deep to get out clean. Emotional manipulation at its finest. The barbell rises in my grip without conscious decision, muscle memory taking over as my mind goes perfectly, dangerously quiet. The weight comes up smooth and controlled, every fiber in my back and legs working in harmony, but I can't feel any of it through the white noise building behind my ears. Plus, think about it. What 20-something wants to admit she fell for her father's friend? The shame keeps them quiet. These guys get to play savior and sinner at the same time. The weight crashes back to the floor with a sound like thunder, loud enough to make both men glance over with startled expressions. I don't meet their eyes. Can't trust what they might see in mine right now. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat a reminder that their words shouldn't matter. They don't know Amara, don't know her strength, her sharp mind, the way she calls me out when I'm being a jerk and laughs when I try to intimidate her. They don't know the fire in her eyes when she told me she was tired of being invisible, tired of being told what she couldn't have. But their voices follow me anyway as I move through the rest of my workout, poison seeping through the cracks in my certainty. Each rep becomes an exercise in futility, muscles working while my mind betrays me with questions I don't want to answer. What if they're right? The thought hits like a sucker punch, stealing my breath from my lungs mid-lift. I manage to rack the weight before my grip fails completely, hands shaking as I step back from the bar. What if she wakes up one morning and sees not the man who fought for her, but the predator who took advantage? What if every moment of trust she's given me has been built on a foundation of trauma I'm too selfish to acknowledge? I cut my workout short, leaving half my routine unfinished as I flee toward the locker room. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead like angry insects, casting everything in harsh white that makes the institutional green tiles look sickly. The cold water from the sink hits my overheated skin like a slap, shocking enough to make me gasp. I grip the porcelain edge with both hands, staring at my reflection in the mirror mounted above. The man looking back carries 41 years in the lines around his eyes, in the silver threading through dark hair that was solid brown when Amara was still losing teeth. Those same eyes have seen things she can't imagine. Wars fought in boardrooms, friends lost to their own demons, marriages that crumbled under the weight of good intentions and poor execution. I look old. Not distinguished, not mature. Just old. Old enough to be her father. Old enough to remember when she was small enough to carry on my shoulders. Old enough to know better than to want her the way I do. The voices from the gym echo in the tile-lined space, distorted but persistent. Emotional manipulation at its finest. My reflection doesn't argue. The brownstone exhales warmth as I climb the front steps, golden lights spilling from the living room windows like honey across the evening shadows. Music drifts through the door, something soft and soulful, with a voice that wraps around notes like silk. Her music. Always her music these days, filling spaces that used to echo with nothing but my own restless movements. I pause at the threshold, key halfway to the lock, because through the open doorway I can see her curled on the couch like she belongs there. Like she's always belonged there. Her legs tucked beneath her with unconscious grace, textbook balanced on her knees, lips moving as she murmurs lines to herself. Probably psychology again. She's been wrestling with developmental theory all week, turning pages with the focused intensity of someone who actually cares about learning rather than just passing. The sight hits me hard, steals the breath from my lungs. This looks like home. Feels like the kind of evening I used to imagine during the endless quiet years after my divorce, before I convinced myself I preferred the solitude. My hand trembles against the key, and the terror that's been building since the gym crashes over me in full force. What if this is temporary for her? What if I'm just a convenient stopping point between her old life and whatever future she's really meant for? The lock clicks as I turn the key, and she glances up at the sound, face brightening with a smile that used to steady me. Tonight, it makes something in my chest stutter and fail. "Hey, you." Her voice carries the lazy contentment of someone who's had a productive day. "How was the gym? You look like you wrestled a bear and lost." I force my mouth into what I hope resembles a grin. Bear won. Definitely need to work on my technique. But the smile falters as she catches something in my expression. Those dark eyes too perceptive for my own good. She closes the textbook with deliberate care, setting it aside as she shifts to face me fully. "You're a million miles away," she says softly, and there's no judgment in it, just concern that makes the guilt twist deeper. "Come here." I move to the couch, but don't quite settle, perching on the edge like I might need to flee at any moment. She studies my profile with the patience of someone who's learned to read the spaces between words. "Talk to me, Grant. Tell me what's going on right now." The words pull something loose in my chest, unraveling the careful control I've been maintaining since those voices in the gym planted their poison. I sink back against the cushions, staring at my hands. Scarred from years of work, lined with age she hasn't earned yet. "You're 22, I say finally, voice rough. "Brilliant. You've got this whole future blooming ahead of you, and I'm..." The words stick. But she waits, doesn't rush to fill the silence. "I'm afraid you'll wake up one day and regret tying any of it to me." She doesn't flinch at my words, doesn't rush to reassure me with empty platitudes. Instead, she sits in the silence that follows, letting it stretch between us like she's weighing the gravity of what I've just confessed. The music keeps playing, something with piano and a voice that aches. but it feels distant now, background to this moment that's cracking something fundamental between us. When she finally moves, it's with deliberate intention. Her hands reach for mine, fingers threading through mine with the kind of careful precision she uses when handling something breakable. The warmth of her palms against my knuckles sends electricity up my arms, but it's the steadiness in her touch that undoes me completely. Grant. My name in her mouth sounds like a prayer, like an anchor. Look at me. I do, because refusing her has become impossible somewhere along the way. Those dark eyes hold mine without wavering, and there's something in them I've never seen before. Not just affection or desire, but a kind of fierce certainty that breaks something open in my chest. I'm not in this for safety, she says, voice quiet but carrying the weight of absolute conviction. If I wanted safe, I'd have stayed invisible. I'd have taken my father's scraps and pretended they were enough. I'd have let Blake or some boy my own age offer me easy things and shallow promises. Her thumbs trace across my knuckles, touch feather-light but grounding. I want you. Not because you swooped in and rescued me. Not because I'm grateful or confused or looking for a father figure. The words come measured, like she's thought about this exact conversation. I'm choosing you because when you look at me, I stop being invisible. Because when you touch me, I feel like I'm a queen. Because you make me want things I didn't even know I was allowed to want. Something shifts in my chest, a locked door creaking open after years of rust and neglect. The fear is still there, still clawing at the edges of my resolve, but her words are stronger. You think you're too old, too damaged, too wrong for me, she continues, and there's no accusation in it. Just understanding that cuts deeper than anger ever could. But you forget. I've seen what appropriate looks like. I've watched my father choose what everyone expected over what mattered. I've seen safe, Grant. It's cold and empty, and it leaves people like me sitting by phones that never ring. Her grip tightens on my hands, anchoring me to this moment, to her. You make me laugh. You make me fight back when I want to disappear. You make me feel like I'm allowed to take up space in the world, like my voice matters, like I matter. She shakes her head, curls catching the lamplight. That's not manipulation. That's not some older man taking advantage. That's you seeing me when no one else bothered to look. The conviction in her voice strips me bare more effectively than any argument could, leaves me sitting here with my defenses in ruins around my feet.
Chapter 25. Amara. The rain sounds like fingertips drumming against glass, a rhythm that matches my pulse as I step out of the bathroom. Steam follows me into the hallway, curling around my ankles like whispered secrets. The towel wraps around me twice, one of Grant's, because everything in this house dwarfs me. Soft terry cloth that still carries the faint scent of his detergent. I pad toward the living room, but I stop outside his bedroom door instead. Light spills from the crack beneath, warm and golden, and I can hear the whisper of pages turning. He's reading again. Probably some thriller with a cover that promises violence and betrayal, though I caught him with poetry last week, spine cracked and margins filled with his careful handwriting. I should go to my room, should curl up under my own blankets and pretend the ache spreading through my body is just leftover emotion from our conversation on the couch. But my hand finds the door frame anyway, fingers tracing the wood grain like I'm reading Braille. The floorboards shift under my weight as I lean into the doorway, and Grant's head lifts from his book. The reading glasses perched on his nose make him look younger somehow, softer around the edges. His hair sticks up in the back where he's been running his fingers through it. A tell I've learned means he's been thinking too hard about something. Can't sleep? His voice carries the roughness of someone who's been quiet too long, words shaped carefully around whatever thoughts have been keeping him company. I shake my head, crossing the threshold before I can lose my nerve. The carpet beneath my feet feels thick and plush, a luxury that still surprises me after weeks of dorm room linoleum. Each step feels deliberate, like I'm walking across a bridge I can't uncross. I don't want to be by myself tonight. The words come out simpler than I planned, stripped of the explanations I've been rehearsing in my head. No elaborate justification about nightmares or loneliness, or the way thunder makes me think of my father's voice raised in anger. Just the truth, bare and honest as my damp skin. Something shifts in Grant's expression, quick as lightning but impossible to miss. His book closes with a soft snap, forgotten as his eyes search my face. I can see the war happening behind his gaze, the same battle we've been fighting since that first kiss in the kitchen. Want wrestling with propriety, need grappling with the voice that whispers he should know better. The silence lingers between us, filled with the sound of rain and my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Then Grant moves, reaching across the expanse of his king-size bed to lift the blanket on what I've started thinking of as my side. No words, just the quiet invitation of rumpled sheets and the promise of warmth. The towel pools at my feet like spilled moonlight. The mattress yields beneath me, warm and welcoming as I settle against Grant's side. His skin radiates heat, the kind that sinks deep into my bones, chasing away the last lingering chill from the rain. His arm curls around me, fingers tracing idle patterns along my spine, not searching, not demanding, just relearning the landscape of me. I press my cheek to his chest, listening to the steady drum of his heartbeat. The rhythm syncs with the rain outside, a quiet percussion that fills the space between us. His other hand lifts, fingers brushing damp curls from my forehead, tucking them behind my ear with a gentleness that makes my breath hitch. When I tilt my face up, he's already watching me. His gray eyes are darker now, pupils swallowing the stormlight, but there's no urgency in his gaze. Just quiet intensity, like he's memorizing the way the shadows play across my skin. I don't know who moves first. Maybe we both do. His mouth meets mine in a kiss that's slow, deliberate, the kind that lingers in the spaces between breaths. His lips part mine with the same unhurried certainty as his hands smoothing over my body, like he has all the time in the world to learn the taste of me. His palm skates down my side, fingers splaying over my hip before sliding lower, cupping the back of my thigh to hitch my leg over his waist. The shift brings us flush, and I feel the hard press of him against my stomach, hot even through the thin fabric of his boxer briefs. You sure? His voice is rough, but his thumb strokes my cheekbone like I'm something fragile. I nip at his bottom lip in answer, and his groan vibrates against my mouth. His hands don't rush. They map me with a reverence that steals my breath, calloused fingertips tracing the dip of my waist, the curve of my breast, the softness of my inner thigh. Every touch is deliberate, every exhale against my skin a silent vow. Well, well, well. Things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. The silence stretches like a thread pulled taut, waiting to snap. My fingers trace the jagged line of scar tissue on his shoulder, the one he's never explained, but I've mapped with my lips too many times to count. The words are out before I can think better of them, slipping into the quiet like they've been waiting for the right moment to escape. I love you. I feel the way his chest stills beneath me, the sharp intake of breath that doesn't release right away. My own lungs burn, holding on to the air I've just thrown into the space between us. For a moment, I think he's going to say something. His eyes close, jaw tightening like he's wrestling with words too big to fit in his mouth. But he doesn't speak. Instead, his arms tighten around me, pulling me closer until my ear rests over his heart. The steady thud beneath my cheek is louder than any words could have been. His hands slide up my back, fingers splaying across my skin like he's trying to memorize the feel of me. One hand settles at my waist, the other tangling gently in the damp curls at the nape of my neck. He doesn't tell me he loves me back, doesn't promise me forever, or try to explain the weight of what I've just said. He just holds me, his breath warm against the top of my head, his body curled around mine like he's trying to shield me from a world that's never been kind. I want to ask him what he's thinking, if my words have scared him, or if they've settled into the spaces between his ribs, the way his silence has settled into mine. But I don't. Instead, I let my fingers drift back to his scar, tracing it once more before resting my palm flat against his chest. His heartbeat doesn't falter. Steady, certain, like a promise he's not ready to say out loud. The rain outside has softened, reduced to a faint patter against the window. The storm has moved on, leaving behind the kind of quiet that feels alive, pulsing with unspoken things. His thumb brushes against the curve of my waist, grounding me, anchoring me there in the warmth of his bed, the safety of his arms. And in that silence, in the way his hands hold me like I'm something precious, I know.
Chapter 26. Grant. Dawn creeps through the blinds like a thief, gray fingers of light reaching across the room to touch Amara's shoulder where it curves against my chest. I've been awake for 20 minutes, maybe 30, watching the slow shift from black to charcoal to the softest pewter. Her breath warms the hollow of my throat in steady puffs, each exhale a small proof that this isn't some fever dream conjured by a lonely man's imagination. I love you. The words echo in my chest cavity like they've taken up residence there, setting up camp between my ribs. 3 words I couldn't return last night, not because I don't feel them. Christ, I feel them so hard it's like swallowing broken glass. But because saying them out loud would make this real in a way that terrifies me. Her curls fan across my shoulder, each strand catching the weak morning light. I want to touch them, wrap one around my finger the way I've seen her do when she's thinking. But I don't dare move. She's turned toward me in sleep, one arm thrown across my chest, her face peaceful in a way that makes my throat close up. When did someone last look this safe sleeping next to me? When did I last feel like I could be someone's safe harbor instead of just another storm to weather? The slope of her shoulder draws my eyes, the elegant line from her neck to the point where the sheet pools at her waist. Radiant brown skin that seems to glow even in this half-light, unmarked by the kind of scars life leaves on people like me. She's so young, so unmarked by real disappointment, and here she is, tangled up with a man who's made peace with his mistakes, because he's had to live with them for 20 years. Part of me keeps waiting for her to vanish. For my alarm to go off and reveal this as just another dream where I get to hold something good without destroying it. I've had those dreams before. Not about her, never about her until recently, but about the idea of someone. Someone who chooses to stay, who doesn't flinch when they see the parts of me I keep locked away. But her weight is real against my chest, solid and warm. Her breathing hitches slightly as she shifts, burrowing closer like I'm her personal radiator. The movement presses her breast against my ribs, and I have to close my eyes for a moment, fighting the urge to wake her with my mouth on her skin. Minutes tick by in the gray quiet. Somewhere outside, a neighbor's dog barks once before falling silent again. The house settles around us with small creaks and sighs, the kind of sounds that used to emphasize how alone I was, but now feel like they're holding us, keeping us safe in this pocket of stolen time. The elevator door slides shut with a mechanical whisper, trapping me with my own reflection in the polished steel. The man staring back looks different somehow, softer around the edges, like someone filed down the sharp corners I've been carrying for years. The ghost of a smile lingers at the corner of my mouth. I catch myself before it can spread into something Miguel will definitely notice. Too late. Miracle of miracles. Miguel leans against the break room counter, coffee mug raised like he's toasting something sacred. Grant Whitaker is smiling before noon on a Wednesday. Should I call the weather service? Check for signs of the apocalypse? Don't you have invoices to process or something equally thrilling? Those invoices aren't going anywhere. This face you're wearing, though, this is temporary, so I'm documenting it for posterity. He takes a long sip of coffee, dark eyes dancing with amusement. What happened? Did you finally listen to my advice about online dating? Find yourself a nice woman who appreciates your particular brand of grumpiness? The elevator dings, doors sliding open to reveal the familiar chaos of our floor. Gray cubicles stretch in neat rows, fluorescent lights humming their eternal song of corporate productivity. Usually this place feels like a trap, all beige walls and recycled air, but today it feels different. Lighter somehow, like someone opened a window I didn't know existed. Something like that. Miguel nearly chokes on his coffee. Wait, seriously? You met someone? I don't answer, just head toward my office with Miguel trailing behind like a bloodhound who's caught a scent. The taste of Amara's laughter still lingers in the back of my mind. The memory of her voice whispering my name in the dark. Even the prospect of sitting through Henderson's quarterly budget meeting can't dull the quiet pulse of joy running through my veins. You did. You absolutely did. Miguel settles into the chair across from my desk, completely abandoning any pretense of returning to his own work. Who is she? How long has this been going on? And why do you look like someone just told you Christmas comes twice this year? I fire up my computer, scrolling through emails that suddenly seem less urgent than they did yesterday. Everything feels manageable today. Even Henderson's passive-aggressive notes about deadline extensions and budget overruns. Like I've got some kind of armor made of stolen kisses and whispered confessions. Aren't you supposed to be somewhere else right now? Nope. This is way more interesting than anywhere else I could be. The traffic light bleeds orange through my windshield, casting everything in the color of autumn leaves and last chances. Rush hour crawls around me in its usual symphony of honking horns and exhaust fumes. But today I don't mind the stop-and-go rhythm. Today I've got somewhere to be, someone waiting for me, and that thought sits in my chest like a warm coal. My phone pings on the dashboard. Miguel again, probably still trying to extract details about my mysterious woman. The man's got the persistence of a bloodhound and the subtlety of a freight train. I let it go to voicemail. The market parking lot is a maze of suburban warriors wielding shopping carts like weapons, but I navigate through them with unusual patience. Inside, overhead lights buzz over displays of wilted lettuce and bruised apples, the kind of produce that usually makes me grab whatever's closest and bolt for the checkout. Not today. Today I find myself standing in front of the tomato display like I'm selecting diamonds. These heirloom beauties cost twice what the regular ones do, their shoulders rippled with character lines, skin flushed deep red and yellow and purple. I pick them up one by one, testing their weight, breathing in that green stem smell that promises summer. Fresh basil next, the leaves so bright they almost hurt to look at. The real stuff, not the sad dried flakes I usually settle for. Then mozzarella from the fancy cheese section, the kind that comes in water and costs more than cheese should. My hands move with purpose I haven't felt in the kitchen since. Hell, maybe ever. Maggie used to order takeout most nights, claimed cooking was too much trouble after a long day at the office. The checkout girl smiles as she rings up my hall. Someone's making something special tonight. Something like that. The words taste different in my mouth. Special. When did I last use that word about anything in my life? When did I last plan something that wasn't about routine or obligation, or just getting through another day? The drive home feels shorter somehow, like the city streets are conspiring to get me back to her faster. I catch myself checking the clock on the dashboard, calculating how long it'll take to get the sauce simmering, whether I have time to stop at the wine shop. The thought of her walking into a kitchen that smells like garlic and herbs, of watching her face light up when she realizes I've actually tried to make something beautiful. My pulse kicks against my collar. At the next red light, I close my eyes for just a moment and picture it. Amara padding down the stairs in those ridiculous, fuzzy socks she loves, hair piled up in whatever gravity-defying arrangement she manages after hours of studying. The way she stops in doorways sometimes, like she's still not quite sure she belongs but wants to anyway. Tonight, I want her to know she belongs. The garlic hits the oil with a satisfying sizzle, filling the kitchen with the kind of smell that transforms a house into something warmer. I've got the heat dialed just right. Not so hot that it burns, not so low that it just sits there looking pathetic. The wooden spoon moves through the pan like it knows what it's doing, even though my hands feel clumsy with the weight of wanting this to be perfect. Steam rises from the pasta pot in lazy spirals, and I check the clock again. She should be home soon. The sauce needs another 10 minutes to develop the kind of depth that makes people close their eyes on the first bite, and the bread's warming in the oven, filling the house with competing aromas that somehow work together. I've set the table with actual plates instead of eating straight from takeout containers. Found cloth napkins buried in a drawer I forgot existed. Even opened one of the bottles of wine I've been saving for an occasion that never seemed to arrive. Until now. The front door clicks open, followed by the familiar sound of her backpack hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Keys jangle against the side table, and then her voice carries through the house. "Grant, whatever you're making smells incredible." Heat spreads through my chest, different from the warmth radiating off the stove. I hear her footsteps on the stairs, probably dropping off books and trading her school clothes for something comfortable. The routine we've fallen into over these weeks, domestic in a way that still catches me off guard. When she appears in the kitchen doorway, my breath stutters. Her curls are pulled back with some kind of headband thing, a few strands escaping to frame her face. "You've been busy." Her eyes take in the scene, the carefully arranged ingredients, the wine breathing on the counter, the way I've actually cleaned the stovetop instead of just cooking around the stains. This looks serious. Just dinner. But we both know it's more than that. The effort shows in every detail, from the way I folded the napkins to the fresh basil I'm about to add to the sauce. I turn back to the stove, trying to look casual while my pulse hammers against my collar. She moves closer, drawn by the warmth and the smells, until she's standing beside me watching the sauce bubble. "Can I help with anything?" "Just be here." The words ooze out before I can stop them, more honest than I intended. She goes still beside me, and I feel her attention like a physical weight. When I glance over, her expression has softened into something that makes my heart race. "I am here." Her voice carries a promise that goes deeper than dinner plans. I'm not going anywhere. Steam curls between us as she slides her arms around my waist from behind, her cheek pressing against my shoulder blade. The contact sends electricity racing down my spine, and I have to focus on not burning the garlic while her hands spread flat against my chest. "You don't have to prove anything," she murmurs against my back, her breath warm through the fabric of my shirt. "You already do more than anyone else ever has." The wooden spoon stills in my hand. Her words hit something deep and unguarded, a place I thought I'd armored over years ago, more than anyone else ever has. When did someone last notice what I give instead of cataloging what I lack? When did someone last call my efforts enough instead of asking for more? She turns me in her arms, hands sliding up to frame my face, and the kitchen tilts around us. The sauce can burn for all I care. Nothing exists except the way she's looking at me, like I'm exactly what she wanted to come home to. "Dinner's going to burn," I manage, though my hands are already finding the curve of her waist. "Then turn it off." Her lips brush the corner of my mouth, soft and deliberate, tasting like the promise of something I've never dared want. The pasta water bubbles behind us, forgotten as she kisses me properly, slow and deep and full of everything we haven't said yet. "I love you." The words press against my teeth, desperate to escape, vibrating through my chest like a caged bird. They're right there, balanced on my tongue, begging to be spoken into the steam-filled space between us. But what if saying them breaks this delicate thing we're building? What if they're too much too soon, too heavy for something this new and precious? I swallow them back, rest my forehead against hers instead. "Dinner's ready," but my voice breaks on the words, betraying everything I meant to say instead.
Chapter 27. Amara. The leather chair at Grind Coffee embraces me like an old friend, worn smooth by countless students who've sought refuge in its depths. Steam rises from the espresso machine in delicate spirals, mingling with the low hum of jazz that drifts from speakers hidden somewhere in the exposed brick walls. The familiar chaos of conversation and clinking mugs should be comforting. But today, everything feels heightened. Colors more vivid, sounds more distinct, like someone adjusted the settings on my life. I flip open my notebook with what I hope passes for casual purpose, but my pen hovers uselessly over the blank page. My mind keeps drifting back to this morning. Grant's hands gentle on my face as he kissed me goodbye. The way he lingered in the doorway like leaving was physically painful. The memory sends warmth cascading through my chest, and I catch myself smiling at my empty notebook like it just told me the world's best secret. Focus, Amara. You're here to study, to be normal, to pretend your entire universe hasn't shifted on its axis, because a man who tastes like coffee and promises made you dinner with actual cloth napkins. The cafe door chimes, bringing a rush of air that carries the scent of dying leaves and distant rain. Kendra appears in the entrance like she's stepping out of a magazine spread. Auburn curls caught perfectly in the breeze, burgundy coat that makes her skin glow, those ridiculous chandelier earrings that somehow work on her where they'd make anyone else look like a Christmas ornament. She spots me immediately, weaving through the maze of mismatched tables with the kind of confidence that turns heads. I wave, trying to school my expression into something resembling academic focus, but my cheeks ache from suppressing the smile that keeps threatening to break free. Sorry I'm late. Kendra drops into the chair across from me with theatrical flair, unwinding her scarf like she's performing for an invisible audience. Professor Suarez kept us 20 minutes past because apparently the Renaissance doesn't care about our lunch plans. She signals the barista with 2 fingers. Our usual order, perfected over 3 years of crisis management sessions and celebration toasts. Her dark eyes sweep over me with the kind of systematic precision she usually reserves for analyzing potential dating disasters or questionable fashion choices. The assessment takes exactly 3 seconds. Oh no! She points her stirring straw at me like a tiny weapon, voice sliding into that dangerous territory between amusement and interrogation. You're glowing, like newly in love. Write his name in the margins glowing. Who is he? The question hits me like a pin to a soap bubble, all my carefully constructed normalcy popping in an instant. Heat floods my cheeks, betraying every secret I thought I could keep buried under academic small talk and casual coffee dates. That's ridiculous, My voice cracks open on the protest, making me sound exactly like someone who's been thoroughly kissed and doesn't know how to hide it. I had a good morning, that's all. Uh-huh. Kendra leans back, arms crossed, aureate lips curved in the kind of smile that means she's already 3 moves ahead in whatever game we're playing. Define good morning, because you look like someone who just discovered chocolate-covered happiness. And last week, you were complaining about Grant's terrible coffee. My pen slips from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering against the notebook. This has nothing to do with Grant. I didn't mention Grant. The words hover between us like a neon sign, pointing directly at my spectacular failure to play it cool. Kendra's eyebrows climb toward her hairline, and I can practically hear the gears turning in her relentlessly analytical mind. Amara Johnson. Her voice drops to that whisper hiss she perfected freshman year when she caught me lying about skipping organic chemistry. Please tell me you did not just name drop the man you swore was basically your uncle. A laugh bubbles out of me, sharp, brittle, pitched too high for the intimate atmosphere of the cafe. It sounds like glass breaking in the distance, and several heads turn our way before swiveling back to their own conversations. The sound dies as abruptly as it started. leaving behind a silence that feels heavier than the jazz drifting from the speakers. My fingers find the hem of my sweater sleeve, worrying the soft fabric between my thumb and forefinger. The gesture feels childish, something I did in elementary school when called to the principal's office, but I can't seem to stop. My pulse hammers against my throat like it's trying to escape, and each beat makes my confession feel more inevitable. The word catches, turns rough. I clear my throat and try again, tasting copper and fear. It's Grant. His name sits on my tongue like something wild and breakable, a bird with hollow bones that might shatter if I breathe wrong. Saying it out loud transforms everything. The careful distance we've been pretending exists, the stolen glances across breakfast tables, the way he touches my face like I'm made of spun sugar. All of it crystallizes into something undeniably real. The barista calls out an order somewhere behind me. Steam hisses from the espresso machine, but the sounds feel muffled, distant, like the entire world has narrowed down to this moment, this table. This confession hanging between us like smoke. Kendra blinks once, twice. I watch her face cycle through emotions with the rapid efficiency of someone who's mastered the art of crisis management. Surprise flickering first, then understanding, then something that looks dangerously close to protective fury. She leans forward, elbows on the scarred wooden table, voice dropping to a whisper that somehow cuts through the cafe's ambient chatter with surgical precision. If your father finds out, he'll scorch the earth. Each word lands with deliberate weight, designed to penetrate whatever romantic haze might be clouding my judgment. This won't just be drama, Amara. It'll be war. Are you ready for that? The question hits like cold water, washing away the lingering sweetness of Grant's name on my lips. I think of Dad's voice on the phone, clipped, dismissive, more concerned with Victoria's comfort than his daughter's crisis. I picture him discovering this, his oldest friend crossing every line he'd drawn in invisible ink. My sleeve is going to have permanent finger marks if I keep this up. I don't know. The admission tastes like honesty and terror in equal measure. But I know I can't go back to pretending it doesn't exist. My finger traces the rim of my coffee mug in slow, hypnotic circles. The ceramic feels warm against my skin, but it's insignificant compared to the heat blooming beneath my ribs. Part terror, part exhilaration. The combination makes my heart ricochet against my chest like a pinball bouncing between fear and wanting. The thought of Dad's face when he finds out, not if, when, sends ice crystallizing in my stomach. I picture his jaw tightening the way it did when I was 16 and came home an hour past curfew. But this won't be disappointment. This will be betrayal written in capital letters, accusations flung like weapons. Victoria will stand behind him with that satisfied gleam in her eyes, finally having ammunition to cut me out completely. But underneath that Arctic dread, something else pulses steadier than my heartbeat. A warmth that spreads through my chest whenever I think of Grant's hands cupping my face this morning. The way he uttered my name like a prayer against my lips. The memory sends a shiver racing down my spine that has little to do with fear. My finger pauses on the mug's handle. I could weather Dad's anger for the rest of my life if it meant keeping this. I hear myself say, voice steadier than my pulse. Because what Grant and I have, it's not some college experiment or rebellion phase. Kendra's eyebrows climb higher. The chandelier earrings catch the afternoon light streaming through the cafe's windows, sending tiny rainbows dancing across her skin. Amara, I love him. The words tumble forth before I can second-guess them, landing on the table between us with startling clarity. They settle into the space like something that's been waiting to be acknowledged, and saying them out loud doesn't make me want to take them back. Instead, they anchor me, make everything else feel less chaotic. Not the way I loved the idea of James' freshman year, or how I convinced myself I felt about Mateo last spring. This is different. I search for the right words. fingers tightening around the mug's warmth. Real, I finish, meeting Kendra's gaze without flinching. Terrifying and impossible and real. The confession steadies something inside me that's been wobbling since the moment Grant pulled me into his lap 3 nights ago. Even as the implications make my stomach twist with anxiety, there's relief in finally naming what's been building between us for months. Kendra exhales slowly, the sound carrying resignation and something that might be admiration. She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms, and I watch her face cycle through the same calculations she's been making since freshman year whenever I've stumbled into emotional quicksand. "Then be careful," she says finally, voice gentle but firm. "And be sure, because once this gets out, and it will get out, there's no putting it back in the box." I nod, but inside I already know the truth she's dancing around. I'm too far gone to turn back, past the point where careful planning or measured decisions matter. Whatever comes, Dad's fury, Victoria's triumph, the whispers that will follow me across campus, I'll face it.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 28. Grant. The truck's engine rumbles beneath me like a sleeping predator, exhaust fumes mixing with autumn air that carries the promise of winter. I check my phone again. 3:47 p.m. She said 3:45, but I've been sitting here for 10 minutes, unable to shake the restless energy that's been clawing at me since this morning. Students pour from the psychology building in waves, their conversations bleeding together into white noise punctuated by the slam of car doors and the screech of bicycle brakes. They move with that careless fluidity that comes from believing the world will wait for them. Backpacks sliding off shoulders, phones pressed to ears, laughter spilling onto the sidewalk like water from an overfilled cup. I feel ancient watching them. Not just older. Ancient. Like I've lived through geological epochs while they were learning to tie their shoes. My hands tighten on the steering wheel, leather creaking under the pressure. Then she appears. Amara emerges from the building's glass doors with her bag slung over one shoulder, curls catching the late afternoon sunlight and turning it into something that looks like burnished copper. She's laughing at something the girl beside her said, head thrown back, and the sound carries across the parking lot like music I didn't know I was starving to hear. The knot in my chest loosens, just like that. One glimpse of her smile and the world rights itself on its axis. She waves goodbye to her classmate, a redhead with paint-stained fingers who looks like she hasn't slept in 3 days, and turns toward the parking lot. When she spots my truck, her face transforms. The casual smile becomes something brighter, more intimate. Something meant just for me. My pulse hammers against my collar like it's trying to escape. She slides into the passenger seat with easy grace, her bag hitting the floor with a soft thud. The cab fills with her scent, something clean and warm that makes me think of Sunday mornings and tangled sheets. Sorry, I'm late. She buckles her seatbelt, still glowing from whatever conversation she'd been having. Professor Jackson went off on this tangent about Cognitive dissonance that turned into a 20-minute dissertation on why people stay in terrible relationships. Sounds like he knows his subject matter. She shoots me a look, eyebrows raised. Are you calling my relationship terrible? I'm calling your professor observant. Rude. But she's grinning when she says it, settling back into the seat like she belongs there. Like this truck, this moment, this careful dance we're doing is exactly where she's supposed to be. I pull out of the parking space, muscle memory guiding us toward the main road, while my attention fractures between traffic and the way she tucks one leg beneath her, getting comfortable. He also spent 10 minutes explaining why proximity breeds attraction, she continues, voice carrying that academic excitement that makes her sound younger. Apparently, being in close quarters with someone increases the likelihood of romantic attachment by... Dangerous territory there, Professor. What, you think I chose you because you were convenient? The question catches me off guard, makes my grip tighten on the wheel. Because part of me, the part that's been whispering poison in my ear since the night she first said she loved me, does wonder exactly that. Whether proximity and gratitude and the simple human need for connection convinced her she felt something deeper. I think, I say carefully, that you had limited options. Grant! Her voice goes soft, serious. Look at me. I glance over at the next red light, and the expression on her face makes something in my chest crack open. There's no uncertainty there, no hesitation. Just steady conviction that somehow makes the air feel warmer. You weren't my only option. You were my choice. There's a difference. The light turns green, but for a heartbeat I can't move. Can't think past the way she's ogling me like I hung the moon and personally arranged for it to shine just for her. Someone honks behind us. The real world crashes back in. I accelerate through the intersection, the conversation settling into comfortable quiet. She pulls out her phone, scrolling through something that makes her chuckle, and I steal glances at her profile while pretending to focus on traffic. The slope of her nose, the curve of her lips, the way she worries her bottom lip with her teeth when she's concentrating. 3 blocks from home, we hit another red light. Without thinking, I reach over and lace our fingers together. The gesture happens before conscious thought kicks in. Pure instinct, muscle memory from mornings when she curls against my side and afternoons when she steals my coffee mug. Her hand fits perfectly in mine, warm and smaller than my palm, but somehow steady enough to anchor me. Her thumb traces lazy circles across my knuckles, and when I glance over, she's beaming at me with a kind of unguarded joy that could power small cities. What? Nothing. But her smile widens and she squeezes my hand. Just this. Us. I never thought I'd get to have this. The confession hits me square in the chest, makes everything else fade to background noise. The students, the traffic, the voice in my head that keeps cataloging all the ways this could go wrong. All of it disappears under the weight of her happiness. Movement in my peripheral vision snaps me back to reality. A silver sedan pulls up in the next lane, and through the windshield I catch sight of familiar gray hair and oversized sunglasses. Mrs. Keating from 2 houses down, lifting her hand in a cheery wave. Panic seizes my throat like a fist. I drop Amara's hand so fast you'd think it caught fire, my fingers retreating to the steering wheel with the kind of guilty haste usually reserved for teenagers caught smoking behind the gym. I force my face into what I hope passes for a neighborly expression and return her wave, jaw so tight it could crack teeth. The light turns green. Mrs. Keating accelerates ahead of us, already fishing for her phone, and I know with absolute certainty that she'll be texting her sister in 5 minutes with speculation about why some young college kid was holding hands with Grant Whitaker. The warmth of Amara's palm still burns against my skin, like evidence of a crime I can't take back. The light changes, and I drive on autopilot, my hands moving through the motions of shifting and turning while my brain replays that split second of panic in excruciating detail. The adrenaline from almost being caught still fizzes in my bloodstream like champagne gone sour, mixing thrill with guilt until I can taste copper on my tongue. Mrs. Keating's wave loops in my mind, friendly, curious, innocent. The kind of neighborly gesture that shouldn't make a grown man's pulse spike like he's running from the law. But the image of her gossiping over coffee tomorrow morning makes me want to throw a punch through the window. Beside me, Amara has gone quiet, her face turned toward the passenger window as the blur of storefronts and strip malls slides past. Hardware stores and coffee shops painted in light, ordinary and safe, and completely removed from the complicated knot we've tied ourselves into. I wonder if she's thinking about what discovery would cost her. The whispers that would follow her across campus, the way professors might look at her differently, the questions about whether she earned her grades honestly or through other means. The thought lands in my gut like spoiled food, twisting the sweetness of her confession into something fragile and breakable. What it would cost me feels simpler. Friendship, reputation, the quiet life I've built from the ashes of my younger mistakes. But what it would cost her. I pull into our driveway with mechanical precision, the engine ticking as it cools. The house sits before us like a refuge, warm light spilling from windows that frame glimpses of the life we've been building together in secret. Safe behind these walls where no one can see us, where holding hands doesn't require calculating the risk of discovery. The front door swings open with the kind of easy resistance that speaks of home, and immediately the house wraps around us like an embrace. Soft light pools in corners, where I never bothered placing lamps until Amara arrived, and the faint scent of rosemary drifts from the candle she lit last night, transforming my bachelor sanctuary into something warmer, more lived in. Amara tosses her bag onto the stairs with casual ownership, the thud of books hitting hardwood as familiar as my own heartbeat. She turns to face me, leaning against the banister with one shoulder, and the smirk on her lips carries enough mischief to power a small rebellion. You practically flinched when she waved. One eyebrow arches with surgical precision, her voice light as feathers, but carrying an undercurrent that feels like a test. What? Are we fugitives now? The words hit their mark with uncomfortable accuracy. I start to form a response about reputation and neighbors and all the logical consequences that stack like dominoes in my mind, but they crumble before they reach my mouth. Instead, I close the space between us in 2 strides, my palm bracing against the banister beside her head. The golden light from the hallway lamp carves shadows along her collarbone, where her sweater has slipped off one shoulder, and the sight of that bare skin makes my mouth go dry. You're worth protecting, I say, my voice coming out lower and rougher than I intended. Even from me. The words vibrate against her skin as I dip my head closer, drawn by gravity I can't fight anymore. My self-control stretches thin as glass, ready to shatter at the slightest pressure. This close, I can see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes, can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Her breath catches, lips parting in something that looks like defiance and surrender all at once. That soft sound, half gasp, half invitation, unravels the last threads of my restraint. Grant. My name on her lips sounds like permission. I kiss her then, hard and desperate, like I've been drowning and she's the first breath of air. Her hands fist in my shirt, pulling me closer, and the small sound she makes against my mouth sends fire racing through my veins. We move without thinking, muscle memory and hunger guiding us toward the couch. The world blurs into a tangle of limbs and half-laughed gasps as we tumble into each other, documents from my coffee table scattering like autumn leaves beneath us. Her fingers drag through my hair, tugging just hard enough to make me groan against her throat. The sound comes from somewhere down deep inside, helpless and raw. I don't remember pulling her into my lap, don't care about the papers we're crushing, or the rational voice in my head that's finally gone quiet. There's only her. The way she fits against me like she was designed for this exact moment. The taste of her smile when she breaks the kiss to breathe. The intoxicating warmth of her hips shifting against mine. We're really bad at staying in our own lanes, she whispers, her voice breathy and amused. Terrible at it. My hands frame her waist, reverent and hungry all at once. Absolutely catastrophic. She laughs, the sound vibrating through her chest and into mine, and I realize with heady, terrifying clarity that I may never get enough of this, of her laugh, her warmth, the way she studies me like I'm worth every risk she's taking.
Chapter 29. Amara. The Thai restaurant's paper bag crinkles against my palm as I stand before the glass tower that houses Grant's office, steel and chrome, reaching toward the clouds like corporate ambition made manifest. The building screams money and importance, all clean lines and reflective surfaces that make me feel like I'm about to infiltrate enemy territory, armed with nothing but pad thai and rebellious impulse. I adjust my grip on the bag, the warm containers shifting inside. This morning I woke up with restless energy buzzing under my skin, the kind that makes sitting through lectures feel impossible. Professor Suarez droned about developmental psychology while I sketched Grant's profile in my notebook margins, remembering the way he looked when he thought I wasn't watching. Unguarded, almost vulnerable. The thought struck me somewhere between notes on attachment theory and the lunch break. I want to see him at work. Not the version of him that exists in our kitchen sanctuary or tangled in sheets at 2 a.m., but the professional Grant who commands boardrooms and makes decisions that matter to people who wear suits, worth more than my semester's tuition. The lobby swallows me whole, marble floors polished to mirror brightness and abstract art that probably costs more than my degree. Men in tailored suits stride past without seeing me, their conversations a blur of acronyms and quarterly projections. I feel like a watercolor painting that wandered into a black and white photograph, my jeans and cable knit sweater suddenly screaming, "college student," louder than a fire alarm. The security desk looms ahead, manned by someone who looks like they bench press corporate raiders for fun. But the elevators shimmer beyond like a promise, chrome doors reflecting my nervous smile back at me in fragments. "Can I help you?" The guard's voice reveals the weight of someone who's perfected the art of polite intimidation. "I'm here to see Grant Whitaker. 15th floor? Is he expecting you?" The question hangs in the air like a challenge. I could say yes, lie my way through with the confidence that's gotten me through worse situations. Instead, I lift the Thai food bag like evidence in my defense. Critical morale mission. Someone's been surviving on vending machine coffee and whatever counts as food in the executive cafeteria. A smile cracks his professional facade. Elevator bank C. You'll need a visitor's badge. The ride to the 15th floor passes in a blur of soft jazz and the faint scent of expensive cologne clinging to elevator walls. My reflection stares back from polished doors. Curls slightly flattened from the wind, cheeks flushed with excitement and nerves. I look young. Too young for this building. For these people. For the man waiting somewhere above who kissed me breathless an hour before he left for work this morning. The elevator dings softly, doors sliding open to reveal a reception area that screams ostentatious wealth. The kind of place where even the plants look like they have trust funds. Behind a desk that could double as a small aircraft carrier sits a woman with silver hair, styled into submission, and pearls that catch the light like captured stars. Her nameplate reads, Lorraine Mitchell, in elegant script. And when she looks up, her gaze performs surgical analysis in the span of 3 seconds. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for Grant Whitaker. Delivery." I hold up the bag like a peace offering, summoning every ounce of charm I've ever possessed. Fair warning, it's Thai food, so his office is about to smell like paradise for the next hour. Something shifts in her expression, curiosity replacing calculation. "And you are?" "Amara. The one responsible for making sure he eats actual food instead of whatever they're calling sandwiches in the cafeteria downstairs." "Ah." Recognition flickers across her face, followed by something that might be approval. "The mysterious lunch provider. He's mentioned you." Heat rises in my cheeks. "All good things. I hope." "He lights up when he talks about you." The words emerge before she catches them, professional mask sliding back into place. He's in his office, down the hall, corner suite, the one with all the windows. Thank you, Lorraine. Make sure he actually eats. The man has a talent for forgetting basic human needs when he's focused on something. I follow her directions down a hallway, lined with offices that look like aquariums, glass walls showcasing the important people inside, like exotic fish in expensive tanks. Conversations blur together as I pass. Fragments about market volatility and client meetings that sound like a foreign language I'll never learn. Grant's office sits at the end of the hall, windows wrapping around 2 walls and flooding the space with afternoon light. Through the glass, I can see him bent over paperwork, jacket draped over his chair, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that make my mouth go dry even from this distance. This is Grant, the executive. Grant, the decision maker. The version of him that other people see, respect, maybe fear a little. His hair is perfectly styled instead of sleek mussed, his white shirt pressed to crisp perfection. He looks like he belongs here among the chrome and leather, like he was born to command rooms full of people who hang on his every word. But then he glances up, catching sight of me through the glass, and everything else falls away. Surprise flashes across his face, eyebrows lifting, lips parting slightly, before melting into a smile that transforms his entire expression. The corporate mask disappears, revealing something warm and unguarded that belongs only to me. He's on his feet before I finish knocking, crossing the space between desk and door like I'm gravity, and he's been floating too long. The walk to the elevator feels like crossing a minefield in slow motion. Grant's hand hovers near mine as we navigate the hallway, fingers almost touching before he catches himself and shoves them deep into his pocket. The gesture screams guilt to me, but his colleagues probably just see professional courtesy. Thanks for lunch. His voice shifts, acquiring that measured executive tone I heard him use on phone calls. I needed the break. 2 men in expensive suits approach from the opposite direction, their conversation dying as they spot us. Grant's spine straightens, shoulders squaring like he's preparing for battle instead of casual workplace interaction. Afternoon, Grant. The taller one nods, eyes sliding over me with curious assessment. Getting back to it? Always. Grant's smile transforms into something polite and distant. Nothing like the unguarded warmth he showed me 20 minutes ago. Have a good rest of your day. They continue past us, and I catch the subtle shift in Grant's breathing, relief mixed with something that might be disappointment. The elevator dings softly, doors sliding open like a mouth ready to swallow me whole. Drive safe. He steps back as I enter, maintaining careful distance even though every cell in my body wants to close the gap between us. Always do. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. I drive like someone who learned in parking lots and still treats speed limits as suggestions rather than laws. The doors begin their slow slide shut, chrome reflecting my face back in fragments. Through the narrowing gap, I catch sight of 2 junior associates lingering near the water cooler, their voices carrying just far enough to reach me. Who was that? The question floats through the closing space like smoke. He never smiles like that. Right? I've worked here 3 years and never seen him look so... The elevator swallows the rest of their words, leaving me alone with the soft jazz and the echo of confirmation bouncing off metal walls. They noticed. Of course they noticed. The way Grant's entire face transformed when he saw me. The careful distance that spoke louder than any touch. It might as well have been a neon sign flashing, "Something's happening here." The descent feels endless, floors ticking by with cold precision, while my heart pounds out an irregular rhythm against my ribs. By the time I reach the lobby, rain has started pelting the windows in fat droplets that streak the glass like tears. The house feels different when I return, charged with the weight of words we haven't spoken yet. Rain clings to my coat and hair as I stand in the entryway, listening to the soft clink of glass against granite from the kitchen. Grant's home before me, unusual for a Thursday afternoon, I find him standing at the counter, back rigid with tension, as he pours bourbon into a crystal tumbler. The liquid catches the light like amber fire, and his movements carry the careful precision of someone who needs the ritual to steady his hands. He doesn't turn when I enter, doesn't acknowledge my presence beyond the slight pause in his pour. Water drips from my coat onto the hardwood, each drop a small accusation in the silence stretching between us. Do you want to keep hiding forever? Is that how we're playing this now? The question slips before I can catch it, quiet but sharp enough to slice through whatever careful walls he's trying to rebuild. My coat hangs heavy in my hands like armor I'm too tired to wear. The bourbon swirls in his glass, amber catching light as he stares into its depths, like it holds answers to questions he's afraid to ask. This isn't hiding. It isn't shame. His voice emerges rough, scraped raw like he's been swallowing gravel. The admission hangs between us, weighted with months of careful distance and stolen glances. It's survival. I remain frozen in the doorway, coat dripping steadily onto hardwood. The water pooling at my feet feels like evidence of something. My intrusion into his carefully ordered world, maybe. Or the storm we've been pretending doesn't exist, finally breaking through the windows. Your father was the only real friend I had left when everything else went to hell. Grant's knuckles whiten around the crystal tumbler, bourbon sloshing dangerously close to the rim. He trusted me with you. The words pierce like physical blows, each one carefully aimed at the tender spaces between my ribs. I watch his reflection in the kitchen window, distorted by rain and glass, but not enough to hide the pain etched into every line of his face. His free hand rakes through his hair, destroying the perfect executive styling that survived our lunch encounter. For one heartbeat, the mask slips completely, revealing something raw and knotted beneath. Fear so primal it makes my heart ache in sympathy. If he finds out, the sentence fractures, hanging incomplete in the space between confession and catastrophe. Grant sets the bourbon down with the precision of someone who doesn't trust his own hands. If he thinks I betrayed him, I lose him. The pause stretches like a held breath, rain filling the silence with its relentless drumming against glass. When he speaks again, his voice cracks on the words like ice under pressure. And then I lose you. The confession strips away every defense I've built, leaving me standing in a puddle of rainwater, and revelations with my heart slamming against my ribcage like a caged bird. This is what's been haunting him during those restless nights when I hear him pacing the hallway. Not shame, not regret, but the terrifying mathematics of love. The brutal equation that says caring about me means risking everything else he values. I drop the coat without ceremony, letting it fall to the floor in a heap of damp wool and abandoned pretense. Each step across the room feels deliberate, weighted with the gravity of choices that can't be unmade once spoken aloud. Grant's shoulders tense as I approach, his entire body coiling like he's preparing for impact. But he doesn't retreat, doesn't put the island between us like a barrier. Instead, he stands perfectly still, barely breathing as I close the distance between confession and consequence. Could you give me up then? The question emerges steadier than I feel, voice carrying none of the tremor currently racing through my limbs. My heart batters my ribs with bruising force, but I need to know. Need to understand whether this fear he carries is stronger than whatever burns between us when he thinks no one's looking. I stop close enough that he has to look down to meet my eyes, close enough to see the way his pupils dilate despite the kitchen's bright lights. Close enough to catch the faintest scent of his cologne, mixed with something uniquely him. Soap and coffee and the lingering ghost of bourbon on his breath. His jaw tightens, muscle jumping beneath skin like he's physically fighting the answer, trying to claw its way out of his throat. But when it comes, the words tear free from somewhere so deep, I can practically see the wounds they leave behind. No. The admission sounds like it costs him everything. Not even if it costs me everything. Relief floods my system so suddenly, My knees nearly buckle, followed immediately by longing so sharp it steals my breath. Without conscious thought, I step into his arms, drawn by gravity older than fear, stronger than the careful distance we've been maintaining for the sake of propriety and other people's expectations. His hand settles at the back of my neck like a vow, fingers threading through curls still damp from the rain. The touch sends electricity racing down my spine, every nerve ending suddenly awake and singing with possibility. "I can't lose you," he says brokenly. Those words have never sounded so sweet.
Chapter 30. Grant. The house swallows me whole when I finally drag myself through the front door, tie hanging loose around my neck like a noose someone forgot to tighten. Henderson's voice still echoes in my skull, 3 hours of budget disputes that could have been resolved in 20 minutes if the man possessed even a shred of common sense. My shoulders carry the weight of every spreadsheet argument, every pointless revision demand that kept me chained to my desk until the cleaning crew started their rounds. Darkness wraps around me except for that familiar warm glow spilling from the kitchen, golden light that draws me forward like a beacon. My feet find their way without conscious thought, muscle memory guiding me toward whatever sanctuary waits beyond the hallway. She's perched on the counter like she belongs there, legs tucked beneath her in that fluid way that speaks of comfort earned rather than assumed. Her simple dress drowns her frame, sleeves pushed up to reveal ink-stained wrists and fingers wrapped around a mug that steams gently in the overhead light. Her hair's escaped whatever careful styling she started the day with, now twisted into a messy braid that exposes the elegant curve of her neck. Exhaustion softens the usual spark in her eyes, but when they meet mine across the kitchen, everything else falls away. The day's frustrations, Henderson's endless objections, the weight pressing down on my shoulders, all of it dissolves like sugar in rain. Rough day? She slides down from the counter with feline grace, already reaching for another mug from the cabinet. The chamomile's floral scent mingles with something distinctly her, vanilla and warmth that makes my chest loosen. Henderson thinks budget meetings are Olympic events. Apparently, I wasn't competing hard enough. The tie comes off with one sharp tug, landing somewhere on the island as she presses hot ceramic into my palms. Come on. She nods toward the back door, her bare feet silent against the floor. The kitchen's too bright for whatever kind of decompression you need. The porch boards announce our arrival with familiar sounds, wood settling under our combined weight as we sink into the love seat that's seen better decades. The cushions exhale around us like an old friend offering comfort, springs that know the exact shape of late-night conversations and stolen moments. Night air carries the rich scent of damp leaves and cooling earth, autumn's perfume mixed with the faint promise of winter lurking just beyond the tree line. The only illumination comes from the kitchen window behind us, and stars fighting their way through clouds that look ready to surrender to clearer skies. Better? Her voice floats between us, soft enough not to disturb whatever peace we're building in the darkness. I let the mug warm my palms, chamomile steam rising like incense in the cool air. Getting there. The blanket appears without fanfare, soft fleece that smells like fabric softener and home. She must have grabbed it from the living room, while I sat here nursing my tea and letting the day's poison slowly drain from my system. The weight settles over both our legs, creating a cocoon that transforms the love seat into something more intimate than furniture. Her feet find mine beneath the fabric, toes cold against my ankles until warmth begins to transfer between us. The contact feels deliberate but casual, like she's claiming space that already belongs to her without needing permission or apology. Minutes pass. Maybe hours. Time moves differently out here where the only clock comes from cricket songs rising and falling in waves, their ancient rhythm mixing with the distant whisper of late-night traffic on roads that never truly sleep. A car horn bleats somewhere in the distance, sharp and brief before being swallowed by the darkness. The tension I've been carrying since Henderson's first passive-aggressive email begins to unravel, knot by knot. My shoulders drop away from my ears. The muscle in my jaw unclenches. Even my breathing deepens, pulling in night air that tastes clean and free of conference room desperation. She shifts beside me, movements liquid and unhurried as she settles closer. Her weight presses into my side like she's always belonged there, head finding the hollow between my shoulder and collarbone with the precision of practice. The braid tickles my neck where loose strands have escaped, and I catch that vanilla scent again, stronger now with her proximity. Her heartbeat drums against my ribs, steady and sure. Mine answers in kind, finding a rhythm that matches hers until we're synchronized in the darkness. The mug grows cool in my hands, forgotten as her warmth replaces chamomile's comfort. This is what coming home actually means. Not the house, not the mortgage payments or utility bills or the endless list of repairs that need attention. It's this moment, this person who chose to wait up despite her own exhaustion, who knew exactly what I needed before I did. The breath she releases against my collarbone carries words so soft, they barely disturb the air between us. I've never felt more loved. The confession slides under my ribs like a blade made of silk, cutting through defenses I didn't know were still standing. Something fractures inside my chest, not breaking, but opening. A door I welded shut years ago suddenly swings wide, letting light pour into spaces that have lived in shadow for so long I'd forgotten they existed. I turn just enough to catch her face in the half-light, shadows dancing across her features like watercolors bleeding into paper. Her eyes hold that drowsy weight of contentment, but they're open, trusting, fixed on mine with an intensity that strips away whatever careful distance I've been trying to maintain. The words tear free before my brain can engage its usual parade of objections and worst-case scenarios. I love you, Amara. They fall between us soft as breath, but carry the weight of everything I've been too terrified to name. Months of swallowed confessions, bitten-back declarations, conversations with myself in empty rooms where I practiced saying those 3 words to the mirror, like a teenager rehearsing for prom. Her eyes widen, pupils dilating in the darkness, and for one heart-stopping moment, I think I've shattered whatever fragile thing we've built between us. Then they blaze, not with shock or panic, but with something so fierce and bright it takes my breath away. Her answering smile starts small, just a curve at the corner of her mouth, then spreads like dawn breaking across my horizon. Slow and unstoppable, transforming her entire face until she's radiant in the porch light's glow. Say it. I love you. The words come easier now, like a dam finally giving way to the flood it's been holding back. Christ. Amara, I love you so much it scares me. She rises onto her knees beside me, movements fluid despite the blanket tangling around her legs. The love seat creaks in protest as she shifts her weight, but neither of us pays attention to anything beyond the electricity crackling in the space between our bodies. Her hands frame my jaw, palms warm against skin that feels too tight for everything I'm feeling. She anchors herself to the moment like she's afraid it might evaporate if she doesn't hold on tight enough. I love you too. Her voice breaks on the words, thick with emotion. I've been waiting for you to. I kiss her before she can finish, pulling her closer until she's practically in my lap, blanket forgotten somewhere around our ankles. She tastes like chamomile and joy, her mouth opening under mine with fierce, unguarded hunger. One of the tea mugs tips precariously on the porch rail behind us, ceramics scraping against wood as it threatens to tumble into the flower bed below. Neither of us moves to catch it. We're both laughing into each other's mouths now, breathless and giddy like teenagers who just discovered kissing. Her fingers tangle in my hair, tugging just hard enough to send heat shooting down my spine. Around us, the night stretches vast and shadowed, full of sleeping houses and distant streetlights. But here, on this sagging porch under an indifferent sky, we live a different reality completely. No longer a secret, no longer a maybe. This is real.
Chapter 31. Amara. Consciousness creeps in through layers of warmth and unfamiliar sounds, the gentle percussion of ceramic against granite, water running in measured bursts, and underneath it all, the rich aroma of coffee that actually smells like it knows what it's doing. Not the burnt offering Grant usually produces before stumbling out the door. I stretch against sheets that smell like him, limbs heavy with the kind of satisfaction that comes from sleeping deeply for the very first time in weeks. The house hums around me with a different energy than before, like the walls themselves absorbed last night's confessions and transformed them into something tangible. Even the morning light filtering through his blinds feels softer, more golden than the harsh fluorescent reality I'm used to waking up to. My bare feet find the cool floor, and I pad down the hallway following the coffee's siren song. The kitchen comes into view like a domestic dream I never dared imagine for myself. Grant, standing at the counter in charcoal dress pants and a white shirt, his tie draped over his shoulder like he forgot it was there. His hair still holds the damp wave from his shower, and he's barefoot, despite being half-dressed for work. He turns before I can announce myself, sliding a steaming mug across the granite like he's been tracking my footsteps since the moment I stirred. The coffee's dark surface reflects the overhead lights, steam rising in lazy spirals that smell like actual coffee beans instead of whatever bitter punishment he usually brews. Morning. His voice carries the rough edge of someone who's been awake longer than he should be, but his lips brush my temple with a tenderness that makes my chest flutter. The kiss lingers just long enough to be more than perfunctory, less than scandalous, before he returns to his newspaper. Like touching me is the most unexpected and natural thing in the world. I wrap my fingers around the mug's warmth and take a tentative sip. The coffee actually tastes good, rich and smooth without the usual undertone of charcoal that makes me question his life choices. Did you replace your coffee maker with something that actually works? Same machine, different beans. Turns out the grocery store brand wasn't cutting it. He flips a page without looking up, but I catch the hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Revolutionary thinking. Next, you'll tell me you figured out the optimal water temperature. Don't push it, you little coffee snob. I'm still working on that part. I slide onto the stool beside him, close enough that our knees brush when I settle into place. He's arranged breakfast with the kind of casual precision that speaks of practice. Sliced strawberries, fanned across a white plate, whole grain toast cut into triangles, a small bowl of what looks like actual honey instead of the corn syrup masquerading as sweetener that usually lives in his pantry. Look at you, getting all fancy. I steal a strawberry and pop it into my mouth, juice sweet and tart against my tongue. Should I be worried you're trying to impress someone? Maybe. His knee presses against mine under the counter, warm and solid through the thin fabric of my sleep shorts. Is it working? The newspaper crinkles as he turns another page, but his attention drifts to me more than the headlines. We share the fruit and toast in comfortable silence, my shoulder brushing his when I reach for honey, his fingers grazing mine when we both go for the same strawberry slice. Mrs. Peterson's dog was at it again this morning, he says around a bite of toast. Started yapping at 5:30 sharp. I'm beginning to think she trains him to be obnoxious. Maybe he's protesting her choice in lawn ornaments. Those plastic flamingos would offend anyone with taste. The gnomes are worse. They multiply when no one's looking. Garden gnome reproduction is a serious problem. Very aggressive breeding cycle. He chokes on his coffee, and I grin at the way his eyes crinkle when he laughs. The sound fills spaces in my chest I didn't know were empty, warm, and genuine, and completely unguarded. Speaking of aggressive, I continue, stealing another strawberry. My Victorian literature midterm is next week. Professor's idea of comprehensive testing involves analyzing every metaphor Dickens ever committed to paper. Need help with anything? Just moral support, and maybe copious amounts of caffeine. I can handle both. The clock on the microwave blinks 7:45. and he glances at it with the resigned expression of someone who knows reality is about to intrude on whatever bubble we've constructed around ourselves. He stands, gathering his keys and wallet from the counter, movements efficient but unhurried. I should probably head out before Henderson starts wondering why I'm actually arriving on time for once. I expect him to grab his tie and rush through his usual morning routine. The quick check for forgotten items, the muttered complaints about traffic, the perfunctory wave before disappearing into whatever corporate nightmare awaits him. Instead, he pauses beside my stool and cups my face in his palm, thumb brushing across my cheekbone with devastating gentleness. His lips find my forehead, pressing a kiss there that feels like a promise and a benediction rolled into one perfect moment. See you tonight. The door closes behind him with a soft click, leaving me alone with cooling coffee and the lingering scent of his aftershave. But the warmth from his kiss spreads through my chest like honey in tea, sweet and penetrating and completely impossible to ignore. Normal. This feels normal in a way I never thought possible. By the time I've showered and gathered my textbooks, the morning's tenderness feels like something I might have dreamed. The hot water washed away more than sleep. It carried off the lingering scent of Grant's aftershave, the phantom warmth of his palm against my cheek, the certainty that whispered this could actually work. The air slaps my face the moment I step outside, sharp enough to make my eyes water. Boston doesn't ease you into winter. It announces its intentions with the subtlety of a fire alarm. I pull my jacket tighter and join the stream of commuters flowing toward the T station, my footsteps lost in the symphony of honking horns and construction noise that never seems to end in this city. A chestnut vendor on the corner calls out prices in accented English, his cart's sweet smoke mixing with exhaust fumes and someone's overly enthusiastic cologne. A cluster of BU students stumbles past, still half drunk from whatever party they never quite left, their laughter too bright for this early in the morning. I fish my Victorian literature flashcards from my bag during the train ride, trying to focus on Dickens's treatment of class consciousness while the car rocks and sways around curves. But Grant keeps bleeding into the margins of my concentration, like spilled ink on paper. The way his tie hung loose around his neck, how his bare feet looked oddly vulnerable against the kitchen tiles. The careful way he said, "See you tonight," like he was testing how the words tasted. The train lurches to a stop, and I stuff the cards back into my bag before they can scatter across the floor. Campus sprawls ahead when I emerge from the underground, all red brick and ivy-covered pretensions under a sky so blue it hurts to look at directly. Sunlight catches the glass panels of the administration building, turning them into mirrors that throw fractured rainbows across the quad. I'm halfway to the student center when movement on the administration steps snags my attention. Victoria descends like she owns every inch of marble beneath her stilettos, each click sharp enough to puncture eardrums. Her cream wool coat probably costs more than my entire semester's textbooks, and she carries herself with the kind of polished authority that makes underpaid university officials scramble to keep up. A man in a navy suit hurries beside her, clutching a leather folio embossed with the university's crest, like it contains state secrets. Their voices drift across the quad as I pass within earshot. "We're thrilled about the Whitaker Foundation's pledge," the man gushes, practically tripping over his own feet to match her pace. "Your husband's generosity will transform the entire program." Whitaker Foundation. The words hit like ice water in my veins, and I stumble slightly on the uneven brick pathway. Victoria's laugh tinkles across the morning air, all calculated charm and perfectly modulated warmth. Darius believes in investing in future leaders. Excellence recognizes excellence after all. The official continues his obsequious chatter, but Victoria's attention has shifted like a predator, catching an unexpected scent. Her gaze sweeps across the quad with the methodical precision of someone who notices everything and files it away for future use. Students hurry past, backpacks slung over shoulders, coffee cups steaming in the crisp air. But her focus narrows until it lands squarely on me. Our eyes lock across 30 feet of brick and autumn leaves, and the world narrows to this single point of contact. For one suspended heartbeat, neither of us moves. Her expression doesn't change. The same insincere smile, the same tilted head that suggests she's listening to her companion, but something shifts behind her dark eyes. A flicker of recognition that sends ice crawling up my spine. Then her smile blooms wider, slow and deliberate, as honey dripping from a spoon. All lacquered warmth on the surface, the kind of expression that graces charity gala photographs and board meeting handshakes. But underneath, coiled tight as a spring, something razor sharp glints in her gaze. It's the smile of someone who collects secrets, like other people collect stamps. Carefully cataloged, perfectly preserved, and always ready to deploy at the most devastating moment. She knows. The thought hits like a physical blow, stealing my breath. Maybe not everything, maybe not enough to strike yet, but something. The way she gazes at me isn't the dismissive glance she's perfected over the years, the one that slides right through me like I'm made of glass. This is different. Focused. Calculating. Mrs. Johnson? The official's voice pulls her attention back, and she turns toward him with practiced grace, the moment broken as cleanly as snapping a thread. Of course, Dr. Mitchell. The endowment committee will be thrilled to hear about the accelerated timeline. Her hand waves in my direction, casual, almost absent, like she's gesturing at nothing more significant than a piece of campus landscaping. But I catch the deliberate nature of it, the way her fingers pause for just a fraction too long before she turns fully away. The black town car slides up to the curb with the silent efficiency of expensive machinery. The driver emerges, crisp uniform and white gloves, holding the rear door while Dr. Mitchell scurries around the vehicle like an anxious terrier. Victoria pauses before sliding into the leather interior, her gaze finding me one last time across the quad. This time there's no smile, just assessment, cold and thorough as a medical examination. Then she disappears into the car's depths, leaving only the lingering scent of her perfume, something French and expensive that hangs in the air like smoke signals. The car pulls away with barely a whisper of tires against asphalt, but I remain rooted to the brick pathway, my backpack suddenly weighing 50 pounds instead of 5. Around me, campus life continues its familiar rhythm. Students rushing to classes, professors hurrying between buildings, the groundskeeping crew raking leaves into neat piles that the wind will scatter within the hour. But everything feels different now, like the temperature dropped 10 degrees when Victoria's smile turned sharp. The late autumn sun that seemed so brilliant moments ago feels thin and cold against my skin, offering no warmth despite the cloudless sky stretching overhead. I force my feet to move, one step and then another, toward the humanities building where Victorian literature awaits. But dread hums under my skin like distant thunder, the kind that warns of storms still hours away but inevitable as nightfall. Victoria suspects. Maybe not enough details to piece together the whole picture, but enough fragments to start asking dangerous questions.
Chapter 32. Grant. The house hits me with the scent of dryer sheets and lemon floor cleaner the moment I step through the door, ordinary smells that feel almost ridiculous after the day I've had. My mind's been spinning since this morning, replaying the way Amara whispered, "I love you in the dark," how her fingers traced patterns on my chest like she was claiming territory. But there's no candlelight waiting for me, no jazz drifting from the speakers, just the familiar whistle of the kettle and something tumbling in the dryer downstairs. Amara's curled up on the couch, laptop balanced on her knees like she's been there for hours. Her dark curls spill over the hood of the sweatshirt she's pulled up, and there's a half-empty mug of cocoa on the side table, complete with those tiny marshmallows she insists on buying, despite my protests that they're basically sugar-flavored air. This is what I used to imagine having again someday, back when the house felt too big and too quiet, and I'd catch myself setting 2 plates for dinner before remembering I lived alone. The mundane comfort of someone waiting, someone who belongs here, whose presence transforms 4 walls and a mortgage into something that feels like home. When she notices me standing in the doorway and closes the laptop, her smile comes too quick and sits too shallow, like she painted it on in the moments before I walked in. The edges look sanded down, worn thin by whatever's been eating at her since I left this morning. I drop my briefcase by the door and circle the couch, leaning over the back to press my lips to her hair. She smells like vanilla and that coconut shampoo she uses, warm and familiar. But when I kiss her, her eyes flick toward the front window before settling back on me. It's a nervous gesture, automatic as breathing, like she's checking to see who might be watching. "Long day?" I ask, my hands finding her shoulders through the soft cotton. There's tension coiled there, tight knots of muscle that weren't there this morning when she melted against me in the kitchen. Her fingers worry the fraying cuff of the sweatshirt, picking at loose threads with the kind of distracted focus that means her mind is somewhere else entirely. "Just tired," she says, accompanying the words with a practiced shrug that's almost convincing. Almost. Victorian Lit kicked my butt today. Professor wants us to analyze every metaphor Dickens ever sneezed onto paper. The explanation comes too rehearsed, like she's been practicing it since I left. But it's the careful way she delivers it that makes unease slither under my skin like cold air through a cracked window. "That bad, huh?" "You know how it is." Academic torture disguised as higher learning. She's deflecting with humor, which is classic Amara. But there's something brittle underneath it. I settle onto the couch next to her, close enough that our thighs touch, and she immediately shifts to curl into my side like it's the most natural thing in the world. "Want to talk about what's really bothering you?" Her shoulders relax infinitesimally when I don't press, like she's been braced for an interrogation that never comes. Instead, I stretch out along the couch, pulling her with me until she's tucked against my side like a puzzle piece finding its proper place. She draws the throw blanket over her legs, wiggling her feet under the soft fabric until she's completely cocooned. "You know what happened today?" she says, her voice already lighter, like she's grateful for the escape route I've offered. Sarah Chandler tried to give her presentation on Bleak House and accidentally pulled up her spring break photos instead. I make an appropriately horrified sound, my fingers finding the soft curls at her temple. "Please tell me this wasn't in front of Professor Suarez." "Oh, it gets better. Not only was it Suarez, but she had the projector on full display. 30 slides of her and her sorority sisters in Cabo, complete with drinks that were definitely not virgin margaritas, way too much flesh." Her laugh bubbles up, genuine this time, and I feel the tension start to bleed out of her frame. This is what I want. Amara animated and unguarded, painting pictures with her words while the rest of the world stays locked outside. Suarez's face must have been priceless. Picture a man who spent 40 years studying the moral complexities of Victorian literature, suddenly confronted with bikini shots and beer pong tournaments. I thought he might actually faint. She shifts against me, getting comfortable, her head finding that perfect spot on my chest where it always seems to fit. Her hand rests on my stomach, fingers absently tracing patterns through my shirt. Her voice carries that particular cadence she gets when she's storytelling, animated and warm, weaving ordinary campus chaos into something that feels significant just because she's the one telling it. I let her words wash over me, her presence a buffer against whatever storm is building outside these walls. The documentary drones on, something about ocean currents or climate patterns, the narrator's voice blending with the distant hum of the dishwasher, cycling through its final rinse. Colors flicker across the room in muted blues and greens, casting shifting shadows that make everything feel suspended, dreamlike. Her stories gradually slow, tapering from animated recounting to drowsy observations about professors and classmates, until finally the words stop coming altogether. I glance down to find her breathing has evened out, lips slightly parted, dark lashes creating delicate shadows on her cheeks. She's completely surrendered to sleep, all soft limbs and unconscious trust, curled into me like I'm the one safe harbor in a world that's proven unreliable at best. The absolute faith in that gesture, The way she's given me her vulnerability without reservation cracked something open in my chest that I thought was permanently sealed. I pulled the blanket higher around her shoulders, tucking the soft fleece under her chin with the careful precision of someone who's memorized exactly how she likes to be covered. My chin finds its place in her curls, settling into the familiar territory I've claimed as mine over these weeks. The coconut scent of her shampoo mingles with something uniquely her, warm skin and the faint vanilla of her lotion, creating a combination that's become as essential to me as breathing. Her breathing finds its rhythm against my chest, steady and deep, each exhale a whispered promise that she trusts me enough to let go completely. The rise and fall of her ribs creates a gentle percussion against mine, and gradually, unconsciously, I find myself matching her pace. Inhale when she inhales, exhale when she does, like we're sharing the same lungs, the same heartbeat, the same fundamental need for oxygen. The documentary continues its monotonous narration about ocean currents and tidal patterns, but the words become meaningless background noise. All that exists is this, the weight of her body against mine, the soft whisper of her breath against my collarbone, the way her fingers curl loosely against my stomach even in sleep. She shifts slightly, pressing closer, and something in my chest cracks open like ice breaking in spring. Not painful, but inevitable. The kind of fracture that changes the landscape permanently, creating new channels for things to flow through. This woman, this brilliant, resilient, impossibly beautiful woman, has somehow become the axis around which my entire world revolves. Every decision I make now filters through the question of how it affects her. Every choice weighs against whether it brings her closer or pushes her away. She's rewritten the fundamental equations of my existence without even trying. The realization should terrify me. 3 months ago, I was a man who lived alone by choice, who'd accepted that some people aren't meant for this kind of connection. I'd made peace with solitude, built a life around it, convinced myself it was enough. But Amara walked into my house carrying nothing but a duffel bag and a wounded heart, and somehow managed to colonize every corner of my carefully ordered existence. She's in the way I buy groceries now, automatically reaching for the vanilla yogurt she prefers, and the fancy coffee creamer that costs twice what it should. She's in how I catch myself humming in the shower, something I haven't done since before my brother died. She's in the way I've started thinking about the future not as something to endure, but as something to anticipate. God help me, I don't even care if it destroys me. I'm so far past the point of self-preservation that the concept feels foreign, like a language I used to speak, but can no longer remember. If loving her burns me to ash, at least I'll go down knowing what it felt like to be fully, completely alive.
Chapter 33. Amara. The grind looks exactly like it has for the past 4 years. Mismatched furniture that probably came from 3 different estate sales, walls covered in local art that changes monthly, and the perpetual scent of burned espresso that somehow manages to be comforting rather than off-putting. I spot Kendra at our usual table in the back corner, the one with the wobbly leg that we've learned to brace with folded napkins, her auburn curls catching the light from the vintage Edison bulbs strung overhead. She's attacking her latte with a metal spoon like it personally offended her family, creating tiny whirlpools in the foam that disappear and reform with each aggressive stir. The sound of metal against ceramic creates a sharp percussion that cuts through the ambient chatter of stressed students and caffeine-dependent professors. "You're going to wear a hole through the bottom of that cup," I say, sliding into the mismatched chair across from her. "Maybe that's the plan." The spoon clatters against the saucer as she abandons it, finally looking up at me with eyes that carry the particular weight of someone who's been carrying bad news around like a stone in her shoe. "We need to talk." The words land differently than her usual dramatic pronouncements. There's no theatrical flair, no exaggerated eye roll, or pointed gesture toward whatever campus crisis has captured her attention this week. Just 4 simple words, delivered with the gravity of someone who wishes she didn't have to say them. That sounds ominous. I wrap my hands around my own cup, letting the heat seep through the ceramic and into my palms. Did Professor Suarez finally snap and assign that 30-page research paper on feminist theory he's been threatening us with all semester? No. She leans forward, lowering her voice to the kind of conspiratorial whisper usually reserved for gossip about who's sleeping with whom in the English department. Your dad called my mom yesterday. The coffee suddenly tastes like ash. I set the cup down carefully, afraid my suddenly unsteady hands might betray the earthquake that started somewhere in my chest and is working its way outward. Why would he call your mother? Apparently they ran into each other at that charity thing last weekend. You know, the one where all the black professional elites gather to network and pretend they're saving the world through silent auctions. Her fingers drum against the table, a nervous rhythm that matches the accelerated beating of my heart. Anyway, Mom said he seemed different, edgy, kept going on about ungrateful daughters and how kids these days don't understand the value of family sacrifice. Each word hits painfully. I can picture it perfectly. My father in his perfectly tailored suit, charm turned on full blast while poison drips from every carefully chosen syllable. He's always been a master at making his grievances sound like universal truths, couching his personal disappointments in language that makes other parents nod along in sympathy. Did he mention me specifically? Not by name, but come on, Amara. You're an only child. Kendra's expression softens with the kind of sympathy that somehow makes everything worse. Mom said he kept asking if she'd heard from you lately, whether you'd been getting by on your own the way you claimed you could. The implication slides between my ribs like a knife finding the spaces between bones. He knows. Somehow, some way, my father has figured out that his version of my story, the one where I'm struggling but too proud to ask for help, doesn't match reality. What did your mom tell him? That she hadn't talked to you in weeks, which is technically true since we mostly text now. Kendra reaches across the table, her fingers briefly covering mine. But Amara, he was fishing hard. And you know how your dad gets when he thinks someone's lying to him. The coffee shop noise fades to background static as my mind starts cataloging every possible way this could have happened. Every misstep, every moment of carelessness that might have left a trail back to Grant's house. Back to the life I've been building in the spaces between what my father expects and what I actually want. I need to go. Amara, wait. But I'm already standing, already shouldering my bag with movements that feel disconnected from conscious thought. The world has taken on that strange, hyper-real quality that comes with impending disaster. Colors too bright, sounds too sharp. Every detail etched with the kind of clarity that only arrives when everything you care about is about to crumble. The walk across campus becomes a gauntlet of paranoia. Every face in the crowd could be a spy, every casual glance a judgment, every whispered conversation a potential indictment. The autumn air that felt crisp and invigorating this morning now seems thin, insufficient, like breathing through cotton. Blake's face surfaces in my memory, sharp-featured and bitter, the way he looked when I turned down his offer of a place to crash. The smooth confidence had cracked just enough to reveal something uglier underneath. Something that whispered about men who don't handle rejection gracefully. Did he make a call? Drop a hint to someone who would find their way back to my father? The possibility sits in my stomach like spoiled milk, curdling everything else into nausea. Or worse, Victoria. That sharp smile on the quad yesterday. The one that had looked like she'd discovered something delicious and devastating. The way her eyes had tracked my movement with the focused attention of a predator that's finally spotted its prey. The tea lurches through its underground tunnels like a metal beast with indigestion, and I grip the pole so tightly my knuckles go white against the brown of my skin. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting everything in sickly yellows that make the other passengers look like extras in a horror movie about urban decay. My reflection stares back from the dark window. Wide eyes, tension carved into every line of my face. Curls escaping from the ponytail I'd twisted up this morning when the world still felt solid beneath my feet. The woman looking back at me seems younger than 22, fragile so that it makes my chest tighten with something close to shame. The train rocks around a curve, and my mind replays the scene at Grant's office like a film strip I can't stop running. The way Lorraine at reception had smiled when I walked in. Not the polite professional curve of lips she usually gave visitors, but something warmer, more knowing. As if she'd been expecting me. As if she'd already cataloged the way Grant's entire demeanor shifted when he saw me through his office window. "Well, well," she'd said, voice carrying that particular musicality that comes with discovered secrets. "Look who's here to brighten someone's day." I'd laughed it off, made some joke about bringing lunch to overworked men, but the damage was already done. The seed of recognition had been planted, watered by the way Grant's hand had lingered on my lower back as he walked me out. The casual intimacy of the gesture that spoke volumes to anyone paying attention. And Lorraine had definitely been paying attention. The train shudders to a stop, and bodies press closer in the humid underground air. A businessman checks his watch with the frantic energy of someone perpetually late for something important. A student dozes against the window, textbook sliding off her lap. Normal people living normal lives, unburdened by the weight of secrets that could detonate entire families. My phone buzzes against my thigh, and I fish it out with trembling fingers. A text from Grant. "Home early today. Picking up ingredients for that pasta you like." The simple message should warm me, should fill me with the anticipation of an evening spent tangled together on his couch, sharing bites of dinner and stories about our days. Instead, it feels like evidence in a case I didn't know was being built against us. Because that's what this is, isn't it? The slow accumulation of moments that seem innocent in isolation, but paint a damning picture when viewed as a whole. The way he lights up when I walk into a room. The unconscious possessiveness in how he touches me. The domestic rhythm we've fallen into that looks suspiciously like love to anyone who cares to look closely enough. The key turns in the lock with a soft click that sounds thunderous in the evening quiet. Grant appears in the kitchen doorway before I've even finished hanging up my jacket. Dish towel draped over one shoulder, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms dusted with flour. "You're early." The smile that spreads across his face is the same one that undid me the first time I saw it. Crooked, genuine, transforming his entire face from merely handsome to something that makes my breath catch in my throat. Class ended early. I toe off my sneakers, buying time while I figure out how to voice the fear that's been growing like a tumor in my chest all afternoon. "Grant, we need to talk." The smile falters, replaced by the kind of watchful attention he gets when he senses danger lurking just outside his ability to control it. That sounds ominous. Maybe it should be. I move into the living room, needing distance from the domestic tableau he presents. The man I love cooking dinner in our shared space, flour on his hands, and worry creasing his brow. I think we need to be more careful. He follows me, wiping his hands on the towel, with movements that are too controlled, too precise. Careful how? The question hangs between us, loaded with all the implications neither of us wants to voice. I sink onto the couch, suddenly exhausted by the weight of pretending this is sustainable. No more lunch visits. No more holding hands in parking lots. No more. My voice cracks, betraying me. No more acting like we're a normal couple when people might be watching. Grant's jaw tightens, and he takes a step closer, then seems to think better of it. "What happened today, Amara?" The words spill out like water through a broken dam. Kendra's warning, the fishing expedition disguised as small talk, the growing certainty that our carefully constructed bubble is developing cracks that will soon become fissures. Grant listens without interruption, his expression growing darker with each detail, jaw muscles working like he's chewing glass. When I finish, silence settles between us like dust after an explosion. The kitchen smells of garlic and herbs, domestic and warm, but it feels suddenly fragile, a stage set that could be struck at any moment. "Come here." His voice carries that particular roughness that appears when he's fighting something bigger than both of us. I cross to where he sits at the kitchen table, and he reaches for my hands, drawing me down into the chair beside him. His thumbs find the pulse points at my wrists, stroking slow circles over skin that jumps under his touch. The gestures should be soothing, but there's something almost desperate in the way he holds me, like he's memorizing the feel of my hands in his. "We'll be careful." Each word drops into the space between us with the gravity of a vow carved in stone. No more office visits, no more public displays. We keep this lockdown tight until what? The question scrapes my throat raw. Until I graduate? Until my father decides I'm worth his attention again? Until Victoria gets bored with whatever game she's playing? His grip tightens, anchoring me to him and this moment and the promise blazing in his dark eyes. Until it doesn't matter anymore. The conviction in his tone carries more weight than a shouted declaration, quiet steel wrapped in velvet. "But Amara, I won't let him take you from me. Whatever he's planning, whatever move he thinks he's making, he won't win this one." The words should comfort me, should fill the hollow spaces in my chest with warmth and certainty. Instead, they twist something deep in my stomach, because I hear the unspoken truth underneath. Grant's preparing for war. He doesn't bluff, I whisper, the admission tasting like ashes. When my father decides someone has crossed him, he doesn't just get even, he obliterates them. Then he's never come up against someone who has more to lose than he does. The lamplight catches the silver at Grant's temples, throws shadows across the planes of his face that make him look older, harder, like the man he used to be before responsibility and grief sanded down his rough edges. But his hands on mine remain gentle, even as his voice carries the edge of something dangerous. I nod, throat burning with unshed tears and swallowed fears. His protectiveness makes every nerve ending in my body sing with love and gratitude. But terror gnaws at the edges like acid eating through metal. Because I know what my father is capable of when someone threatens his carefully constructed world. The kitchen feels smaller suddenly, its warm walls closing in like the embrace of a fortress under siege. Outside, the wind rattles the windows with skeletal fingers, carrying the promise of a winter that might freeze everything we've built together.
Chapter 34. Grant. The marinara sauce bubbles on the stove like molten contentment, filling the kitchen with the kind of warmth that makes a house feel like home. I adjust the heat under the pan, tasting the sauce on a wooden spoon, while Amara perches on the counter beside me, bare legs swinging, hair still damp from her shower, and curling at the ends. "You're going to turn that into sodium soup if you keep seasoning it." She reaches over to snatch the spoon from my hand, taking her own taste. "Seriously, Grant, my blood pressure can't handle your cooking habits." "My cooking habits are what keep you fed, smart mouth." "Your cooking habits are what's going to put me in cardiac arrest before I turn 25. She bumps my shoulder with hers, the casual contact sending warmth spiraling through my chest. "Maybe I should take over before you poison us both." "Over my dead body. You nearly burned down the kitchen trying to make scrambled eggs last week." That was one time, and the smoke alarm overreacted. The easy banter flows between us like water finding its level, natural and necessary. This is what I've come to crave, not just the heat between us, though God knows that's addictive enough to make saints sin, but these quiet moments where we exist as just Grant and Amara, no shadows or complications. She steals another spoonful of sauce, humming approval, and I watch the way her eyes close in satisfaction. The oversized button-down she borrowed hangs loose on her frame, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, hem skimming the tops of her thighs. My shirt. The possessiveness that thought triggers should probably concern me, but I've stopped fighting that particular impulse. "Perfect," she declares, licking the spoon clean in such a way that it makes my pulse stutter. "See? You don't need to add any more." The knock cuts through our bubble like a blade through silk. Sharp, deliberate, too forceful for a delivery driver or neighbor dropping by with borrowed sugar. Amara's legs stop swinging. Her eyes find mine, and I see my own unease reflected there. That animal awareness that trouble has found its way to our door. Expecting someone? No. I turn the heat down under the sauce, muscle memory taking over while my mind catalogs possibilities. Probably just... The knock comes again, harder this time, with the kind of authority that doesn't take silence for an answer. I'll get it. Wipe my hands on the dish towel, already moving toward the front door. Stay here. But even as I say it, I know she won't. Amara's never been the type to hide while someone else handles the difficult conversations, even when hiding might be the smart play. The hardwood floor feels solid under my bare feet as I cross the living room, but something cold slides down my spine when I reach for the deadbolt. Through the peephole, the porch light illuminates a figure in an expensive suit, salt and pepper hair perfectly styled despite the late hour. Darius. The recognition hits like ice water to the nervous system. I haven't seen him in months. Not since that disastrous phone call where I bit my tongue bloody to keep from telling him exactly what I thought of his parenting skills. But there's no mistaking the rigid posture, the way he holds himself like a man accustomed to doors opening when he demands it. My hand hovers over the lock for a heartbeat too long. Every instinct screams at me to pretend I'm not home, to buy time to figure out why he's here and how much he knows. But Darius has never been the type to give up easily, and running only works if you have somewhere to go. The lock turns with a click that sounds like a gunshot in the evening quiet. Darius. I pulled the door open just wide enough to fill the frame, keeping my body between him and the interior of the house. This is unexpected. Grant! His voice carries that particular roughness that comes with bourbon and barely controlled rage. We need to talk. The scent of expensive whiskey clings to him like cologne, but his eyes are sharp, focused, functional drunk, the kind that makes him more dangerous instead of less. His gaze flicks past my shoulder, trying to penetrate the shadows behind me. It's late, Darius. Maybe we should... No, Grant. The words carry the weight of decades of friendship and the promise of its destruction. I've heard that tone before, usually right before someone's world got rearranged in ways they didn't see coming. Dad? Amara's voice floats from the hallway like a ghost materializing at the worst possible moment. I don't turn around, but I feel her presence behind me, the shift in air pressure that comes with her movement. Darius's eyes lock onto something over my shoulder, and his face undergoes a transformation that would be fascinating if it weren't so terrifying. Shock bleeds into confusion. Confusion crystallizes into comprehension, and comprehension ignites into something that makes my chest tighten with protective instinct. I turn despite myself, following his gaze to where Amara stands frozen in the hallway entrance. Barefoot, hair damp and curling, my shirt hanging off one shoulder in a way that tells a story neither of us wanted him to read. The coffee mug in her hands tilts at a dangerous angle, forgotten in the face of this moment that's about to detonate everything we've built. The silence stretches like a wire under tension, ready to snap and draw blood. Darius's gaze travels from her bare legs to the oversized shirt, to the wet curls framing her face, cataloging every detail with the methodical precision of a prosecutor building a case. When his eyes finally meet mine again, they're black with a fury that makes the autumn air feel arctic. You jerk! The accusation hangs in the air like smoke from a house fire, toxic and inescapable. Darius pushes past me into the living room, his presence filling the space with the kind of energy that makes furniture seem fragile and walls feel too thin. What the hell is this? His voice builds like a gathering storm, each word gaining velocity. Years of friendship, and this is how you think you can repay me? By taking advantage of my daughter the moment she needs help? Darius, listen! Listen? He spins toward me, eyes blazing with a fury that burns bridges to ash. I asked you to look out for her, to keep her safe. I didn't know you were going to put your hands on her like some predator who can't control himself around a girl half his age. The word predator is an insult, and I feel my own anger spark in response. But Amara takes a step forward, the coffee mug forgotten on the hallway table. Dad, you don't understand. Oh, I understand. His attention swivels to her, and the disappointment in his voice could strip paint. I understand that you've been living here playing house with a man old enough to be your father. What does that make you, Amara? What kind of woman throws herself at... Stop! The word comes out harder than I intended, cutting through his tirade like a blade. Whatever you think happened here, you're wrong. Am I? Darius laughs, but there's no humor in it, just the bitter sound of trust shattering. She's wearing your shirt, Grant. Your shirt and nothing else, standing in your house like she belongs here. You think I'm blind? She does belong here. The admission slips out before I am able to cage it, and Darius's face goes through another transformation, shock giving way to something that looks like grief. Jesus Christ, you actually believe that, don't you? You've convinced yourself this sick fantasy is real. His voice drops to a dangerous whisper, taking advantage of a girl who had nowhere else to go, manipulating her when she was vulnerable. What kind of man does that make you? The kind who loves her. Silence crashes over the room like a wave. Even the sauce in the kitchen seems to have stopped bubbling, as if the house itself is holding its breath. Daria stares at me like I've sprouted a second head. Love. You call this love? She's 22 years old, Grant. 22. When she was learning to drive, you were getting divorced. When she was starting college, you were having your midlife crisis. And now, you want to call it love? She's not a child, Darius. I step forward, putting myself between him and Amara again. She made her choice. Choice? He barks out another laugh. What's choice? You gave her a roof over her head when her own father wouldn't. And then you made sure she'd feel grateful enough to pay for it with her body. That's not choice. That's coercion. That's not... Dad, please! But he's beyond hearing either of us now, rage carrying him like a riptide. The veins at Darius's temple stand out like fault lines on a seismic map, his face darkening to a shade that makes the bourbon on his breath seem like the least dangerous thing about him. His hands ball into rock-hard fists at his sides, knuckles white with the effort of containing whatever violence is building in his bones. Decades, Grant. His voice drops to a whisper that carries more menace than shouting ever could. For years I've had your back. Remember when you wrapped that bike around a tree at 19? Who pulled you out of that hospital bed and made sure you didn't drink yourself to death afterward? When your brother died and you went off the rails, who was there? The words hit like bullets, each one finding its mark. I remember those moments, the weight of his friendship when everything else in my life was burning down. When Maggie left you and took half of everything, who helped you put the pieces back together? When you couldn't get out of bed for 3 months, who made sure you didn't lose your job? His breathing grows ragged, fury building like pressure in a sealed container. And this is repaying loyalty, by taking advantage of my daughter the moment she's desperate enough to need help. Darius -- you manipulated a girl who had nowhere else to go. You made her grateful enough to think she owed you her body. The accusation comes out strangled, like the words are choking him. What kind of person does that? What kind of monster waits for vulnerability and then strikes? That's not what happened, isn't it? His laugh turns savage. She comes to you homeless, and suddenly she's in your bed wearing your clothes. You think I can't see the pattern? You think I don't know exactly how this played out? My jaw tightens, restraint wearing thin. You don't know anything about what I know enough. He takes a step closer, and I can smell the rage coming off him like heat from a furnace. I trusted you with the most important thing in my life, and you violated that trust in the worst possible way. You destroyed our friendship. The words hang in the air like gasoline fumes waiting for a spark. Silence stretches between us, brittle and sharp-edged, loaded with everything that can't be taken back. Then it snaps. His fist comes from nowhere, connecting with my jaw in a crack that reverberates through the house like a gunshot. Pain explodes across my face, stars dancing at the edges of my vision as I stagger backward into the kitchen counter. "Grant!" Amara's scream cuts through the ringing in my ears. Blood pools in my mouth, metallic and warm, and I spit it into the sink as my vision clears. My jaw throbs like a live wire, but I'm still standing, still breathing, still ready to take whatever else he wants to throw at me. "Stop! Both of you, stop!"
Chapter 35. Amara. My body moves before my mind catches up. Muscle memory from years of stepping between fighting classmates, between my parents during their worst arguments, between chaos and the people I love. My palms slam against Dad's chest and Grant's shoulder simultaneously. The impact reverberating through my bones like striking concrete. "Stop!" The word tears from my throat, raw and jagged. "Both of you, just stop." Dad's chest heaves under my palm, his heart hammering like a war drum. Grant's shoulder feels like carved stone, tension radiating through his frame in waves I can feel through my fingertips. The kitchen falls silent, except for the aggressive bubbling of forgotten sauce on the stove, the sound suddenly obscene in the aftermath of violence. I am not a child. My voice rasps on the declaration, but I force it louder, filling every corner of this house that's become my sanctuary. I'm 22 years old, Dad. 22. I vote, I pay taxes, I make my own decisions about my body and my life, and I don't need your permission for any of it. The words ricochet off the walls like bullets, each one finding its target. Grant's blood stains the white porcelain sink behind him, a crimson reminder of how quickly everything can shatter. But I don't flinch. Don't back down, even when Dad's eyes narrow with the kind of fury that used to send me hiding in my bedroom. This is my choice. My life. Not coercion, not manipulation. My choice. And I will not stand here while you talk about me like I'm property being traded between men who think they know what's best for me. My hands shake against their chests, adrenaline making my fingers tremble, but my voice grows steadier with each word. This is the moment I stop being invisible. Stop letting other people write the story of my life in ink I can't erase. You want to know what manipulation looks like, Dad? It's abandoning your daughter when she needs help most. It's choosing your new wife's comfort over your child's housing. It's only caring about my choices when it's convenient for you. Dad's face cycles through emotions like a slot machine. Shock, rage, something that might be hurt buried beneath layers of masculine pride. His hands clench and unclench at his sides, the knuckles already swelling from their collision with Grant's jaw. Naive. The word explodes from him like a gunshot, so loud the windows seem to vibrate in their frames. You think you're so grown, so wise, but you're blind to what this really is. Blind to what he's done to you. How he's twisted your gratitude into something sick. His voice builds like a hurricane gaining strength, drowning out reason and filling the space with the crushing weight of paternal authority. You have no idea what you've thrown away. Your reputation, your future. Doors that will slam shut the moment this gets out. And it will get out, Amara. Secrets like this always do. Dad, your name will be tied to this scandal forever. People will whisper about the girl who spread her legs for her father's friend, who was so desperate for attention she threw herself at a man twice her age. His face flushes deeper red, veins standing out like fault lines on a map of rage. Is that what you want? To be known as nothing more than a cautionary tale? The words hit like physical blows, each one designed to tear down the confidence I've spent months building. But I've heard worse. From Victoria's cold dismissals, from classmates who thought I'd gone home to failure, from my own mind during the darkest nights when I wondered if I deserved love at all. I lift my chin, meeting his gaze without flinching. The only thing I'm ashamed of is having a father who cares more about what strangers think than his daughter's happiness. The defiance that's been holding me together like armor suddenly cracks, hairline fractures spreading through my resolve until everything collapses inward. The tears come fast and merciless, hot streaks down my cheeks that I can't stop, can't control, can't hide behind bravado anymore. I know what I want. The words come out fractured, broken by sobs that shake my entire frame. My shoulders hitch with each breath, the oversized shirt slipping further down my arm until cool air kisses skin that feels raw and exposed. I chose this. I chose Grant. Nobody made me do anything. My voice cracks on the last word, but I force myself to continue even as tears blur my vision. You can't just erase that because it makes you uncomfortable. You can't take this away from me because you don't like my choices. The shirt slides lower, bearing my shoulder completely, and I feel stripped bare, in more ways than one. Vulnerable. Young. Everything Dad thinks I am, even as I fight to prove otherwise. I swipe at my cheeks, but the tears keep coming like a dam has burst. I'm not some victim in this story you've written in your head. I'm not confused or manipulated or whatever else makes it easier for you to sleep at night. Each word comes between gulping breaths, my composure completely shattered, but my conviction burning through the wreckage. This is real. What I feel is real, and nothing you say can change that. Dad's breathing sounds like a freight train, harsh and ragged in the sudden quiet of the kitchen. His hands shake at his sides, fury and something deeper, hurt, maybe, or disbelief, warring across his features. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of a judge delivering sentence. Then you've made your choice. His finger extends like a blade, pointing directly at Grant. And I've made mine. The words fall into the space between us with the finality of a coffin lid closing. No room for negotiation, no possibility of forgiveness hovering at the edges. Years of friendship, decades of trust. And this is how you repay it? His voice builds to a roar that seems to shake the walls themselves. You've destroyed everything sacred between us. Everything I believed about honor, about loyalty, about protecting the people we're supposed to love. He turns that devastating gaze on me, and I see something die in his eyes. And you, my own daughter, helped him do it. The front door doesn't just close. It explodes shut with a force that rattles every window in the house, the sound reverberating through my bones like the final note of a funeral dirge. The silence that follows Dad's exit feels like the aftermath of an earthquake. Everything settled wrong, the air thick with dust and destruction. My ears ring with the echo of that door slam, the sound bouncing off walls that suddenly feel too close, too fragile. Like the whole house might collapse if anyone breathes too hard. The only sounds are my ragged breathing, quick, shallow gasps that catch in my throat like hiccups, and the aggressive hiss of sauce burning on the stove. The smell hits me belatedly, acrid and sharp, cutting through the lingering scent of Grant's cologne and the metallic tang of blood still dripping from his split lip. I stand frozen in the middle of the kitchen, arms wrapped around myself like I can hold the pieces together through sheer force of will. Every lamp casts accusatory shadows. Every corner holds the ghost of raised voices and shattered trust. The house itself seems stunned, as if the walls absorb the violence of Dad's words and are slowly bleeding them back into the air. Even the refrigerator's hum sounds muted, respectful of the devastation that just sliced through our lives like a scythe through wheat. Grant moves first, turning off the burner mechanically, his movements careful and controlled, but I catch the tremor in his hand as he grips the pan handle, the way his shoulders stay locked like he's bracing for another blow. The sight of him, bloodied but still standing, still here when everyone else runs, breaks something fundamental inside me. My knees buckle, and I crash into his chest like a ship finding harbor in a storm. I think I've lost him forever. The words tear from my throat, raw and broken, muffled against the cotton of his shirt. My fingers twist in the fabric, desperate to anchor myself to something solid while the world spins apart around us. Tears soak through the thin material, hot and endless, carrying with them every moment of hope I'd harbored that Dad might someday choose me first. Grant's arms close around me like steel bands, one hand cradling the back of my head while the other spans my spine. His jaw works against my temple, the slight scrape of stubble grounding me in sensation when everything else feels like free fall. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 36. Grant. The silence stretches in the room like a taut wire, vibrating with unspoken recriminations. Each second that passes without words makes the kitchen feel smaller, the walls pressing closer until I can barely draw a breath. The metallic taste of blood coats my tongue, sharp, accusatory, while my jaw throbs with each heartbeat like a metronome keeping time to my shame. I hold Amara against me, her tears soaking through my shirt, but the comfort I'm trying to offer feels hollow, empty, because underneath the rage still burning in my chest like a forge fire, something else creeps in on spider legs. Doubt. The echo of Darius's voice bounces around my skull like a ricocheting bullet, taking advantage. Manipulation. Sick. Each word finds its mark in the soft places I thought I'd armored over. My hand trembles against Amara's spine, and I pray she doesn't notice the way my breath catches on nothing but guilt and self-loathing. What kind of man am I? 41 years old, standing in a kitchen that reeks of burnt sauce and broken trust, holding a woman barely out of college while her father's blood still stains my knuckles. The math is ugly no matter how I arrange the numbers. The optics are worse. My jaw pulses again, a sharp reminder of Darius's fist connecting with bone. But the physical pain pales next to the ache spreading through my chest like poison. 20 years of friendship reduced to accusations and violence. 20 years of trust atomized in the space between one breath and the next. He's not wrong, the voice in my head whispers, sounding suspiciously like my ex-wife during our worst fights. She could have anyone, someone without gray hair and mortgage payments and a past full of dead brothers and failed marriages. The thought takes root like a cancer, growing larger with each second of silence. Amara's small frame fits against mine too perfectly, reminds me too clearly of how young she is, how much life she has ahead of her. Life that doesn't need to be complicated by a man old enough to remember when she was learning to tie her shoes. Her shoulders shake with fresh sobs, and the sound cuts through me like a blade. This beautiful, brilliant woman reduced to tears because of choices I made. We made because I couldn't keep my hands to myself. Couldn't be the guardian I promised to be. The words build in my throat like pressure behind a dam, toxic and bitter. They taste like truth and feel like salvation, The kind that burns going down but promises to cleanse the poison after. Maybe you deserve someone your father could accept. The confession falls from my lips like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through the suddenly electric air. The words linger between us, heavy with self-loathing and the particular brand of masculine cowardice that disguises itself as sacrifice. I feel Amara stiffen against me, her breathing changing from hitching sobs to something sharper, more controlled. The silence that follows carries the weight of everything unsaid, and everything that can't be taken back. The words hit Amara painfully. She jerks back from my arms as if I've struck her, and the sudden absence of her warmth leaves me feeling hollowed out, scraped clean. Her dark eyes blaze through the tears still clinging to her lashes, and when she speaks, her voice cracks like a whip across the space between us. I don't need his permission to love you. The words come out as almost a scream, raw and desperate and so fierce they echo off the kitchen walls. Her whole body trembles, not with the delicate shaking of grief, but with something volcanic, something that threatens to tear her apart from the inside. Every line of her frame radiates fury and heartbreak in equal measure, and I realize with a sick lurch that this isn't about Darius anymore. This is about me, about what I just suggested, about the fact that I dare to imply her love isn't enough. Amara, no! She takes another step back, her hands balled into fists at her sides. You don't get to do this. You don't get to hold me and tell me you love me, and then decide I'm some mistake you need to fix. The accusation lands like a punch to the gut, forcing the air from my lungs. But the guilt is a living thing now, crawling up my throat with clawed feet, and I can't stop the words from spilling out. Look at what just happened. My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, rough and desperate. I destroyed a 20-year friendship. Your father will never forgive either of us. You're 22 years old, Amara. You could have anyone. Someone who wouldn't tear your family apart. My family was already torn apart. The words explode from her like shrapnel. Where was this concern when he dumped me for Victoria? Where was this noble sacrifice when I was crying myself to sleep in a dorm room I couldn't afford? Her chest heaves with each breath, and I watch her dark eyes narrow to slits that could cut glass. The transformation is stunning and terrible. My sweet, vulnerable Amara, replaced by something fierce and untouchable. I chose you, she continues, her voice dropping to something low and dangerous. Not because you're safe. Not because you're convenient. Because you're the only person who's ever made me feel like I matter. And now you want to throw that away because my father threw a tantrum? It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. She takes a step toward me, chin raised in defiance. You're scared. You're so terrified of being the bad guy that you'd rather break both our hearts than fight for what we have. She's right. I'm scared. Scared of the man I see in Darius's eyes. Scared of the whispers that will follow us. Scared that loving her makes me something I never wanted to be. You deserve better than this mess, I say, but the words sound weak even to me. I deserve better than a coward. The word coward hangs in the air between us like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I watch something crumble in Amara's face. Not just anger anymore, but something deeper. The fierce defiance that's been holding her upright finally buckles under the weight of everything she's fighting for, everything she's trying to save. Her voice cracks on the edges, raw and broken. I can't do this anymore. The strength bleeds out of her like air from a punctured tire. Her shoulders cave inward, and for a moment she looks impossibly small standing in my kitchen, surrounded by the wreckage of our life together. The fight drains from her eyes, leaving behind something that cuts me deeper than any accusation. Defeat! She turns on her heel and flees down the hallway, her bare feet silent against the hardwood. The sound of her bedroom door slamming reverberates through the house like a gunshot, rattling the windows and sending a shockwave through my chest that leaves me breathless. The silence that follows isn't the comfortable quiet we've learned to share over morning coffee or late-night conversations. It's the kind of silence that screams, that accuses, that fills every corner of the house with its weight. The absence of her voice, her presence, her warmth, transforms the kitchen into something foreign and hostile. I stand frozen, hands braced against the counter like it's the only thing keeping me upright. The bloody dish towel I'd used to clean my jaw lies crumpled beside the sink, a testament to how quickly everything fell apart. The metallic taste still coats my tongue, but it's nothing compared to the bitter flavor of my own words echoing in my ears. Maybe you deserve someone your father could accept. Christ. What kind of man says that to the woman he loves? What kind of coward disguises his fear as nobility and calls it protection? The fury at Darius still burns in my chest like banked coals, but it's tangled now with something uglier, guilt that eats at me like acid. Not just for what I said, but for what I'm still thinking. Because even as my heart breaks at the sound of Amara's retreating footsteps, part of me, the part that sounds suspiciously like my father's voice, whispers that maybe Darius was right. Maybe I am exactly what he accused me of being. The house feels cavernous around me, every shadow deeper, every corner colder. The kitchen that just hours ago had been filled with Amara's laughter as she teased me about burning dinner, now stretches before me like a mausoleum. Her coffee mug still sits on the counter where she left it this morning, lipstick stain on the rim like a ghost of better times. I pick up the mug with hands that shake more than I care to admit. The ceramic is cold now, the coffee long forgotten in the chaos of the evening. But I hold it anyway, desperate for any connection to the woman who's made this house feel like home. Finally. The silence presses against my eardrums until they ring with it. No sound from her room. No footsteps. No tears. Just the hollow echo of my own breathing and the relentless tick of the kitchen clock marking each second that passes without her forgiveness. I wonder if my own silence, this inability to forgive myself, to believe I deserve the love she's offered, will destroy us faster than Darius ever could.
Chapter 37. Amara. The gray pre-dawn light seeps through Grant's kitchen windows like a reluctant confession, casting everything in depressed tones that match the hollow ache in my chest. I move through the space like a ghost, careful to avoid the creaky floorboard near the coffee maker, the loose cabinet door that always bangs shut. My duffel bag hangs heavy on my shoulder, stuffed with whatever I could grab in the dark. Textbooks, a few changes of clothes, the stupid penguin mug he bought me last week because he said it reminded him of my morning grumpiness. The silence presses against my eardrums with the weight of everything unsaid. No footsteps from his room, no shower running, no deep voice humming tunelessly while he makes that terrible coffee I've grown to love. Just the hollow tick of the kitchen clock and the whisper of my sneakers against hardwood as I flee the wreckage of last night. My phone buzzes against my palm as I slip out the front door. Can I crash at yours for a couple nights? Roommate drama. The lie comes easier than breathing. Kendra responds within minutes. Always, babe. Keys under the third flower pot. And I'm already walking toward the train station, each step taking me further from the man who thinks I deserve better than him. The train car smells like stale coffee and someone's forgotten breakfast burrito, but I press my face against the window anyway, watching Grant's neighborhood blur into anonymous suburbs. My reflection stares back, dark circles under my eyes, curls escaping from yesterday's braid, looking every bit as young and lost as my father accused me of being. But I'm not lost. I'm running. Kendra's apartment building squats between a laundromat and a corner market, the kind of place where the elevator makes ominous grinding noises and someone's always practicing violin at inappropriate hours. Her cramped third-floor unit feels like chaos made manifest. Textbooks balanced on pizza boxes. Her roommate's art supplies colonizing every surface. 3 different conversations happening simultaneously between the kitchen, living room, and someone's bedroom. The noise hits me like a physical force, and for the first time since I stormed out of my own room last night, my shoulders drop from their defensive hunch. Here, surrounded by the beautiful mess of other people's lives, I can almost pretend my heart isn't splintered into sharp-edged pieces. Girl, you look like death itself. Kendra emerges from the kitchen wearing pajama pants and a Harvard Law sweatshirt she definitely didn't earn, wielding a coffee mug like a weapon. What did that roommate of yours do now? I drop my bag beside her futon and accept the coffee gratefully, letting the bitter warmth ground me in the present moment. Just needed some space to work on my final projects. You know how it is. Her eyebrow arches skeptically, but she doesn't push. That's the thing about Kendra. She knows when to probe and when to let things breathe. Instead, she clears a spot on her cluttered coffee table, sweeping aside makeup palettes and someone's half-finished sociology essay. Make yourself at home. Mi chaos es su chaos. For the next 3 hours, I lose myself in the familiar rhythm of academia. Dickens' analysis spreads across my laptop screen in neat, methodical paragraphs, while psychology notes bloom in colorful highlighter across index cards. The constant background noise, Kendra's roommate arguing with her boyfriend via FaceTime, someone practicing guitar scales in the apartment upstairs, the eternal hum of city traffic, creates a cocoon around my thoughts. But then the cafe downstairs starts its afternoon rush, and the smell hits me hard. Coffee, rich and dark, laced with cinnamon and something that might be nutmeg. The exact combination Grant uses in his terrible morning brew, the one I've been secretly adding to my own cup for weeks because it tastes like him, like home. Like the kitchen, where he held me against the counter and whispered my name like a prayer. My fingers freeze over the keyboard, Dickens forgotten as the memory crashes over me with violent clarity. Grant's hands spanning my waist, lifting me onto the granite surface, while rain drummed against the windows. The way his eyes went dark when I pulled him closer, when I whispered that I wanted him to stop being so careful with me. I'm not made of glass, I'd said, and he'd laughed. Low and rough and beautiful. No, he'd murmured against my throat. You're made of something much more dangerous. The laptop screen blurs as tears threaten, and I blink them back furiously. I will not cry over coffee. I will not let the ghost of cinnamon reduce me to this. But then footsteps echo in the stairwell, measured, deliberate, the kind of stride that belongs to a man who carries himself like he knows exactly where he's going. My heart stutters against my ribs before logic catches up, reminding me that Grant doesn't know where I am. He's probably relieved I'm gone. That he's probably already convincing himself this is for the best. The footsteps fade as they continue past Kendra's door, but the damage is done. Even here, surrounded by the chaos and comfort of someone else's life, he haunts me. As night falls, the living room futon's metal springs dig into my spine like accusatory fingers, each shift of my body producing a chorus of squeaks that sound unnaturally loud in Kendra's dark apartment. Her roommate finally stopped practicing violin at midnight, but now the building's ancient heating system has taken up the symphony, pipes clanking and groaning like the ghost of some long-dead radiator. I pull Kendra's only spare blanket up to my chin, the scratchy fabric smelling faintly of fabric softener in someone else's life. Through the thin walls, I can hear her neighbor's television murmuring. Late-night infomercials promising solutions to problems I didn't know existed. The perfect white noise to drown out the chaos in my head. But then sleep takes me under, and suddenly I'm back in Grant's kitchen. Sunlight streams through the windows, casting golden rectangles across the hardwood floor. He's making coffee, that terrible, wonderful coffee, and humming something tuneless under his breath. His hair sticks up at odd angles, the way it does when he first wakes up, and he's wearing the faded Hendrix t-shirt that's soft from 1,000 washes. Good morning, beautiful. His voice wraps around me like warm honey, and when he turns, his smile holds all the promise of lazy Sunday mornings and shared newspapers and the kind of domestic bliss I've been starving for my entire life. I reach for him, but he's already there, arms sliding around my waist, pulling me against the solid warmth of his chest. His lips find the sensitive spot behind my ear, and I shiver as he whispers words that make my heart stutter. I love you, Amara. I'm never letting you go. Never. The dream fractures at the edges, reality bleeding through like water through cracked glass. I chase the fading wisps of it, the weight of his hands, the rumble of his voice, the absolute certainty that I belong in his arms. But consciousness pulls me up through layers of sleep until I'm gasping awake on Kendra's futon, tears streaming down my face. Dawn light filters through her cheap blinds, painting everything in shades of gray and regret. My pillow is damp, and my heart pounds against my ribs as if Grant's phantom touch is still real, still present, still possible. The ache hits me then. Not just the hollow space where he used to be, but the raw, gnawing hunger for everything we almost had. For coffee made wrong on purpose. For his laugh when I steal his sweatshirts. For the way he gazes at me like I'm the answer to questions he's been asking his whole life. Missing him hurts worse than my father's rage. Worse than Victoria's calculated cruelty. Worse than the fear of being homeless again. This is the kind of pain that hollows you out from the inside, leaving nothing but want and regret in the terrible knowledge that you threw away the best thing that ever happened to you. I bury my face in the pillow and let myself cry until the tears run dry. Okay, that's enough. Kendra's voice cuts through my self-imposed study fog the next afternoon, sharp as a knife. I glance up from my psychology textbook, something about attachment theory that feels uncomfortably relevant, to find her leaning against her kitchen counter, with arms crossed and fire in her eyes. Enough what? This martyrdom you've got going on. She gestures at my makeshift workspace, where I've arranged textbooks and highlighters like little soldiers. You look like death, you're jumping every time someone walks past the window, and you haven't eaten anything today except those stale crackers. I'm fine. You're a horrible liar. Kendra abandons her post by the counter, crossing to the futon in 3 decisive strides. And I'm done pretending I believe you. She sits beside me, close enough that I can smell her vanilla body spray and see the concern etched in the lines around her eyes. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Then she reaches over and closes my textbook with deliberate finality. You've spent your whole life invisible, she says, voice gentle but unyielding. Always doing what your dad expected. Always shrinking so Victoria could shine. Remember freshman year? You literally changed your major because Victoria mentioned how impractical art history was. The memory stings because it's true. I'd loved those classes. The way paintings could hold entire worlds. The stories hidden in brushstrokes and color choices. But Victoria's casual dismissal had planted seeds of doubt that grew into full retreat. And Grant. Kendra's voice softens. He's the first one who sees you, really sees you. Not the good daughter or the grateful house guest or whatever role you think you're supposed to play. Just Amara. Kendra ... Are you going to throw that away because you're scared? The question hangs between us like a challenge, and I feel something crack open in my chest. She's right. She's absolutely right, and I hate her for it. My father disowned me, Kendra. The words scrape against my throat like broken glass. He looked at me like I was something disgusting he'd found on his shoe. And Grant. My voice cracks. I screamed at him. Told him he was just like every other man trying to control me. I destroyed everything. So? The casual dismissal hits me like a slap. So? Did you miss the part where I just lost the 2 most important men in my life? Did you miss the part where one of them spent 22 years making you feel invisible, and the other one loves you enough to take a punch for you? Kendra's voice sharpens. Your father chose Victoria over you years ago. That's his loss, not yours. And Grant? She leans closer, eyes blazing. That man defended you when your own blood wouldn't. He gave you a home when no one else would. He sees you, Amara. Really sees you. And you're going to throw that away because you're scared? It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. She stands abruptly, pacing to the window. You know what your problem is? You've spent so long being grateful for scraps that you don't know how to claim a feast. The accusation hits its mark, almost taking my breath away. My hands tremble as I reach for my water bottle, desperate for something to do with the restless energy crackling under my skin. He deserves better than this mess, I whisper. He deserves to make his own choices. Kendra whirls around, auburn curls catching the afternoon light. Just like you do. Stop deciding what's best for everyone else and start fighting for what you want. What if I'm wrong? What if my father's right and I'm just some naive little girl playing house? Then you'll figure it out. She sits back down, voice gentling but losing none of its steel. Love isn't supposed to be convenient, Amara. It's not supposed to make sense to everyone else. It's supposed to be yours. The silence lingers between us, heavy with truth I'm not ready to swallow. Through the thin apartment walls, someone's television drones about weather patterns and traffic delays. The mundane concerns of a world that keeps spinning while mine tilts off its axis. I don't know how to go back, I admit finally. Start with sorry, then figure out the rest. The November sky bleeds gray and pewter as I walk back toward the train station, Kendra's words echoing in my head with each footstep against wet pavement. The air tastes of rain and exhaust fumes. But underneath it all, I catch the scent of coffee drifting from a cafe window. That same cinnamon blend that's haunted me for days. Instead of flinching away, I let the memory wash over me. Grant's hands wrapped around his mug, steam rising between us as he admitted he'd never wanted anyone the way he wanted me. The way his voice cracked when he said my name. The absolute certainty in his eyes when he told me I mattered. Fear can't dictate my future. The thought settles in my bones like an anchor, both terrifying and liberating. I've spent my entire life making myself small, apologizing for taking up space, grateful for whatever crumbs of affection came my way. But Grant never asked me to shrink. He never made me feel like I was too much or not enough. He just loved me, messy, complicated, inconvenient me. And I threw it away because I was afraid. Chapter 38. Amara. The campus thrums with a peculiar energy, part celebration, part controlled chaos. Mortarboards bob like black lily pads across a sea of academic robes, while families cluster in the bleachers with the aggressive enthusiasm of sports fans. The air hangs thick with competing perfumes, carnation bouquets, and the metallic ping of camera flashes that pop like fireworks against the overcast sky. I tug at my graduation gown, the polyester scratching against my neck like a reminder that this moment isn't quite mine yet. The fabric pools around my ankles in unflattering waves, making me feel like I'm playing dress-up in someone else's achievement. My hands shake as I adjust the mortarboard for the third time, knowing it'll slide sideways the moment I move. Johnson. My name echoes across the quad from the alphabetical lineup coordinator, a harried woman with a clipboard clutched like a life preserver. Section C, row 4, seat 7. The nerves buzz under my skin like static electricity, but underneath the familiar anxiety sits something different. Something harder and more certain. This isn't just about walking across the stage to collect a piece of paper. It's about stepping out of the shadow I've been hiding in my entire life. The good daughter, the grateful recipient, the girl who takes whatever scraps of attention get thrown her way. Today, I graduate. Today, I prove I can survive on my own terms. My gaze sweeps across the bleachers, hunting for familiar faces among the crowd. Parents wave programs like victory flags. Grandmothers snap photos with the dedication of war correspondents. Siblings fidget in their dress clothes, bored but trying to look supportive. Then my eyes lock onto a section near the middle, and my heart stops. Darius sits ramrod straight in his charcoal suit, the one he wears to board meetings and charity galas. His salt and pepper hair gleams with pomade, every strand in place, and his jaw could cut glass. But his eyes slide past me like I'm a stranger he's trying not to acknowledge, like looking directly at me might contaminate him. Victoria perches beside him, in a cream-colored dress that costs more than my textbooks, her sleek hair catching the intermittent sunlight. She looks radiant in that effortless way that comes from expensive skincare and professional makeup. But boredom seeps from her posture. Her manicured fingers tap against her clutch while she leans toward the woman beside her. The charity gala next week is going to be absolutely divine. Her voice carries across the rows, pitched just loud enough to ensure everyone within earshot knows about her social calendar. Darius and I are co-chairing the silent auction. You simply must bid on the Napa weekend. We donated it ourselves. The words hit me painfully. They're not here for me. They're here because Darius Johnson's daughter graduating from college looks good on their social resume. A box to check. A photo opportunity to post on Victoria's perfectly curated Instagram with captions about family milestones and proud stepmom moments. My throat closes as the realization settles like lead in my stomach. Even this, my graduation, my achievement, my moment, isn't really mine. It's theirs. Another carefully orchestrated performance in their ongoing production of The Perfect Family. Amara! Kendra's voice cuts through the emotional fog, and I turn to see her waving frantically from the student section. She's wearing a flower crown that's definitely against dress code and has somehow managed to make her graduation cap stay perfectly level. You look like you're about to throw up. Breathe, babe. I force a smile and wave back, but my eyes drift back to my father. He's checking his phone now, scrolling through emails with the same focused attention he gives board presentations. Victoria continues her animated conversation about wine pairings and table settings, completely ignoring the fact that her stepdaughter is standing 50 feet away. My hands clench into fists at my sides, the graduation program crinkling in my grip. The urge to march over there and demand he actually look at me burns hot in my throat. But what would be the point? He'd give me that practiced smile, the one he uses on business associates, and tell me how proud he is in the same tone he uses to order coffee. Victoria's laugh carries across the rows, bright and artificial as sweetener. She's performing for an audience of suburban mothers, playing the role of devoted stepmother who definitely didn't spend years systematically erasing me from their family portrait. The weight of their indifference threatens to crush me. Here I am, on what should be one of the proudest days of my life, and I feel smaller than I did at 8 years old, watching through the window as my father drove away to start his new life. But then something shifts in the air around me, a ripple of energy that makes me lift my head and look again. He's here. Grant stands near the back of the bleachers, towering over the seated families like he doesn't care about assigned seats or social hierarchies. His dark suit fits him perfectly, but he wears it with the casual confidence of a man who knows his worth isn't measured by thread count. His hair catches the filtered sunlight, those gray temples that make him look distinguished rather than old. But it's his eyes that steal my breath. They burn with pride, steady and unflinching, scanning the crowd until they find me. When our gazes collide, the knot in my chest loosens like someone just cut the rope around my lungs. Where my father's eyes slide past me like I'm invisible, Grant's make me feel seen, truly seen. They drink me in like I'm something precious, something worth celebrating. His mouth curves in that crooked smile that makes my heart flutter, and he lifts his hand in a small wave that's meant only for me. There's your real family. Kendra appears at my elbow, following my gaze. The man who actually showed up for you. Johnson, Amara. The dean's voice cut through the auditorium like a blade, and suddenly, my legs feel like they're made of water. 4 years of late-night cramming sessions, jobs that left me exhausted, and more rejection letters than acceptance ones have led to this single moment. The walk to the stage stretches endlessly before me, each step echoing in the cavernous space. My mortarboard threatens to slide sideways again, but I don't reach up to fix it. My hands grip the sides of my gown instead, knuckles probably white beneath the polyester sleeves. The crowd blurs into a sea of faces. Some familiar, most strangers, but my eyes search for only one. Past the front rows where the honor students' families beam with cameras ready. Past the middle section where my father sits like a statue in his perfect suit, his attention already drifting back to his phone. There. Near the back, standing when everyone else sits, Grant watches me with an intensity that makes my pulse skip. His crooked smile appears the moment our eyes meet, and he nods once. Sharp, certain, proud. The world shifts beneath my feet, but not in the way that makes me stumble. Instead, it steadies. The nervous energy that's been buzzing under my skin transforms into something else entirely. Something that feels like breathing after being underwater too long. My spine straightens. My shoulders square. The anxious flutter in my chest gives way to something fierce and bright and unshakable. This moment, this achievement, this future I'm walking toward, it belongs to me. Not to the father who barely looks up from his phone. Not to the stepmother who sees me as an inconvenience. Not to anyone who's ever made me feel like I should be grateful for scraps. The dean extends the diploma with a smile that's probably practiced, but feels genuine enough. Congratulations, Ms. Johnson. Thank you. My voice carries farther than I expect, steady and clear. The leather portfolio feels solid in my hands, heavier than I imagined. Real. As I turn to face the crowd, my gaze finds Grant again. He's applauding now, and the pride radiating from him hits me like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. He believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. He saw worth in me when my own father couldn't be bothered to look. The applause fades to background noise as I walk across the stage, but Grant's eyes never leave me. In them I see my future, not the one mapped out by other people's expectations, but the one I choose for myself. The tension that's been coiled in my veins for weeks transforms into something harder, something certain. Whatever comes next, whatever confrontation, whatever difficult conversation, whatever choice I have to make, I'm ready.
Chapter 39. Grant. The chaos erupts the moment caps hit the sky like black confetti against the gray clouds. Families surge across the lawn with the coordinated frenzy of shoppers at a clearance sale, cameras clicking faster than machine gun fire. Graduates shriek and hug, their mortarboards scattered across the grass like discarded thoughts. I stand rooted near the back bleachers, watching Amara through the sea of celebration. She lingers at the edge of the madness with Kendra, her diploma clutched against her chest like armor. Even from this distance, I can read the tension in her shoulders, the way she holds herself like she's bracing for impact. My gaze shifts to locate the source of her unease. There, Darius cuts a sharp silhouette near the faculty tent, his posture rigid as a soldier at attention. Victoria orbits him like a satellite, her laugh carrying across the lawn with the musical quality of wind chimes in a hurricane. She's performing for a cluster of other faculty wives, gesturing with hands that catch the light from her wedding ring. Darius's jaw works like he's chewing nails. His eyes sweep the crowd with the predatory focus of a hawk, and when they land on Amara, they slide away just as quickly. The dismissal is so deliberate it might as well be a slap. Something primal and protective roars to life in my chest. The same instinct that made me want to tear Blake's throat out when he cornered her, except magnified by months of watching this man fail his daughter in ways that would make lesser men ashamed. I push through the crowd, parents and professors parting around me like water around a stone. A grandmother with a bouquet the size of a small tree tries to step into my path, but I sidestep her without breaking stride. Someone calls my name. Probably a colleague, but the sound disappears into background noise. Amara's head turns as I approach, those dark eyes finding mine across the chaos. For a heartbeat, panic flickers across her features. I can read the fear there, clear as headlines. What if he's just here to congratulate me quietly? And what if he's playing it safe? But I'm done playing it safe. Done hiding what she means to me. Done pretending that keeping Darius's friendship matters more than claiming the woman I love. Kendra? I nod to Amara's friend, who takes one look at my face and grins like she's watching her favorite movie reach the peak. Grant. Her auburn curls bounce as she glances between us. Perfect timing. I was just telling our graduate here that she looks like she needs someone to celebrate with. That's exactly what I had in mind. Amara's grip tightens on her diploma. Grant, maybe we should... No more maybes. I step close enough that she has to tilt her head back to meet my eyes. No more hiding. No more apologizing for what we are. Her breath catches. Around us, the celebration continues. Caps flying, photos snapping, families embracing. But in this bubble of space between us, the world narrows to just her face and the choice hanging in the air like smoke. He's watching. Her voice barely carries over the noise, but I catch the words anyway. Good. I don't bother looking toward where Darius stands. Let him watch. I reach for her hands, my fingers finding hers where they clutch the diploma like a lifeline. The parchment crinkles between us, but I don't care. Her skin is warm, real, trembling just enough to make my chest ache. Amara. Her name cuts through the celebration around us like a blade through silk. The effect is immediate. Heads swivel in our direction. A woman in pearls stops mid-sentence to her husband, her mouth forming a perfect "oh." A cluster of professors near the refreshment table pause their conversation, coffee cups halfway to their lips. I feel Darius's gaze land on us, but I don't turn. Not yet. This moment belongs to her first. Look at me! My voice carries just enough command to make her dark eyes snap to mine. Not them. Me. The noise of the crowd doesn't exactly fade. It shifts, becoming the kind of background hum you get when everyone's pretending not to eavesdrop while hanging on every word. Cell phones appear in peripheral vision, angled our way like little black mirrors reflecting back our private moment to the world. I squeeze her hands tighter, feeling the rapid flutter of her pulse against my thumb. I love you, Amara Johnson. The words ring across the lawn with startling clarity. A graduation cap tumbles past my feet, forgotten by whoever threw it. Someone drops a bouquet. The rustle of cellophane hitting grass sounds unnaturally loud in the sudden hush that follows my declaration. You saved me from a life I was just surviving instead of living. You made me remember what it feels like to come home to someone who lights up when I walk through the door. Her breath hitches, tears gathering in those expressive eyes like storm clouds on the horizon. But she doesn't look away, doesn't shrink back into herself the way she used to when all eyes turned her direction. And I'm not hiding it anymore. Not from your father, not from anyone who thinks they get a vote in what we choose. That's when I finally glance toward Darius. He's gone statue still beside the faculty tent, his conversation with a board member frozen mid-gesture. Victoria's manicured hand hovers near her throat, her expression cycling between shock and calculation with the speed of a slot machine. The whispers start then, rippling outward from our epicenter like waves from a dropped stone. I catch fragments. Isn't that her father's friend? And how long has this been going on? And did you see the way he stares at her? But Amara's voice cuts through it all, trembling but clear as a bell tower chiming the hour. Yes. That single word, yes, hangs in the air like a declaration of war. The effect ripples outward in slow motion. Darius goes rigid as rebar, his shoulders squaring in that way that used to terrify me when we were kids getting into trouble. His hands curl into angry fists at his sides, the knuckles standing out stark against his dark skin. For a heartbeat, I think he might charge across the lawn like a bull seeing red. Victoria's reaction is more surgical. Her perfectly painted smile doesn't falter, but it transforms, stretching wider until it resembles something a shark might wear before feeding time. She leans toward the woman beside her, lips moving with the precision of a gossip columnist filing breaking news. "Well," she murmurs, just loud enough for her voice to carry on the breeze, "I suppose we all know now where dear Amara's been spending her nights." The woman, some faculty wife with pearls the size of grapes, gasps loud enough to wake the dead. Her hand flies to her chest like she's witnessed a public execution instead of a love confession. But Amara doesn't crumble, doesn't shrink into herself the way she used to when Victoria's barbs found their mark. Instead, she does something that makes my chest swell with fierce pride. She straightens her spine and steps closer to me, her fingers threading through mine with deliberate intention. "Let them look," she whispers, her voice steady as bedrock. "Let them all look." The crowd's energy shifts like wind changing direction. Some faces show scandal, mouths agape, eyes wide with the kind of horrified fascination people reserve for car accidents. Others wear expressions of dawning understanding, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. A few younger graduates near the back start grinning, phones emerging to capture this moment for social media posterity. Kendra lets out a whoop that could wake the cemetery across town. "About damn time!" Her enthusiasm breaks whatever spell held the immediate crowd frozen. Conversations burst back to life, some hushed and urgent, others loud enough to be heard 3 counties over. I catch fragments floating past us. "How romantic. And at her age. And did you see his face when he said it?" Darius finally moves, taking 1 step forward before stopping like he's hit an invisible wall. His jaw works silently, decades of friendship and betrayal warring across his features. Victoria's hand lands on his arm. Whether to restrain him or encourage him, I can't tell. "Come home with me." The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and urgent as a prayer. "Come home where you belong." Amara's breath catches, her dark eyes searching my face like she's memorizing every line and scar. "Are you sure? After all this, after everyone seeing, especially after everyone seeing." I cup her face with my free hand, my thumb brushing across her cheekbone. "I'm done hiding you. Done pretending you're not the best thing that ever happened to me." The tears that have been threatening finally spill over, tracking silver lines down her cheeks. But she's smiling, radiant as sunrise, beautiful as absolution. "Then yes, take me home." That's when I kiss her, right here in front of everyone. I kiss her like she's the only woman in the world. Her lips are soft, warm, tasting faintly of the coffee she drank this morning. I feel her diploma crinkle between us as she rises on her toes, her free hand finding the lapel of my jacket. The kiss is tender but unmistakable, a claim staked in broad daylight. When we break apart, the silence stretches for exactly 3 heartbeats before the world explodes. Darius goes rigid as a steel beam. Every muscle in his frame locks down, from his shoulders to his jaw to the hands that ball into fists at his sides. The fury radiating off him could power the campus for a week. He takes 1 jerky step forward, then stops like he's fighting invisible chains. His mouth opens, then snaps shut. Opens again. No sound emerges, but I can read the words forming on his lips. "How could you?" Victoria, on the other hand, transforms before my eyes. That polished smile reshapes itself into something altogether more predatory, sharp enough to cut glass, cold enough to freeze blood. She leans toward the nearest faculty wife, her voice pitched just loud enough to carry. "Well, isn't this fascinating?" Each word drips with honeyed venom. I suppose we know now why dear Amara never came home for dinner. The woman gasps like she's been slapped. "Victoria, you can't mean a—" "Oh, I think it's perfectly clear what I mean." Victoria's laugh tinkles like broken crystal. "Some girls will do anything for a roof over their heads." I feel Amara stiffen beside me, her breath catching on what might be a sob or might be rage. For a split second, I think she'll crumble. Shrink back into that invisible girl who apologized for taking up space. Instead, she does something that makes my chest swell with fierce pride. "You're right, Victoria." Her voice carries across the lawn clear as a bell. I found someone who actually wants me around, unlike the two of you. The crowd erupts like a dam bursting. Cheers from a cluster of younger graduates near the back, Kendra's voice rising above them all in a victory whoop that could wake the dead. Gasps and whispers from the faculty section, phones appearing like magic to capture this moment for posterity. Camera flashes pop like lightning, turning the gray afternoon into something that sparkles. At last, Amara Johnson isn't invisible. She's blazing bright as a comet, chosen and unashamed. Chapter 40. Grant. The evening wraps around the house like a familiar blanket, thick with the kind of quiet that follows chaos. Cricket symphonies rise from the grass, their chorus mixing with the lingering scent of rain-soaked earth. The earlier shower left everything clean and sharp. Droplets still cling to the porch railing like scattered diamonds under the yellow glow of the overhead light. I find her there on the front steps, graduation dress pooled around her bare feet, heels abandoned beside the railing like soldiers who've given up the fight. Her cap and gown hang folded over the banister, the tassel catching occasional drafts. She's got her knees drawn up, arms wrapped around her shins, staring at the star-scattered sky like she's trying to decode some celestial message written just for her. Through the screen door behind me, I can see the remnants of celebrations scattered through the house. Her diploma portfolio propped against the kitchen counter next to a half-empty champagne bottle, Kendra's flower crown draped over a chair where she forgot it in her rush to hug everyone goodbye. Normal life already trying to reassert itself after a day that tilted the world sideways. Quite a view out here. I settle onto the step beside her, so that her warmth radiates against my arm, though I think the real show happened earlier on a university lawn. She turns her head, those dark eyes catching the porch light. Still processing that myself. Did I really tell my stepmother it was her loss in front of half the faculty? You did, along with informing the entire graduation crowd that you'd found someone who actually wants you around. I bump her shoulder with mine. Pretty sure Professor Halverson's wife is still clutching her pearls. A laugh bubbles up from her chest, the sound rich and surprised. Poor woman. She looked like she'd witnessed a public execution instead of a love confession. Some people aren't built for honesty. I study her profile, the way starlight catches in her curls. You handled it like you were born for spotlights. Funny. She shifts, bare toes curling against the wooden step. I've spent my whole life trying to be invisible. Tonight felt like stepping out of my own shadow. The cricket chorus swells around us, punctuated by the distant hum of traffic on the main road. A car passes, headlights sweeping across the yard before disappearing around the curve. Normal life continuing while we sit here in the aftermath of everything changing. Your father's face when I kissed you. I let the words trail off, watching her expression. Like someone had slapped him with a 2x4. She exhales slowly, the sound carrying years of disappointment. I kept waiting for the panic to hit, the urge to apologize, to make myself smaller so he wouldn't be angry. And her smile spread slow and certain as sunrise. Nothing. Just this feeling like I'd finally grown into my own skin. I don't need his approval anymore. The screen door protests with a soft creak as I push through it, my bare feet finding the cool wood of the porch. I've shed my jacket somewhere inside, probably draped over the back of a kitchen chair. My sleeves hang rolled to the elbow, shirt collar loose after hours of celebration and confrontation. I hover in the doorway like some uncertain teenager, fingers gripping the door frame. Part of me expects her to tell me she needs space, that the weight of today requires solitude to process. The boards announce my presence with their familiar groan as I finally lower myself beside her, close so that our shoulders brush. Hell of a day. The words emerge rougher than intended, scraped raw by everything I've been swallowing since we walked away from that university lawn. She doesn't respond immediately, just keeps studying the constellations like they hold answers to questions she hasn't asked yet. A night breeze stirs her curls, I catch that subtle scent of vanilla and something uniquely hers. I need to tell you something. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. I'm terrified, Amara. Bone deep, wake up in cold sweats, terrified. That gets her attention. Those dark eyes shift to mine, patient and steady. Loving you feels... I rake a hand through my hair, searching for words that don't make me sound like a complete coward. Reckless. Selfish. Impossible. Like I'm stealing something that was never meant for me. The crickets fill the silence while I gather the courage to keep bleeding honesty onto this porch between us. I spent weeks convincing myself you deserved better. Someone your age, someone your father could accept, someone who wouldn't drag you into this mess. I lean forward, elbows on my knees, staring at my clasped hands. But the truth is, I don't know how to breathe without you anymore. Every morning I wake up, and the first thing I think about is whether you're happy, whether you're safe, whether you'll still be here when I get home. My throat closes around the admission, years of careful control cracking wide open. Today, when I saw your face after your father walked away, I swallow hard. I knew I'd rather burn every bridge I've ever built than watch you disappear from my life. She listens without interruption, her gaze never wavering from the stars above us. When I finally fall silent, she turns to face me with a steadiness that surprises us both. I don't want to hide anymore. The words hang between us, weightless and heavy, all at once. I exhale, the sound a release of everything I've been holding back. Guilt, fear, the weight of years spent trying to do the right thing. She shifts beside me, her bare toes brushing my shin, and I can't hold back any longer. I turn, cupping her face in my hands, and kiss her. This kiss isn't like the first one, frantic and desperate. It's steady, reverent, a promise instead of a plea. Her lips part under mine, and I feel her sigh into it, her hands coming up to rest on my chest. The warmth of her skin burns through the thin fabric of my shirt. "Grant!" she whispers when we break apart, her voice soft but certain, like a vow. "I love you," I say, the words raw and unguarded. "I won't let you go again." Her eyes search mine, and for a moment I'm terrified she'll pull away. But then she smiles, slow and sure, and stands, holding out her hand. "Then take me inside." I don't hesitate. I rise, my hand clasping hers, and we cross the threshold together. This time, it's not about sneaking around, about defiance or secrecy. This is us, choosing each other openly and without apology. The moment the door closes behind us, she's in my arms again, her lips finding mine with a hunger that matches mine. The dress she's wearing, dark green silk, the one she wore to graduation, slides off her shoulders with a whisper of fabric. I kick off my shoes, my hands skimming her sides, mapping the curve of her waist, the swell of her hips. She tugs at the hem of my shirt, pulling it over my head, and her hands are everywhere. On my chest, my shoulders, my back. Her fingers scrape lightly, sending shivers down my spine. I lift her, her legs wrapping around my waist, and carry her down the hall to the bedroom. The moonlight filters through the blinds, casting soft shadows on the walls. I lay her down gently, my hands trembling as I unzip the rest of her dress. She watches me, her dark eyes heavy with desire, and when the fabric pools at her feet, she's breathtaking. Her skin glows in the pale light, her curls tumbling across the pillow. I kiss her again, my hands roaming her body, memorizing every inch of her. She reaches for me, her fingers fumbling with the button of my jeans, and I help her, shoving them down and kicking them aside. I pause, kneeling over her, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. She reaches up, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. "You're so beautiful," she murmurs, the words fragile against my skin like she can barely trust herself to speak them. Her fingers ghost against my jawline, barely grazing it before retreating. I feel the delicate tremor in her touch, the same one that makes her voice waver, like she's afraid this moment might dissolve if she reaches too hard. I don't even have the words for how you make me feel. Neither do I admit, rough and raw, because it's the only truth I know right now. My hands tighten reflexively on her waist before sliding lower, tracing the dip of her spine, the rise of her hips, then gripping her firmly, pulling her flush against me. The heat of her skin sears through me, branding me where we press together. When I kiss her this time, it's slower, deeper, like I'm trying to pour every unsaid thing into her mouth before we lose the nerve. And then she arches up, gasps against my lips as I shift us, as I ease myself into her with a deliberate, aching slowness. Her breath hitches, her thighs tensing around my hips, and for a second, everything stops. Then she moves, rising to meet me, and suddenly we're unraveling in perfect, desperate sync. The rhythmic dance between us is so instinctive, so consuming, that it feels like we've done this 1,000 times before, like we were always meant to move like this. Her nails score my back, biting deep, and I groan against the curve of her throat, teeth scraping her collarbone. Every ragged breath she takes, every whimper, wounds the tension in me tighter. She shatters, her cries muffled in my shoulder, body clenching around me, and I'm lost in the way she drags me under with her, in the way her name spills from my lips like a prayer. We collapse into the sheets, still tangled, still shaking. Her lips brush my shoulder, feather light, and I gather her closer, arms locking around her like I could fuse her into my ribs. The room is thick with silence, not empty, but heavy with everything we haven't said yet. Right now, though, holding her in my arms, it's enough. For now, it's more than enough. The night wraps itself around us, warm and unrelenting as we lie tangled in the sheets. Her head rests against my chest, her curls like silk against my skin. The stars outside spill their light through the open window, casting long, soft shadows across the floorboards. The crickets hum their endless song, and I can feel the rise and fall of her breath, steady now, against me. For the first time, she whispers, so quiet I almost miss it. I'm not invisible. Her voice is soft, almost as if she's speaking to herself, but it cuts through me like a blade. I tilt my head, my lips brushing the crown of her head, and I reply, "You never were. Not to me." She shifts slightly, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. "You don't know how much that means." "I think I do." My hand moves to her back, stroking slowly. "Because I've been watching you for years, Amara, even when you thought no one was. Your dad might have missed it, but I didn't." She looks up at me then, her dark eyes catching the starlight. "You sure you're not just saying that to make me feel better?" I smirk, brushing a curl from her forehead. "If I wanted to make you feel better, I'd remind you how bad your coffee is." She laughs, a sound so light and free it makes my chest ache. "Oh, come on, you've survived worse." "True," I concede, pulling her closer. "But I survived because I knew you'd get better at it eventually." Her fingers pinch my side playfully, and I feign a wince. "Careful, or I'll start listing all the things you're terrible at." "Bring it on." She grins, propping herself up on one elbow. "I'm bulletproof tonight." I lean in, brushing my lips against hers. "You're everything tonight." Her fingers trace the line of my jaw, her touch feather-light, and I feel the weight of her gaze on me. "Grant!" "Yeah? Thank you. I don't ask for what. I don't need to. Because the way she looks at me, the way her voice trembles just enough to betray the depth of her gratitude, says it all. "Always," I murmur, pulling her back down against me. The stars outside burn brighter now, their light spilling across the floor like a blessing. Her diploma sits on the counter, the cap resting beside it, a symbol of everything she's fought for. And there, in the soft glow of the night, our bodies silhouetted against the quiet darkness, I realize this is only the beginning. A future stretches before us, wide and endless. And for the first time in years, I feel ready to step into it.